Chapter 151. I know you don't believe me, but that's the truth. Yi Feng shrugged. Then the eldest princess stopped talking and silently led Yi Feng into the central building complex. This place was built like a palace, with walls 4 or 5 meters high. There were many patrolling soldiers along the way, each of whom was quite strong and possessed the same power as Yi Shun. Brother Xiang, I've come to see you. Upon arriving outside a palace, the princess suddenly spoke. Yi Feng was so startled by that sweet, coquettish voice that she got goosebumps all over. The tea flavor is very strong. Did the eldest princess receive a response? That doesn't include any at all. However, the princess was already used to it. She pushed open the courtyard gate and entered the courtyard on her own. In the somewhat empty courtyard, a man with a somewhat weathered face was lying on a recliner with his eyes closed, enjoying himself. It's just that there's no sunlight here, otherwise it would look even more pleasant. Why are you ignoring her? Don't come near me, Yi Xiang said, his voice deeper than Yi Feng's. He didn't open his eyes as he spoke. Clearly, this wasn't the first time Yi Xiang had faced something like this, and he was already handling it with ease. Still so cold-hearted? I've come today to tell you some good news. The princess's voice made Yi Feng feel a little nauseous. However, it's not a big problem. Right now, Yi Feng is focused on watching the man lying on the recliner. That's right. This man has merged with the man in his memory. This is his father. What did you do to her? Yi Xiang suddenly stood up, his tiger-like eyes fixed on the princess. For the eldest princess, the only good thing is probably Wang Qin. Yi Xiang's heart and eyes were filled with his own wife. The reason he was able to deal with this princess in this place for so long was all because of Wang Qin. It can be said that this unfortunate couple were each other's emotional support. Even if they could not meet, knowing that the other was alive and well was enough for them. This time, without the princess needing to answer, Yi Xiang had already seen Yi Feng not far behind her. Although they hadn't seen each other for so many years, Yi Feng looked 5 or 6 parts similar to Yi Xiang. Looking at Yi Feng now was like looking at his younger self. Yi Xiang suddenly lost his voice and just kept staring at Yi Feng. Dad, Yi Feng smiled. Perhaps because she had already cried once with Wang Qin, Yi Feng had no tears in her eyes at this moment. Perhaps it's because men tend to express their feelings more reservedly, but after hearing Yi Feng call him Dad, Yi Xiang's lips gradually curled up. Sigh. Come here, let Dad take a look at you. Yi Xiang's pupils regained focus, and he called out to Yi Feng. Yi Feng stepped forward upon hearing the sound. The father and son immediately ignored the princess. The princess wasn't angry. She had already been turned away by Yi Xiang enough times, and this was just a minor incident. In order to gain Yi Xiang's favor, the princess wisely left quietly, leaving the space to the father and son. Good, you've grown up. You're a big young man now. When your mother and I left, you were only this big. Yi Xiang gestured to his waist. By the way, did you see your mother? Yi Xiang suddenly grabbed Yi Feng's shoulder, his eyes fixed on Yi Feng. I saw her. My mom is doing well. Yi Feng nodded to Yi Xiang. Yi Xiang released Yi Feng like a deflated balloon. Okay, it's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right. Yi Xiang wouldn't completely believe anything he heard about his wife from strangers. Now, the news I'm hearing from my own son must be true. I'm sorry to your mother. It's all my fault. Yi Xiang began to blame himself, a daily routine for him. Dad, do you remember things from before? What about the past? Yi Xiang looked up at Yi Feng. District 5, Yi family. I don't remember. Yi Xiang shook his head. It seems he hasn't remembered what happened before. Is that so? Yi Xiang doesn't remember. That's all right. Yi Feng can help Yi Xiang recall. As Yi Feng recounted his story, Yi Xiang began to frown. You could tell from his expression that he was struggling, as if he had remembered something. It's like having a blackout from drinking. If no one helps you remember, you might never recall what happened after you drank that day. However, when someone helps you recall, even if you don't really remember, you can still remember some fragments through their description. Clearly, Yi Xiang has now recalled some fragments, which have gradually become vague memories. The people Yi Feng mentioned became clearer in Yi Xiang's mind one by one. Before Yi Feng could finish speaking, the eldest princess returned once again. Is that Yi Chen dead? A strong killing intent surged from the princess. Clearly, this princess harbored murderous intent towards Yi Chen. This is none of your business. Get out. Yi Xiong coldly ordered. The princess pouted, looking aggrieved, and then left again without saying a word. Yi Feng stared in disbelief. In Yi Feng's opinion, Yi Xiong's strength was only average, with attributes around 200,000, which was far inferior to that of the princess. Someone could kill Yi Xiong with a single slap, yet Yi Xiong dared to speak to this princess in such a tone. Clearly, this is not the first time. Could this princess have masochistic tendencies? Son, how did you get to the underground cave? Did she capture you? Yi Xiong asked this question with a dull ache in his heart. Wang Qin is already suffering because of him. If her own son is also arrested because of her, she can't even imagine how painful and remorseful she would feel. No, I joined the Chosen Ones. Grandpa knows you're still alive, so I came here specifically to find you. You've joined the Chosen Ones? Yi Feng spoke up and said 2 words, fake. However, Yi Feng didn't utter any sound, only mouthed the words. Yi Xiong stared, frowned, and then looked relieved. Really? Yi Feng. Yi Xiong wasn't stupid. He didn't delve into the issue. He knew that many things couldn't be said. Okay, that's good. How's your grandfather? It's all right, Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. Son, I'm not qualified to tell you what to do in life, but your grandfather has had a tough time. If possible, please don't make him too sad, okay? Okay, Dad, Yi Feng replied earnestly. Okay, that's good. Dad is doing well except for not having his freedom. Don't worry about me. If there's nothing else, go back now. Yi Xiong patted Yi Feng's shoulder twice. Chapter 152. Yi Xiong knew what kind of life he was living in this underground cave, and no matter what Yi Feng's current identity was, he didn't want Yi Feng to live in this underground cave. Knowing that his son was alive and well was enough for Yi Xiong. We can't leave yet, Yi Feng grinned. They restricted your freedom? Yi Xiong frowned. At this moment, he was prepared to make sacrifices for his son. If that woman could help Yi Feng escape the underground cave, he was willing to agree to her request for Yi Feng's sake. Any requests? No, they can't, and they don't have the ability to control me. Since Yi Feng dared to come to the territory of this underground royal family, he naturally had nothing to fear. Because he is still of great use to the underground world, even if the underground royal family really doesn't care about this, Yi Feng is still capable of leaving, because no one can stop his growth rate. He doesn't have the combat power of a king-level expert yet, but as long as he persists in absorbing and fusing every day, it won't be long before he has the combat power of a king-level expert. This. Yi Xiong didn't know what Yi Feng had gone through, but Yi Feng's words meant he wasn't just boasting. The key point is that this isn't a place where he can ask detailed questions, and Yi Xiong is in a hurry. All right, you two have had enough of your chat, father and son. It's time for dinner. I've already arranged for someone to bring it over. Would you like me to join you? Come here, Yi Xiong replied. This answer surprised the princess greatly. She was just asking casually. It was just a habit. But to her surprise, Yi Xiong actually agreed. Sure enough, everything changed after seeing her son. The princess looked at Yi Feng repeatedly with her beautiful eyes. She felt that if she started with this little guy, Yi Xiong would definitely give in. Great. The princess smiled happily. Before long, plates of cooked monster flesh and blood were brought out. There were 3 people at the table. The eldest princess was busy like a maid, constantly serving food to Yi Xiong and Yi Feng. Yi Feng now truly admires his father. Just how charming is his father to be able to make the eldest princess of the underground royal family do this. Xiao Feng, did you come to the royal family this time to find your father? After busying herself for a long time, the princess finally got down to business. Yi Feng nodded. What are your plans for the future? Stay in the underground world, or return to the surface? Can I take my mother with me? Yi Feng didn't answer, but instead asked this question. Wang Qin remained in the underground cave to keep Yi Xiong in check. Now, the eldest princess has a better card in her hand, namely Yi Feng, so whether or not Wang Qin is kept imprisoned is no longer important. You want to take your mother away? Brother Xiong, what do you think? The princess did not answer Yi Feng, but instead looked at Yi Xiong. Being called that by a woman in front of his son made Yi Xiong feel a little embarrassed. Sigh, let her leave with Xiao Feng. Yi Xiong certainly wanted his wife to be free, and now that such an opportunity was presented to him, he would not refuse. As long as Wang Qin leaves with Yi Feng, she will be able to have a better life. Even if I die in the future, I can rest in peace knowing that my wife is well and my son is successful. What more could I ask for? Okay, I'll do whatever Brother Xiang says. The princess smiled. She now has new, better cards to play, so there's no need for her to make things difficult for Yi Xiang in this matter. If this could make Yi Xiang feel more favorably toward me, then, can I see her before she leaves? Yi Xiang asked casually, but he was actually very nervous and excited inside. The eldest princess's smile faded. Brother Xiang, letting her leave is already the bottom line. Okay, Yi Xiang didn't insist, knowing that it was unlikely. Yi Feng brows. Is monogamy practiced in your crypt? Upon hearing Yi Feng's question, both Yi Xiang and the princess looked at Yi Feng. No, the eldest princess replied. Then I don't quite understand what you're doing. What do you mean? The princess was a little agitated, not because Yi Feng was disrespectful to her, but because she seemed to understand what Yi Feng was trying to say. No, I've thought about it, but your father wouldn't allow it. The eldest princess realized that Yi Feng meant that she and Yi Feng's mother were following Yi Xiang. However, all she tried was for Yi Xiang to disagree. You're doing it the wrong way. You should talk to my mother about this, not my father, Yi Feng said, thinking to himself. If the father pretends to agree to the princess's request, then the treatment of his parents here will change significantly. Does his mother really want to leave this place with him? Yi Feng did not consult Wang Qin. He dared not make the decision on her behalf. Everyone has their own desires, and no one else has the right to make any decisions for them. Therefore, Yi Feng needs to pave another path first. If his mother was unwilling to leave the cave with him, then he had to create better living conditions for his parents. What do you mean? You're so good-looking. It's not that my father isn't interested, but he doesn't dare to be interested because of my mother. But think about it. If my mom accepts you first, how far away will it be before my dad compromises? Yi Feng's words were quite tempting. Will your mother agree? The princess stood up. Yi Xiang felt a little upset. He felt like his son was betraying him. I can tell you really like my dad. Do you think my mom loves him? If you were my mom, and another woman made this request to you, would you agree? The eldest princess was stunned. She knew very well what she had done to Yi Xiang over the years, and she understood how much suffering she had endured. She knew it was wrong of her to restrict Yi Xiang's freedom, and she also knew that Yi Xiang was suffering inside. The princess felt sorry for Yi Xiang, but she had no other choice, because only in this way could she keep Yi Xiang. If I knew that Yi Xiang was being controlled by another woman, and that I could get Yi Xiang back to his freedom by making some compromises, would I agree to it? Without even asking, she'll definitely agree. Although she didn't know if she could be with Yi Xiang through thick and thin, she was willing to do most things for him. I understand. Perhaps I was indeed wrong. The princess left. Dad, you'll be seeing Mom soon. You should know what to do from now on, right? Yi Feng winked at Yi Xiang after the princess left. Chapter 153. Yi Xiang was excited. How many years has it been since he last saw his wife? Okay, I know. Yi Xiang also stood up. At this moment, he had no appetite for food. Yi Feng, on the other hand, seemed to be enjoying his meal very much. In less than 10 minutes, the courtyard gate opened, and Wang Qin, Shang Guanzi, and the third prince all arrived. The eldest princess did not appear. She realized that now was not the time for her to show up. She needs to let Yi Xiang and Wang Qin taste the benefits first before she can appear to negotiate terms. Husband, Wang Qin was already in tears. At this point, she no longer cared about her son, Yi Feng. See, in crucial moments, it's still the old couple who have a good relationship. After all, they've been together for life, while their son has to get married and have children, so he can't always be by their side. Wife, Yi Xiang couldn't hide his excitement. At this moment, he couldn't care whether there were any younger people present, nor could he care about his father's composure. Yi Xiang rushed to Wang Qin and pulled her into his arms, as if he wanted to meld her into his body and never be separated from her again. Seeing this, Yi Feng silently left the courtyard, followed by Shang Guanzi and the third prince. After leaving the courtyard, the third prince stared at Yi Feng with a surprised look. How did you do that? The third prince knew all too well about his aunt. Over the years, his aunt has never compromised on this matter. Now look what's happened. Yi Feng has only been here a short time, and his aunt has already given in. The third prince found it increasingly unbelievable. He even began to suspect that Yi Feng had used some special methods, since in his opinion, his aunt's stubbornness was not something that could be shaken by ordinary people. He looked Yi Feng up and down, trying to find a clue on Yi Feng's face, but Yi Feng's expression was calm, as if everything that had just happened in the courtyard was within his expectations, which made the third prince even more suspicious. Wisdom. Yi Feng feigned seriousness, as if to say, "Is this something I should be talking about?" Moreover, although she couldn't see where the eldest princess was, she was definitely observing her from the shadows. He couldn't very well tell the third prince that he had grasped the princess's deep affection for Yi Xiang and cleverly used Yi Xiang's current situation and her expectations for her son as a breakthrough point to get this usually tough princess to relent. This kind of psychological warfare is simple to talk about, but it requires a precise grasp of the other party's emotions and weaknesses. If it were revealed now, it would not only make one appear unsteady, but if it were to reach the ears of the princess, who knows what other changes might occur. Yi Feng merely glanced at the third prince, his gaze seemingly saying, "You wouldn't understand even if I told you," before striding forward, leaving the third prince scratching his head in frustration. His curiosity was like a cat's claws scratching at his heart, yet he couldn't get an answer, so he could only follow Yi Feng sullenly. "No, where are you going?" It took the third prince a long time to realize what was happening. This is his territory. Where is Yi Feng taking him? "It's all right. We'll be family sooner or later. I'll have someone prepare what you need." The princess smiled. The princess was relieved of her lingering vigilance. "By the way, is there anything that's bothering you about my nephew? Your aunt here still has a lot of influence, more so than my nephew. If you can integrate into our family so that my parents can live a better life here, I will accept you and will not reject you." Yi Feng looked at the eldest princess, his eyes no longer wary, but filled with uncertainty about the future. A complex emotion flashed in the princess's eyes, a mixture of relief and barely perceptible scrutiny. She stepped aside, gesturing for Yi Feng and the other to follow her inside. "This isn't the place to talk. Let's go inside and discuss what's on our minds." Seeing this, the third prince's doubts deepened. He couldn't figure out what Yi Feng wanted to say to his aunt, nor did he understand why his aunt had suddenly changed her attitude towards Yi Feng. The hall was dimly lit, with only a few palace lanterns casting a yellowish glow that stretched the two figures' shadows long. A faint scent of sandalwood filled the air, but it couldn't mask the somber atmosphere. If the children don't obstruct or oppose their parents' remarriage, that's already a form of support. What could the eldest princess possibly be dissatisfied with? "Thanks. I just want my parents to have a better life. We're family, no need for thanks." The eldest princess stood up. Her mindset had truly changed considerably. The eldest princess seemed not to hear her, her gaze falling on Yi Feng's long shadow cast by the palace lanterns, her voice softening without her even realizing it. "You are much more insightful than your father was back then." The eldest princess still held high hopes for the future Yi Feng described, imagining the four of them living together happily together. "See your aunt." Because she knew Yi Feng was right. If it weren't for her chance encounter with Yi Xiang would have died long ago and wouldn't be alive now. The eldest princess got straight to the point. She sat upright in a rosewood chair, staring intently at Yi Feng, as if trying to see through him inside and out. Yi Feng stood in the hall, his expression still calm. This kid is not only capable, but also intelligent. With Yi Feng's help, she will be able to achieve her goal more easily. There are many things that cannot be said in front of one's parents and need to be discussed privately with this princess. Although part of the changes in my family were because of you, my parents were also able to live until now because of you, so I don't hate you in my heart. Yi Feng couldn't interfere with his parents' decisions. That was all he could do. In the princess's view, it was very necessary to win over Yi Feng. Yes. Before the third prince could figure it out, the eldest princess indeed appeared. Yi Feng nodded slightly, showing no pride whatsoever because of the praise, and calmly met the princess's gaze. "Little guy, you're very smart. I never expected Brother Xiang to have such a son." The eldest princess didn't hold back her praise for Yi Feng after she appeared. The sandalwood incense in the hall seemed to be stronger, and the dim palace lanterns cast flickering shadows on his face, making his complex emotions even clearer. The third prince frowned. He couldn't figure out what had happened in that short time. Tell me what you want to do and how I can help you. Her fingertips unconsciously caressed the armrest of the rosewood chair, the cool touch calming her chaotic thoughts slightly. Yifeng followed the princess into the uninhabited palace. However, there's not much I can do to help you. The rest is up to you. And what about yourself? I heard you need the beast god's bones, is that right? The eldest princess was about to extend an olive branch. Chapter 154. See, this has escalated to the level of a younger aunt. What can Yifeng do when people say things like that? It's best to make more. Since I'm already indebted to someone anyway, I might as well be generous and open about it. Okay. The princess covered her mouth and smiled. Come on, I'll show you around, the princess said again. Yifeng nodded to the princess. Okay. Yifeng was indeed eager to learn more about the situation in the underground royal family's territory. After all, if he plans to do something bad here in the future, wouldn't it be easy for him to get lost if he knows nothing about this place? Therefore, it was essential for him to understand the situation here beforehand. The territory of the underground royal family is so vast that it is truly astonishing. Here, you can see all sorts of human races from the underground caves. The items they displayed for sale were completely unfamiliar to Yifeng and were vastly different from what surface humans possessed. Those things looked strange and mysterious, but Yifeng just looked at them and didn't have any intention of buying them. In this world, only bones can attract Yifeng's attention now. Nothing else is of any value to him. Judging from your expression, it seems you don't want to buy anything. Your aunt will go and get you some beast god bones first. I'll call my third nephew to come and keep you company. You can go about your business first. If they dare to give you trouble, just tell your aunt. The eldest princess said to Yifeng. Okay. Yifeng nodded in agreement. Afterwards, the princess left the place. However, the eyes of those around Yifeng did not leave the princess. Yifeng is someone who can accompany the eldest princess. Who is he? Everyone around was very curious. They were certain that there was no one named Yifeng in the royal family, because the royal family had never had a character like Sunwalker. However, Yifeng was already used to being watched, so he didn't pay any attention to the gazes directed at him and continued to stroll around as if nothing had happened. Not long after, the third prince arrived. You? The third prince swallowed his words, though he really wanted to ask what had happened. Just now, his aunt specifically told him to take good care of Yifeng. She emphasized that if Yifeng made any mistakes, his aunt would definitely hold him accountable, which put him under immense pressure. This is where things get a little strange. Okay. Despite this, Yifeng agreed without hesitation. Inside the room was a person wearing a hooded suit, their figure hidden in the shadows, their face obscured. You will receive all the benefits you are entitled to, so you can rest assured. However, you must pay special attention to the chosen ones in other regions and do everything you can to keep them outside the borders of the Huaxia Federation. You must not allow them to easily set foot on Huaxia Federation territory. He muttered to himself, "What's going on, mistress?" It's one thing to call someone that in private, but to say it so bluntly in front of Yifeng is really embarrassing and awkward. The interior of the palace was somewhat dark, with dim lighting, creating a mysterious and oppressive atmosphere. When did his aunt become so easy to talk to? He understood that in this situation, it was always right to agree to whatever the other person asked for. Whether or not he could actually fulfill it was a matter for later. He knew it was already good enough that his aunt didn't cause Yifeng any trouble. If Yifeng could handle this herself, it would save him a lot of worry. Today, the Huaxia Federation is not the only dominant human power on the surface of the planet. Upon hearing this, the third prince's face instantly turned extremely ugly. In fact, Yifeng was completely bewildered by this matter. Yifeng, you did a good job with the chosen ones. I don't have high expectations for you. From now on, you just need to sacrifice 100A level or higher level people every month. Chosen ones from other regions? Although he knew nothing about this, the fact that the hooded man could say such things with such certainty clearly showed that he was aware of these matters. Led by the third prince, Yifeng soon followed him into a palace. These words confused Yifeng even more, filling his mind with all sorts of questions. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that this was good for everyone. This casual way of addressing him made him feel a little embarrassed in front of Yifeng. Her change in attitude was baffling. Seeing Yifeng's blank expression, the hooded man continued. That's right. Xiao San will explain the details to you. You should go now. The hooded man's words were calm, yet carried a chilling undertone. After all, most people are worried about making a living and are busy every day trying to survive. Where would they have the extra energy to care about whether others are alive or dead? The third prince first found a chair and sat down, then gestured with his eyes for Yi Feng to sit down as well. Yi Feng repeated the sentence with a puzzled look on his face. Yi Feng frowned, thinking to himself, isn't this requirement high enough? A level, and level 40 at that. Each one has the ability of a border army camp captain. This kind of mission is not easy to complete. The hooded man continued, his tone carrying an undeniable firmness. Humans also live and reproduce in other regions, but there is little contact or interaction between the human forces in different places. This means that ordinary people have no way of learning about news from other places, and naturally they don't care about the living conditions of people in those places. All right. The third prince agreed without hesitation. Uncle, Yi Feng has arrived. The third prince bowed and greeted the hooded man with great respect, showing his reverence and awe for him. Have a seat, the hooded man said without turning around. His voice was deep and powerful, carrying an unquestionable sense of authority, because he had never heard of any other places having divine, favored beings before. You must have something to tell me, right? Let's get down to business first. Yi Feng could guess what the third prince wanted to ask, but he had no interest in answering those questions. Seeing this, Yi Feng didn't stand on ceremony. He thought to himself, since the host has offered me a seat, I might as well sit down. So he sat down generously. It was obvious that the hooded man didn't want to have much interaction with Yi Feng, as if he had some unspeakable secret or didn't want to reveal too much information. Chapter 155. Yes, uncle. The third prince replied respectfully. Despite feeling extremely embarrassed, he dared not show the slightest disobedience to this Uncle Wang. After all, this Uncle Wang was a powerful backer for him, and an important support in this complex power struggle. Yi Feng stood up and silently followed behind the third prince. After they left the oppressive palace, the third prince breathed a long sigh of relief, as if he had unloaded a heavy burden. You seem quite afraid of your uncle, the king. Yi Feng didn't rush to ask about the mission. Instead, he asked this question out of curiosity. The third prince didn't hide anything. He nodded first, then frankly said to Yi Feng, yes, all my strength was carefully trained by my uncle. How could I not be afraid? All right, then tell me about the sacrifice first. Yi Feng shrugged and asked casually, just follow Uncle Wang's instructions regarding the sacrifice. As for anything else, I can't tell you anything else. The third prince did not explain the specific reasons to Yi Feng. Obviously, this matter probably involved extremely secret affairs of the underground royal family, which he could not easily talk about. You must pay attention to the situation of those favored by the gods in other regions. We have just received news that some people will be entering Huaxia soon, and some of them are members of the underground royal family, the third prince continued. Tell me in detail. Yi Feng was quite surprised after hearing this. The fact that people from other countries came to Huaxia was something that even the Yi family didn't know about, or rather, the higher-ups of the Huaxia Federation were kept in the dark. They never expected that the underground royal family would have such important information. This underground royal family is truly unfathomable, hiding many secrets. It must be the royal family of Sakura who are secretly plotting this. Sakura has now completely fallen into their territory. All those with talent have been sacrificed, and those who remain are all chosen by the gods. Now that there are no more people to sacrifice, they have turned their attention to Huaxia. The third prince analyzed. The royal family over there. Yi Feng heard a completely new concept. If he understands correctly, literally, does this mean that there are also cavemen in the Sakura country, and that there are also royal families there? If you need any help, you can contact me anytime. This is the domino that will allow you to contact me. You can find me anytime by communicating with this domino using your mental power. But don't worry, the royal family over there is much weaker than us. There's nothing to worry about. The third prince tried to dispel Yi Feng's concerns. Mom, Dad, I have something to tell you. Yi Feng didn't hide anything and told them about her conversation with the princess. At this moment, in the courtyard where Yi Xiang and Wang Qin were, their eyes were still red. Leave it to me, Yi Feng replied firmly. All right, the third prince readily agreed. Indeed, he had nothing more to explain. He was just waiting for Yi Feng to settle his parents' affairs so that Yi Feng could return to the surface. When Wang Qin saw her son finally return, she slowly and somewhat awkwardly withdrew her hand from Yi Xiang's large, strong hand. Her cheeks instantly flushed red, and her shy appearance seemed to have returned to the teenage years of her first love. As he spoke, the third prince handed Yi Feng the dominoes that could be used to contact him. It turns out that the underground royal family was not a single force, and they were not united, each acting independently. "Mom, did your chat with Dad go well? Then let's go see my parents," Yi Feng suggested. However, Yi Feng still managed to glean a valuable piece of information from it. Furthermore, the Sakura Kingdom ventured to the Huaxia Federation with the purpose of offering sacrifices. With the matter concerning the third prince settled and the issue of the eldest princess largely resolved, Yi Feng knew it was time to continue his journey. After listening to Yi Feng's story, Wang Qin did not show much surprise or excitement. His strength is still insufficient to protect his parents from this dangerous place, let alone take them away to a distant land. For Yi Feng, dealing with the people of the Sakura Kingdom was a piece of cake. He could take them down effortlessly. The third prince frowned and nodded. Yes, there are also underground royal families in the Sakura Kingdom. She can let you leave? Wang Qin clearly didn't know the specifics. For her, these years have been filled with too much separation and waiting. Now that they have finally reunited, what could be more important than being able to stay by her man's side? Yi Xiang laughed heartily, his voice loud and clear. It was obvious that meeting Wang Qin today had made him particularly happy, and his whole being exuded a cheerful energy. In fact, this was something the third prince had long planned to give to Yi Feng. After all, they are an old married couple, and it is indeed inappropriate, even a bit outrageous, for them to act so affectionately in front of their son. Yi Feng smiled easily, his tone casual and natural, but upon closer listening, there seemed to be a hint of probing in his voice. However, they have completely taken control of the Sakura Kingdom and can enter the Huaxia Federation through legitimate channels. If you try to take action against them, you may encounter some trouble. The couple hadn't seen each other for a long time, and they had so much to talk about. "Haha, my son, of course he looks like me. Okay, is there anything else?" Yi Feng asked after accepting the dominoes. However, just as the atmosphere was gradually becoming harmonious, Yi Feng suddenly spoke, his tone abruptly turning serious. "Mom and Dad, I should leave here." His words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly shattering the warm atmosphere in the courtyard. The third prince had no idea what kind of beings the chosen ones of the Huaxia Federation were. "No more for now," the third prince replied, shaking his head. "But perhaps this is a unique way of expressing emotions that Huaxia people have that they are not good at speaking in daily life. But the occasional hint of intimacy they reveal always feels warm and real." Upon hearing this, Wang Qin couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, half jokingly and half scoldingly, "You two are so irreverent. Your dad's behavior just now was exactly like yours." "Son." After withdrawing her hand, Wang Qin composed herself and stood up to walk to Yi Feng, her eyes filled with concern and an undisguised affection. Clearly, the matter behind this sacrifice is probably quite significant. Chapter 156. However, Yi Xiang was completely different. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, he immediately flew into a rage, slamming his fist on the table and angrily demanding, "You little brat, you dare to stand up for your father? Aren't you just selling me out? Why are you yelling? Isn't your son doing this for your own good? You're getting the benefits, and you're still acting innocent." Wang Qin glared at Yi Xiang. Although Yi Xiang has a forthright personality, he always seems a bit timid in front of his wife. After being glared at by Wang Qin, he subconsciously shrank back, no longer daring to shout loudly. He could only sit back down sullenly, muttering something under his breath, but dared not say anything more in opposition. Yi Feng had anticipated things would turn out this way, but he didn't offer any further explanation. After all, this place is full of people and gossip, and there are many eyes and ears. Some things cannot be said directly, as saying them might cause unnecessary trouble. Sure enough, the eldest princess arrived right after Wang Qin finished expressing her meaning. "Xiaofeng, your aunt is back." The princess's smile was radiant, as bright as a flower blooming in spring. She hadn't laughed so heartily in a long time. In the years since she met Yi Xiong, her face had always carried a hint of sorrow. Yi Xiong was glaring at Yi Feng, his heart filled with anger and confusion. Well, what good deeds has this kid done? They've even started calling her auntie. How could he, as a father, bear this? Wang Qin also felt a growing sense of unease. Although the princess hadn't mistreated her over the years and had taken good care of her, providing her with food, clothing, and shelter, how could Wang Qin be comfortable with her son becoming her nephew in such a short time? This change in the relationship left her feeling very uneasy. Yi Feng immediately noticed Wang Qin's discomfort. He naturally took Wang Qin's hand and gently squeezed it. This small gesture was like a warm current flowing into Wang Qin's heart, and her mood was greatly relieved by Yi Feng's action. As for Yi Xiong, he's a grown man, so he can suffer for a while. Yi Feng hasn't even enjoyed the blessing of having 2 wives yet. If Yi Xiong isn't made to feel bad, Yi Feng will definitely feel unbalanced. This is also a small revenge for Yi Xiong's previous attitude. Here, this is for you. The eldest princess did not hear Yi Feng's response, but she was not annoyed. Instead, she walked up to Yi Feng with a warm smile on her face. This is... Yi Feng stared blankly at the object the princess handed him, his eyes fixed on it. If I'm not mistaken, this looks like a bracelet, right? Moreover, it appears to be a wooden bracelet, looking both ancient and mysterious. This bracelet is also a gift for you. Everything you wanted is inside. The princess's smile widened, as if she was quite pleased to see Yi Feng's naive and unsophisticated demeanor. A smug gleam shone in her eyes. Space equipment? Yi Feng looked up at the eldest princess, his eyes filled with curiosity and surprise. Yi Feng also has space equipment. His backpack is a space equipment produced by the Huaxia Federation. Although the space backpack can hold a lot of things, it doesn't take up too much space when carried on your body and is quite convenient to use. However, a space backpack is definitely not as lightweight as this bracelet. This bracelet is small and exquisite, and you can have your own independent space just by wearing it on your wrist. It is much more advanced than a backpack. Well, all I have are these decorative items in my spatial storage. Once I get some rings or other items suitable for boys, I'll have someone deliver them to you. As she spoke, the princess pushed the bracelet toward Yi Feng, her eyes full of anticipation, hoping that Yi Feng would accept the gift. Can Yi Feng be polite? He's just here to fleece us. He wouldn't let such a good opportunity pass him by, as the more of this kind of good stuff the better. Thank you, Andy. Do you have any suitable for girls? I'd like, Yi Feng asked tentatively, already having his own plans in mind. Hey, I prepared this for you a long time ago. I knew you were just like your father, a romantic at heart. After the princess finished speaking, she gave Yi Xiong a charming look, her eyes seeming to hold 1,000 unspoken words, which made Yi Xiong's face even uglier. Thank you, auntie. This time, the way she addressed her auntie was sweeter and more affectionate than ever before. Upon hearing this sweet address, the princess's heart blossomed like a flower, and her joy was beyond words. She knew perfectly well that her previous efforts had not been in vain. The gifts she had given had earned her such a grateful and affectionate address, which was truly well worth the price. Auntie, I've already explained the matter we discussed before to my parents in detail, and they didn't raise any objections after listening to it. After receiving the exquisite bracelet, Yi Feng took the initiative to speak to the princess. Although the eldest princess already knew about this, when Yi Feng told her in person, she still cooperated by showing an expression of great surprise. Sister, thank you so much. The princess's tone was full of sincerity. At this moment, the eldest princess had completely mastered how to control Yi Xiong. She knew very well that if she wanted to win over Yi Xiong, she had to win over Wang Qin first. So at this moment, she didn't even glance at Yi Xiong. Instead, she sincerely took Wang Qin's hand, her face filled with emotion. Wang Qin seemed somewhat at a loss when faced with the princess's sudden action, because in her memory, the princess had never treated her like this before. In the past, whenever I met her, this princess always had a cold and aloof demeanor, making her seem unapproachable. It's really okay. So many years have passed, and I can deeply understand your feelings for my husband. We are both women, and we both have our own difficulties." When Wang Qin said these words, it was truly from the bottom of her heart, not just something she said casually and perfunctorily. She felt that the princess in front of her was deeply in love with her man and also doted on her son. More importantly, the princess's special status could indeed bring a lot of help to her family, so Wang Qin really couldn't find any reason to resist. Upon hearing Wang Qin's words, the eldest princess's eyes involuntarily welled up with tears. After so many years, she finally heard such a heartwarming word, which released the emotions that had been pent up deep inside her. Chapter 157. Dad, Mom, Auntie, should I go now? Yifeng felt somewhat out of place staying here at this moment. Although he longed to spend more time with his parents, he was also aware that he had many important matters to attend to. For example, he needed to quickly absorb and digest the beast god bone given to him by his newly adopted aunt. Son Yu. Wang Qin's gaze followed Yifeng closely, her eyes filled with undisguised reluctance. She had gone through countless hardships to reunite with her son, and now they would be separated for a long time again. She found it hard to accept such a hasty separation. "Mom, don't worry, I will come to see you as soon as I have time." Yifeng understood his mother's inner turmoil and reluctance, so he gently comforted her. Wang Qin understood perfectly well that letting Yifeng stay in this dangerous underground cave was not a wise move, since she knew Yifeng's true thoughts very well. Yifeng is only compromising for now. Once the people in the underground caves discover Yifeng's true thoughts, it will undoubtedly bring him great danger. "Okay, son, you must take good care of yourself while you're out there, and always be careful. You absolutely cannot let anything happen to you," Wang Qin earnestly instructed. "Mom, don't worry, I'll be leaving now." Yifeng tried to calm her heart and face away, then turned her gaze toward the third prince. The third prince bowed respectfully to the eldest princess and said, "Aunt, then I will take my leave first with Yifeng." "Go ahead." The eldest princess nodded gently in agreement. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng turned and embarked on his journey away. Yixiang watched Yifeng's receding figure, his lips opening and closing several times, but in the end, he didn't utter a single word. Fatherly love is always like this, deep and reserved, not good at expressing itself in words. On her journey back, Yifeng was accompanied by Shangguanzi. Shangguanzi was filled with doubt. She simply couldn't understand how Yifeng could be so capable. It's unbelievable that he made contact with the underground royal family in such a short time. However, despite having many questions in his mind, Shangguanzi did not ask too many questions and simply followed Yifeng silently. The third prince personally escorted Yifeng to the entrance of the underground cave. Because he is not a sunwalker, he cannot leave the cave to go outside. "You must be careful on your journey, but there shouldn't be any major dangers. As long as you wear the domino I gave you, those monsters won't attack you." The third prince earnestly gave Yifeng some advice. "All right, you can go back now." Yifeng waved to the third prince, indicating that he could leave. The return journey was indeed smooth, and Yifeng did not encounter any monsters. Yishun was already in tears, and Zhang Chong and the others weren't much better off. "I'm fine. I've seen my dad," Yifeng said. Furthermore, with Shangguanzi guiding the way in this wilderness, there was no risk of getting lost. Inside the border army camp, the plane that brought Yifeng was still there, so Yifeng didn't have to walk the rest of the way. "Nephew, why didn't your parents come back with you?" Zhang Chong couldn't help but ask. "Uncle, this is a long story." "It's all right. Uncle has plenty of time." What does Zhang Chong care about the length of time? Because if one has enough beast god bones to use, it seems there is really no need to dig up other people's ancestral graves. When Yifeng returned to District 5, the Yi family already knew about his return. "What did you say? You saw your dad? How is he?" Just then, Zhang Chong and his two brothers arrived. He didn't ask anything, but just looked at Yifeng excitedly, waiting for Yifeng's answer. In fact, the third prince was not a fool. He had known this all along. Most importantly, the gains from digging up ancestral graves are not significant and are disproportionate to the effort put in, making it a losing proposition. Although Yifeng was eager to devour the beast god's bone, he also knew that if he couldn't explain himself clearly, his three uncles would definitely not let him off the hook. Yi Shen waited anxiously. The main issue is that Yi Xiang's freedom has been restricted, which is just too much. Upon hearing the third prince's words, Yi Feng simply replied, "All right." They were all listening intently, not wanting to miss any details. Yi Shen's hands unconsciously clenched the hem of his clothes, his knuckles turning slightly white. Something seemed to be stuck in his throat, and after a long pause, he managed to squeeze out a hoarse, "That's good. That's good." The three Zhang brothers stood aside, barely daring to breathe, only constantly giving Yi Feng meaningful glances. Their eyes were filled with urgency to tell more, yet also with a cautiousness that feared disturbing Yi Shen. Looking at the turbulent emotions in Yi Shen's eyes, that a complex expression of expectation and worry suppressed for many years, that Yi Feng took a deep breath and slowed his speech. "My dad is fine, and my mom is fine too. They're in the territory of the underground royal family, and they haven't been tortured." What Zhang Chang cared about was how his brother was doing and what he had been through over the years. However, Yi Shen quickly came to terms with it. In any case, his son was still alive, which was the best thing. It's often said that grandparents and grandchildren are closer, and that's certainly true. When Yi Feng began to speak, Yi Shen and Zhang Chang all shut their mouths. As he spoke, Yi Shen's eyes reddened. He turned his head away and secretly wiped his eyes with his sleeve, unaware that his slightly trembling shoulders betrayed his excitement. The third prince smiled gently, nodded to Yi Feng, and then added, "Oh, by the way, next time you come, don't do that kind of thing like digging up other people's ancestral graves again. I'll arrange for someone to deliver the beast god bones you need to you. Grandson, are you hurt?" Yi Shen didn't ask about Yi Xiang. He was most concerned about Yi Feng's physical condition. When Yi Shen saw Yi Feng's plane land, he rushed to Yi Feng's side immediately. After Yi Feng spoke for a full half-hour, he finally explained the matter clearly. Upon hearing this, Yi Shen couldn't help but tremble. "So, don't worry about length, just get to the point." At this moment, Yi Shen felt a sense of peace, and his body suddenly erupted with an extremely powerful aura. Does the third prince really not know Yi Feng's purpose in digging up other people's ancestral graves? Chapter 158. Huh? Uncle Yi is about to break through. Zhang Chang couldn't help but exclaim, his face full of disbelief. He could clearly feel the fluctuation, which was extremely unusual. It was clearly the unique aura emitted when someone was about to be promoted to the king-level powerhouse, and its powerful aura could not be ignored. Yi Shen had been stuck at this bottleneck for a very long time and had never been able to break through it. Now, upon suddenly learning that his son was still alive, his heart was filled with immense joy and excitement. Under the influence of his emotions, his cultivation level miraculously began to break through its original constraints. This is undoubtedly a great joy for the Yi family, and even for the entire Huaxiao Federation. It is an extremely exciting piece of good news. The birth of a king-level powerhouse will bring greater security and strength to the entire Federation. Yi Shen was very clear about his current physical condition. He was at a critical stage of breakthrough and could not make any rash moves. He had to calm down the energy in his body. Once the rampaging energy gradually calms down and stabilizes, his strength will naturally advance to the king level, completing this qualitative leap. Those favored by the gods strengthen defenses and absolutely do not allow anyone to approach this place within a kilometer radius. Yi Feng gave the order with a serious expression. Although Yi Feng hasn't officially called Yi Shen grandpa, yet he has already accepted Yi Shen in his heart. All that's missing is that one formal address. Therefore, he would absolutely not allow Yi Shen to encounter any unexpected situations at this crucial moment. In fact, the Chosen Ones had already been waiting in this place for a long time. It should be understood that Yi Feng is now the true leader of the Chosen Ones, while Shangwan Zi is merely the nominal leader. Therefore, when Yi Feng returns, the Chosen Ones will naturally be here to await his arrival and obey his commands at any time. Yi family guards, expand the range to 2,000 meters. After giving the order to the Chosen One, Yi Feng immediately gave a new order to the Yi family guards. After all, this is a very critical period, and it is essential to set up multiple layers of protection to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Seeing that Yi Feng had arranged everything in an orderly manner, Zhang Chang and the others stopped interfering in the matter. After all, This is an internal matter for the Yi family. Since Yi Feng has already made such proper and thorough arrangements, there is no need for them to make any further arrangements. Zhang Chong patted Yi Feng on the shoulder and said in a low voice, "Kid, you're really something. Not only did you find Yi Xiang, but you also helped Uncle Yi break through to a higher level. Well done." Yi Feng simply smiled faintly, his gaze fixed on Yi Shen's direction. At this moment, Yi Shen's aura was becoming increasingly powerful, and the surrounding air seemed to tremble slightly with his breath. Not long after, Yi Shen's aura suddenly surged, and a powerful pressure spread outwards from him. Zhang Chong and his two brothers subconsciously took a few steps back, their faces showing shock. "It's done," Zhang Chong said excitedly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Yi Shen slowly opened his eyes, a flash of light passing through them. He felt an unprecedentedly powerful force within his body, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up. "Grandson, thank you so much." Yi Shen looked at Yi Feng, his eyes filled with gratitude. If Yi Feng hadn't brought news that Yi Xiang was still alive, he probably would never have been able to break through to the king level in his lifetime. Yi Feng shook his head. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from afar. It turned out that the other members of the Yi family had heard the commotion and rushed over. When they saw the aura of a king-level expert emanating from Yi Shen, they were all stunned, and then their faces lit up with ecstatic joy. "The patriarch has broken through. Our Yi family finally has a king-level expert." Someone in the crowd shouted excitedly, their voice filled with pride and excitement. Yi Shen waved his hand at the crowd, signaling them to quiet down, and then said, "All right, everyone, disperse." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement and then left in an orderly fashion. Yi Shen turned around and looked at Yi Feng again, his eyes becoming even gentler. "Grandson, you must be tired after just getting back. Go and rest for a bit. We can talk about everything tomorrow." Yi Feng nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll go rest first." After saying that, he walked towards the headquarters of the Chosen Ones. Zhang Chong and his two brothers also left, knowing that Yi Shen needed time to consolidate his cultivation. After returning to the headquarters of the Chosen Ones, Yi Feng did not rest immediately, but instead took out the beast god bone that the princess had given him. He carefully examined the bones, noticing that their surfaces were covered with mysterious patterns and exuded a faint, enigmatic aura. Yi Feng took a deep breath. Devour. The beast god's bones transformed into bone fluid, which continuously merged into Yi Feng's body. As energy continued to flow in, Yi Feng's various attributes were also rapidly improving. About half an hour later, Yi Feng opened his eyes. He felt the increased power within him and smiled with satisfaction. All the beast god bones have been integrated into Yi Feng's body, and his attributes have been greatly enhanced once again. Occupation, Skeleton King, Rank A, Level, 66 Physical Condition, 550071 Strength, 550183 Agility, 550094 Spirit, 4685. My level has increased to 66. My 3 attributes have increased by 200,000, reaching a total of 550,000, and my mental strength has also increased by more than 1,000. It just hasn't mastered any skills, and its skeletal structure hasn't undergone any qualitative change. It seems that it really needs to increase its attributes to 1,000,000 before a qualitative change can occur. Having improved so much, it's time to familiarize myself with my current power. Afterwards, Yi Feng went to the training room inside the headquarters of the Chosen Ones. He slowly turned up the knob of the gravity chamber until his body felt the familiar heavy pressure and his bones made a slight hum. Only then did he stop and begin basic punching and kicking training. Each punch was accompanied by a whooshing sound, and the flow of power within his body was smoother than before. His 550,000 strength attribute made even simple movements contain terrifying power. In the reaction training room, the high-speed bullets seemed to slow down in his eyes. He dodged and attacked as if taking a leisurely stroll, his fingertips accurately hitting each bullet. The improvement in his agility attribute brought his physical coordination to a new level. The lights in the training room never went out all night. Yi Feng was immersed in controlling his power, constantly adjusting the compatibility between his body and the new attribute. He only stopped when the sky began to lighten. His clothes were soaked with sweat, but he could not hide the sharp glint in his eyes. Chapter 159. The next day, when Yi Feng came out of the training room, he found Yi Shen already waiting for him outside the training room. "Grandson, how are you feeling?" Yi Shen asked with a smile. Yi Feng replied, "It's all right." Yi Shen nodded and said, "I thought my improvement was already significant, but I didn't expect I'm still not as good as you." Yi Feng did not respond. His strength improved that quickly. There was nothing that could be done about it. By the way, there are some very important matters that need to be reported and communicated with the higher-ups of the Huaxia Federation. Yi Feng suddenly remembered the connection between the divine favored one of the Sakura Kingdom and the king of the underground world. Such matters, involving multiple forces and potentially having far-reaching consequences, undoubtedly require prior notification to the Huaxia Federation's high command so that they can be prepared and make appropriate decisions. As for how to deal with those guys from Japan, that's undoubtedly a tricky task. This task definitely needs to be handled by Yi Feng personally, since he knows the inside story best, and he is the most suitable person to take action given the task assigned by the underground royal family. "Let's go. Let's head to District 1 right away." Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Yi Shen immediately realized that what Yi Feng was about to say was definitely not a simple matter, but rather a major issue concerning the entire situation. So he made the decision to go to District 1 without hesitation. "Okay." Yi Feng nodded to Yi Shen in agreement. Then, their connecting plane slowly took off from Zone 5 and sped towards Zone 1. The bigwigs in Zone 1 had already received the relevant information when Yi Feng and his group took off from Zone 5. These powerful figures were well aware of the importance of this meeting, so they gathered early to await Yi Feng and his group's arrival. You must understand, Yi Feng is the first person to return alive from the depths of the cave, and such a situation cannot be ignored. When Yi Feng finally met these big shots, he didn't hide anything and recounted in detail everything he had seen and heard in the underground cave. He especially emphasized the details about the Sakura Kingdom as explained by the Cave King, striving to ensure that these powerful figures could have a comprehensive and in-depth understanding of the ins and outs of the matter. After hearing Yi Feng's account, the bigwigs all showed expressions of shock. "What? There are still people alive in Japan, and there are even cavemen there." The bigwigs looked on incredulously and exclaimed in surprise. "That's not the key point. The most crucial point is that the people of the Sakura Kingdom are now completely controlled by the humans in those underground caves. Damn Japanese devils, they've never forgotten their desire to invade our Huaxia land. Even now, their first target is still our Huaxia, trying to make our Huaxia people their sacrifices." Thanks to Yi Feng's explanation, all the big shots present now clearly understand why the caveman race would support the Chosen Ones. At the same time, they also realize that the reason why the Chosen Ones of the gods committed acts of killing and blood sacrifice was all to serve the royal family of the underground cave. We might as well pretend we know nothing and wait for Japan to come and negotiate with us. When the time comes, let Yi Feng handle this matter. We don't need to offer too much help. If a particularly troublesome opponent does appear, then we'll have our underground royal family and the underground people on the other side confront them head-on. Yi Feng, what are your thoughts on this arrangement? After the experts gave their opinions, they all looked at Yi Feng. "That's what I think too, but I don't want to take action against them right away," Yi Feng said. "Oh, what are your thoughts?" The big shots looked at Yi Feng with some curiosity. In fact, according to what these bigwigs were thinking, as long as they knew where those people from Japan were, they could just take them down. It now seems that Yi Feng clearly doesn't want to do that. Killing them is easy, but I want to capture some of the underground royals alive. I want to understand why they need so many sacrifices. The only way to find out is from the underground royals. Yes, Yi Feng is right. The big shots all nodded in agreement, agreeing that Yi Feng was absolutely right. Only by understanding the other party's purpose can we address the problem effectively. Currently, all that is known is that the cave dwellers need offerings, but what they can gain after receiving enough offerings is unknown. If we could capture the royal family of the underground world, perhaps they could learn the true reason why this world has changed so much. What is now certain is that the monsters were definitely thugs and cannon fodder created from the underground cave. But what is the reason why everyone in the world can awaken to their profession? Is it also because of the cavemen? I agree. This time we must figure these things out. Yi Feng, go for it. The Federation will give you its full support and won't hold you back. Yes, go for it, young man. The bigwigs not only support Yi Feng, but they also have high hopes for him. After all, there's only been one young person like Yi Feng in all these years. Yi Feng smiled. This was exactly the kind of support he needed from these big shots. Yi Feng never underestimated the power of the Huaxia Federation. With their support, the chosen ones could become even stronger. Yi Feng just doesn't know how many people from Japan will actually come this time. We'll sacrifice all of them. If a lot of people come, we can probably complete the mission that will take several months. The underground royal family's requirement for Yi Feng was 100 qualified sacrifices per month, but there was no stipulation that the sacrifices had to be Huaxia people. People from the land of cherry blossoms can also be sacrificed, right? All right, you've returned from the underground cave, and you still haven't seen your little girlfriend, have you? Go on, don't keep us old men company. Yes. Yi Feng had said everything he needed to say, and he had wanted to leave for a long time. Following the big shot's lead, Yi Feng left. Inside the flame training camp in Zone 1, Nangong Shui was diligently cultivating, unaware of Yi Feng's return. So when Yi Feng appeared in front of Nangong Shui with a smile, Nangong Shui was stunned for a moment before rushing into Yi Feng's arms. When did you get back? Look, I brought you a gift yesterday. Yi Feng proudly showed off the bracelet he had gotten from his cheap aunt. What is this? Nangong Shui asked curiously. Space bracelet. Chapter 160. What is that? Nangong Shui's eyes widened. Nangong Shui had heard of this thing, but only in novels. She had never heard of anyone possessing such a thing in reality. You'll see once you try, Yi Feng said with a smile. Nangong Shui took the bracelet with some skepticism. It felt warm and smooth to the touch, and the carved patterns on it seemed to have a life of their own, flowing slightly. Following Yi Feng's instructions, she probed into it with a wisp of her spiritual energy and instantly felt her consciousness sink into a vast space. It really is a space bracelet. She looked up at Yi Feng in surprise, her eyes shining with disbelief. Nangong Shui gently stroked the bracelet, a warm feeling welling up in her heart. She nodded and carefully put the bracelet on her wrist. The size was just right, as if it had been tailor-made for her. She looked up at Yi Feng, a sweet smile curving her lips. Thank you, Yi Feng. Seeing her happy expression, Yi Feng felt a sense of comfort himself. He reached out and ruffled her hair, saying, Silly girl, why are you being so polite with me? By the way, how has your cultivation been while I was away? Have you encountered any trouble? Nangong Shui gently shook her head, a faint smile on her lips, and said, No, everything is fine. You don't need to worry. That's good. I've prepared some things for you. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and then began to take various items out of the spatial bracelet he carried with him. He moved with practiced ease, arranging the items while slowly recounting a series of recent events that had happened to him. His voice was deep yet magnetic, and he described every detail with exceptional clarity, as if afraid of missing any important information. Nangong Shui listened quietly, her gaze focused, but her eyes gradually welled up with tears. She never expected that her future in-laws were actually still alive. What surprised her even more was that they now had a concubine of rather high status. This series of news filled her with both surprise and complex emotions, leaving her with mixed feelings. Yi Feng has always been completely open with Nangong Shui, telling her everything honestly. After everything was basically sorted out, he finished recounting his experiences over the past period. He paused, looking at Nangong Shui's expression, waiting for her response. I couldn't help you at all. Nangong Shui spoke in a low voice, her tone revealing a hint of self-blame and guilt. A sense of disappointment was evident in her expression, clearly indicating that she felt she had not shared the burden with Yi Feng during this time, and might even have become a burden herself. Silly girl. Yi Feng couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He reached out and affectionately ruffled Nangong Shui's hair, then gently pulled her into his arms. His embrace was warm and strong, giving one a sense of immense peace. Don't think too much, just take good care of yourself. Then he added, use as much of the resources I've given you as you can. Don't be stingy. They're all for making you stronger. Yes, I understand. Thank you. Nangong Shui replied softly, her voice as gentle as a breeze across a lake. All right, it's getting late. You should go home now. I'll come see you again when I have time, Yi Feng said earnestly, releasing his embrace. After Yi Feng returned to the headquarters of the Chosen Ones, his life returned to normal. Yi Feng stood there reluctantly, watching Nangong Feng's figure gradually disappear from sight as he returned to the camp. Okay, Nangong Shui nodded. Although she was reluctant to part with him, she knew that now was not the time to be willful. For him, the stronger the enemy, the higher their value. At the same time, he also devoted a lot of time to high-intensity combat training, constantly honing his combat skills to ensure that he could unleash his full potential at critical moments. The Huaxia Federation's top leadership had already made preparations and was just waiting for the arrival of the people from the Sakura Kingdom. Every morning and evening, he would devour gold twice, and his attributes would steadily improve. Halt! Who are you? 2 days later, an alarm was raised at the outpost of the third line of defense outside District 15. Issue a warning and ask who they are. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng smiled knowingly and said, That's good. The stronger the better. At that time, Yi Feng will only let the underground royal family know what he wants them to know. If Yi Feng doesn't want them to know something, they will never be able to obtain it. The dominoes that the third prince had given to Yi Feng suddenly began to vibrate violently, attracting his attention. You can decide what happens next yourself. The third prince said nothing more and ended the conversation. 10 days later, the anticipated change shattered this peace. Once contact with the third prince was lost, Yi Feng immediately contacted the higher-ups of the Huaxia Federation to inform them of the arrival of the people from the Sakura Kingdom. We discovered a large number of human traces, but they don't seem to be demon hunters. Yi Feng quickly took out the dominoes and poured his spiritual power into them. Soon, the third prince's deep and urgent voice came from inside the dominoes. Be careful, their strength should not be underestimated. The third prince warned again, his words filled with concern. The third prince's tone carried a clear sense of urgency. Only when he possesses the power to sweep away everything can they be together without worry, no longer disturbed by any external factors. However, once these people from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom enter the territory of the Huaxia Federation, the underground royal family will no longer be able to directly control any subsequent events and will have to rely on the Chosen Ones for information. Understood, Yi Feng replied briefly, his voice calm and steady. He didn't leave until he was sure she had entered the camp safely. It would be so wrong of me to let my emotions affect him. After hearing this, Yi Feng frowned slightly, thinking to himself, the intelligence-gathering ability of the underground royal family is indeed not to be underestimated. It is more efficient and accurate than the intelligence system of the Huaxia Federation. Therefore, she could only suppress the bitterness in her heart, gently kiss Yi Feng, and then turn back to the camp. After receiving orders, the soldiers at the outpost fired warning shots at the crowd, who were about 300 meters away. He knew that this brief separation was essential for them to truly stay together for a long time. The tougher their bones are, the more benefits Yi Feng will naturally receive. In fact, the reason why the underground royal family was able to know about the arrival of the Sakura Kingdom in advance was entirely due to their control over the surface monsters. Yes, her in-laws are still in trouble, and Yi Feng's responsibilities are also extremely heavy. Yi Feng, the people from the Sakura Kingdom have successfully landed and are rapidly approaching the territory of the Huaxia Federation. Chapter 161. The bullets whizzed past the crowd, kicking up clouds of dust as they flew through the air. However, the group of about 1,000 people did not stop at all. On the contrary, they quickened their pace. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing a black trench coat, with a scar across his brow bone. His eyes swept across the direction of the outpost with a sinister look, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Don't be nervous, my friend. We come from the land of cherry blossoms. As the man spoke, he raised his hand to signal the team behind him to stop. His voice was clearly transmitted to the outpost through the loudspeaker. His Mandarin had a slightly stiff accent, but his eyes were sharp as an eagle's, fixed on the outpost's fortifications, as if he were assessing something. The soldiers in the outpost gripped their weapons tightly, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. The atmosphere of this group was too oppressive, and each of them exuded a faint smell of blood. They were definitely not benevolent. Behind the scarred man, a woman in a kimono gently waved a folding fan, covering half her face, revealing only a pair of smiling yet cold eyes. She added in fluent Mandarin, "We are here for friendly consultations. Please inform them that we will wait here." The woman's voice was clear and pleasant, which made the soldiers in the outpost relax a little. "Okay, you guys wait here, don't move." The soldier spoke up instinctively, but in reality, even if these people wanted to do something, their small outpost couldn't do anything about it. Fortunately, the people from Japan were willing to cooperate. After the soldiers reported the news up the chain of command, the Huaxia Federation immediately took corresponding measures. In less than 20 minutes, Yi Feng led a group of over 1,000 chosen ones to the border army camp in District 15. Yi Feng is now a colonel-level officer, even more powerful than the commander of the 15th District Border Army Camp. And the people he brought were even more extraordinary. They were handpicked from across the entire Federation, and each of them was extremely powerful. "Where are they?" Yi Feng asked the camp commander who had come to greet him after the plane landed. Knowing this wasn't the time for pleasantries, the commander immediately said, "They're still at the outpost on the third line of defense, and they seem quite obedient. I'll lead the team over there. You all prepare for defense. Kill anyone who tries to storm the camp." "Are we going to take action against them right here?" the captain asked, somewhat surprised. The commander of the border army camp was not of a high enough status, and he was unaware of many secrets. "Not necessarily, probably," Yi Feng replied ambiguously. Yi Feng was indeed unsure whether to take action or not. He needs to figure out what these Japanese devils are up to first. Moreover, he needed to determine which of these people were chosen by the gods and which were members of the underground royal family, since the underground royal family had to be captured alive. If these people are willing to cooperate, Yi Feng will not take action immediately. But if they dare to play tricks, then Yi Feng will see how tough they are. You can't just say you're the leader of the chosen ones, can you? Yi Feng's aura was definitely not that strong, but Yi Feng still looked completely unconcerned. "You?" Saburo Koizumi showed his disdain for Yi Feng. "Among this team from the Sakura Kingdom, there should be quite a few people who can contact the underground royal family here. If they report on us, wouldn't Yi Feng's identity be exposed? Before asking who someone is, you should first introduce yourself. This guy is very strong. He's a king-level expert, and a pretty strong one at that." While Yi Feng was responding, he was also observing the thousands of people in front of him. Seeing that Yi Feng's expression was off, the captain quickly shut up and went to arrange for reinforcements. Scarface snorted coldly without saying a word, but the wariness in his eyes was impossible to hide. Upon closer inspection, Yi Feng concluded that among the thousands of people in the group, there were actually over 100 cave dwellers. "I, Yi Feng, captain of the God Eaters, will state your purpose in coming to Huaxia." Yi Feng fabricated an identity for himself. After both sides' vehicles came to a stop about 100 meters apart, the well-equipped, favored ones got out of their cars. "If there's anything you need, just tell me. I can represent the Huaxia Federation. I am Saburo Koizumi, the leader of this group. You can call me Koizumi." Saburo Koizumi released his aura as he spoke. Yi Feng's tone was somewhat flippant, with a hint of provocation. At first glance, with so many people dressed like this, it won't attract much attention. To ensure they wouldn't be exposed to direct sunlight, the cave dwellers covered themselves completely, wearing hoods so their faces were obscured. Yi Feng calmly got out of the car, glanced at the Japanese contingent, and a faint smile played on his lips. After all, what country doesn't have its own unique professions? "You're from the land of cherry blossoms?" The woman in the kimono closed her fan, her smile vanished, and her expression turned serious. She whispered to the scarred man, "Boss, these people are very strong and difficult to deal with. It seems the Huaxia Federation wants to give us a warning. For the land of cherry blossoms, their unique profession is probably that of a ninja. Actually, it's relatively easy to determine which of these people are from the underground world." Yi Feng led all the chosen ones into off-road vehicles and military vehicles, heading straight for the third line of defense. Dust was flying outside the car windows, indicating that something big was about to happen. A nobody who isn't even a king-level being dares to arrogantly claim he can represent the Huaxia Federation. The cave dwellers have quite distinct features. Their pupils lack whites, and it is broad daylight. Their attire is also very different from that of other people. It took Yi Feng and his men about 2 hours to reach the outpost of the third line of defense. Yi Feng, God Eater? We're here for friendly exchanges. I hope to have a conversation with your higher-ups, Saburo Koizumi replied, sounding quite reluctant to talk to Yi Feng. How could someone favored by the gods swagger around like that? Ninjas are indeed like that, always hiding their true nature. There was still some distance between the camp and the third line of defense, and it took them much longer than when Yi Feng and his men flew over. The scarred man's expression was gloomy, and his eyes became even more ferocious. He stared intently at the group of imposing people opposite him, his fists clenching involuntarily. Seeing the orderly formation of thousands of people, the people from Japan couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Although Yi Feng's God-eaters seem quite powerful, if the Huaxia Federation is truly ruled by such a small creature, then its demise is not far off. Yes, who are you? The scarred man asked, frowning. Chapter 162. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's smile widened, but his eyes suddenly turned icy cold. Whether I can represent you or not is none of your business. Either tell me right now what you want to do, or take your people and get back to Japan. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of God-chosen people behind him took half a step forward in unison, their auras exploding out like 1,000 troops preparing to charge. The air suddenly became heavy, and an invisible pressure pressed down on the Sakura Kingdom's team. Saburo Koizumi's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected the seemingly young Yi Feng to have such a strong aura, nor had he expected these God-eaters to be so terrifyingly powerful. Even the top experts he brought with him tensed up, and the power within their bodies began to surge wildly. The woman in the kimono turned pale with fright. She could clearly feel the power fluctuations emanating from each person opposite her. Each one of them was no less powerful than a top-tier expert. This wasn't just bluffing. They were clearly ready to attack at any moment. She gently tugged at Saburo Koizumi's sleeve and whispered, "Boss, we're here on important business. Don't bother with them." Saburo Koizumi suppressed his anger. Although he was furious, he knew that now was not the time to lose his temper. He glared fiercely at Yi Feng. "We're here to discuss cooperation, to deal with the underground monsters together." Yi Feng chuckled upon hearing this. "Cooperation? You guys? You can barely protect your own country, and you want to join forces with Huaxia?" These words made the people of Japan turn green with rage. They clenched their fists, and if Koizumi Saburo hadn't remained silent, they would have rushed forward long ago. The woman in the kimono forced a smile. "Mr. Yi, please don't say that. Although we are not as good as Huaxia, we still have some experience in dealing with monsters and can share information." Yi Feng sneered. "Share intelligence? I think you're trying to find out our secrets, aren't you? Get lost. We don't need to cooperate with you." Saburo Koizumi's face turned pale and then red. He knew he would be at a disadvantage if a real fight broke out, but he was unwilling to just leave like this. Yi Feng sneered inwardly. He was deliberately provoking Koizumi Saburo, wanting to know where this man's bottom line was. The woman in the kimono gritted her teeth and said, "We can give you our latest sonic jammer. With this jammer, we can effectively drive away monsters." Yi Feng scoffed. "We've had this thing for a long time, and it's much better than yours." "Well, actually Huaxia doesn't have such a thing at all." Yi Feng was just bragging. The woman added, "We also know the location of a monster's lair, which contains many valuable resources." Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. "Where exactly? How many monsters are there?" The woman hesitated and refused to elaborate. Yi Feng grew impatient. "Either tell the truth, or get out of here." Saburo Koizumi finally couldn't hold back any longer. "Yi Feng, we came with sincerity, for the future of humanity, and you're forcing us like this. What exactly do you want? Do you think you have the power of a king, so you have the right to yell at me?" Koizumi Saburo was so angry at Yi Feng that he didn't know what to say. How can this person be so domineering and unreasonable? Isn't Huaxiao known as a land of etiquette? I've already shown the sincerity I should have. How could Yi Feng still act like this? I'll give you two choices. First, go back the way you came. Go back to where you came from. Second, give up all resistance. I will take you into the city, and you will meet the high-ranking officials you want to see." Yi Feng, Don't push your luck. Koizumi Saburo was even more furious, and the scar on his face began to turn red. You still dare to say I'm bullying people? Yi Feng laughed out loud after hearing this, took a step forward, and the oppressive aura emanating from him intensified. You barged into our Huaxia territory without even a greeting, and you have the nerve to say that? Let me tell you clearly, here you have to follow our rules. Either behave yourself, or don't blame us for taking action. After saying this, Yi Feng's men immediately pressed forward, raising their weapons, which gleamed with a frightening cold light. The two sides remained locked in a stalemate, and it looked like a fight was about to break out. Koizumi Saburo was sweating profusely. He finally understood that Yi Feng was serious. These people are more formidable than he thought. Even if he doesn't suffer any losses in a fight, they will reveal a lot about him. Besides, they have more important business to attend to here, and we can't let them all die here. The woman in the kimono next to them also panicked and quickly grabbed Koizumi Saburo. Boss, a wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. Let's agree to them first, and then talk about it when we meet with the higher-ups at Huaxia. Saburo Koizumi took a deep breath, suppressing his anger as he glared at Yi Feng with eyes that seemed to want to devour him. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. We admit defeat. We'll go with you." Yi Feng smiled with satisfaction. "It would have been better if you had been so quick to agree earlier. You made me angry." After saying that, he waved his hand to his subordinates. "Keep a close eye on them. Don't let them try anything funny." "Yes." The men responded in unison, immediately surrounding the group from Japan, forcing them into the car and confiscating all their weapons. Saburo Koizumi and the woman walked in the middle, in the same car as Yi Feng. Their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. They knew perfectly well that this trip to the city was bound to be bad, but for now they had no choice but to bite the bullet and go ahead. Yi Feng's eyes gleamed. He knew, of course, that these little devils were up to no good, but he was already prepared. No matter what tricks they played, he could teach them a lesson they wouldn't forget. As for those oddly dressed individuals, Yi Feng didn't show any intention of giving them special treatment and dealt with them quite casually. "We'll discuss everything once we get to the city. How to handle these people, then, is up to Yi Feng. Yi Feng, you'd better not touch us." We really came with sincerity. Inside the SUV, Saburo Koizumi spoke to Yi Feng. Now that they were already on the wrong path, Saburo Koizumi's tone softened considerably. Of course, if he wanted to resist now, he certainly could, since Yi Feng hadn't used any methods to restrict their professional abilities. It's not that we lack the ability, but that we cannot. It's not time to completely turn against them yet. If we use these methods against criminals now, they will definitely resist. Yi Feng's goal is to capture as many cave dwellers as possible, especially the cave royal family. So the more people captured, the better. You sensed it, but I didn't do anything to you, did I? Just a show of force, you know. Yi Feng grinned, his demeanor no longer as forceful. I understand. It was indeed presumptuous of us to come here so suddenly. Saburo Koizumi's tense heart relaxed a lot. Chapter 163. It's good that you understand, Yi Feng said with a smile, without mentioning anything else. Saburo Koizumi couldn't figure out Yi Feng's temperament, and seeing that Yi Feng had no desire to speak, he remained silent as well. However, the woman in the kimono seemed quite interested. Which young man doesn't have abundant energy and blood? She moved closer to Yi Feng and asked, "Brother Yi Feng, how old are you this year?" The woman had a faint scent of cherry blossoms about her and deliberately used a sweet, cloying tone to get closer to him, but her eyes were secretly observing Yi Feng's reaction. Yi Feng glanced at her, a smile on his face, but his words were icy. "What business is it of yours how old I am?" After saying that, he subtly moved to the side, turned his head to look at the desolate scenery outside the window, and completely ignored her. The woman was rebuffed and sat back down sheepishly, secretly surprised. This guy has quite the composure. Saburo Koizumi, who was standing nearby, saw everything. His expression changed repeatedly. He had thought Yi Feng was young and easy to fool, but he hadn't expected this captain from Huaxia to be so difficult to deal with. "Brother Yi Feng, are you a skeleton? You're so handsome." The woman didn't give up, but she changed the subject. "What's it to you? All of you shut up and don't say a word." Yi Feng had a bad temper and really didn't want to talk to these people. The woman was humiliated and looked rather unpleasant, but she didn't continue to provoke Yi Feng, lest he suddenly attack her. 2 hours later, the convoy returned to the border army camp. The border troops' camp was already prepared to welcome Yi Feng, but Yi Feng did not linger in the camp and the convoy headed straight for the airport. The people from Japan didn't suspect anything and obediently followed Yi Feng onto the plane. The plane returned to District 5 much faster and landed directly on the roof of the headquarters of the Chosen Ones. If this continues, anyone who misbehaves will be killed. Yi Feng's tone was icy. At this time, there were already more than 10 king-level powerhouses at the headquarters of the God-Chosen Ones. These king-level powerhouses all released their auras. Even if the people in the Sakura country wanted to do something, they didn't dare to make any rash moves. These people originally thought that Huaxiao executives would receive them and negotiate with them. But to my surprise, everything changed after I entered the God-Chosen building. The handcuffs that restricted the abilities of professionals handcuffed everyone in the Sakura country. Saburo Koizumi's expression changed drastically the moment he touched the cold metal. He stared wide-eyed at Yi Feng, shouting in shock and anger, "Yi Feng, what are you doing? Didn't you say you were taking us to see the leader?" Yi Feng leaned lazily against the door and sneered, "See the leader? Take a look at your current status first." After saying that, he snapped his fingers, and the surrounding Chosen Ones immediately surrounded him, dragging the people from the Sakura Kingdom out of the car one by one and leading them into the building. The woman in the kimono could no longer maintain her composure and cried out in a trembling voice, "We're here to discuss cooperation. You can't treat us like this." But those favored by the gods ignored her completely, coldly continuing to escort them forward. The scarred man stared fiercely at Yi Feng's back, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, but he dared not move. The aura emanating from those king-level figures around him was too terrifying. If he dared to act recklessly, he would be torn to shreds in a matter of minutes. "What makes you think you can cooperate with us? Dream on," Yi Feng said coldly, but his eyes were burning with desire. Soon, these people from the Cherry Blossom country were taken to the prison of the headquarters of the gods without any resistance. Moreover, they were all kept in solitary confinement. The interrogation then began. Yi Feng, a common god-favored one, was too lazy to interrogate, so the first person he interrogated was the caveman. The caveman was visibly nervous when he was brought to the interrogation room. "Huh? What's wrong with your eyes?" Yi Feng asked knowingly, his eyes filled with surprise. The caveman on the interrogation chair expressed his anger. "I am a ninja. This is my profession. We are here for a friendly visit. What right do you have to interrogate me? You're quite the talker. You're from the underground world, aren't you? Don't think I don't know anything. Let me guess, you're probably not royalty, are you?" Yi Feng gave a cold laugh. That cold laugh truly sent a chill down the spine of the caveman. The main problem is that Yi Feng's single sentence revealed a lot of information. Yi Feng not only knew about the underground caves, but also about the royal family of the underground caves. "Are you willing to cooperate with me?" Yi Feng asked again before the caveman could speak. "I don't know what you're talking about." The cave dwellers were quite stubborn. "You don't know, huh? Fine." Yi Feng hadn't expected to get the first person to talk so easily. Without some methods, these cave dwellers won't recognize reality. "Start the live stream," Yi Feng ordered his subordinates. Inside the monitoring room, those favored by the gods had already made preparations. Each cell of the Chosen Ones has a small display screen. When the live stream was started, the images and sounds from the interrogation room were transmitted to these individual cells. Since you don't want to talk about it, then there's no need to. The cave people should stay underground and not come out, much less come to my Huaxia territory. After saying that, Yi Feng stepped forward and grabbed the shoulder of the caveman on the interrogation chair. Of course, this was not as simple as just grabbing the shoulder. Yi Feng's fingers had already pierced through the caveman's flesh and touched the caveman's bones. Devour. They still didn't give the cave dweller a chance to speak. When Yi Feng activated his talent and began to devour, the cave dweller instantly sensed something was wrong. But it was too late. Even if he wanted to answer Yi Feng's question now, he no longer had the chance, because all the bones in his body turned into bone fluid in a matter of seconds. After the bone fluid merged into Yi Feng's body, the caveman on the interrogation chair slid to the ground like a lump of mud. Why bother? Yi Feng's lips curled up, and then he stepped forward and stomped on the caveman. That stomp crushed countless organs. Blood was gushing from every hole in the caveman's body. Take care of it. Yes. After responding, a chilling sensation emanated from the chosen one following Yi Feng. With a wave of his hand, a flash of blue light appeared, and the caveman on the ground, who was spitting blood, instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Demon. He's a demon. The cherry blossoms inside the prison cell drove the Huxiao people crazy. The cave dwellers in the prison cells felt extremely uncomfortable, not only because of Yi Feng's methods, but also because of what Yi Feng just said. What does it mean that Yi Feng discovered they were cave people in such a short time? Did he already know their identities, or did that guy just say something? Chapter 164. Of course, the most terrifying thing is Yi Feng's sinister ability to devour things. He can even turn bones into water and absorb them, which completely overturns their imagination of power. The woman in the kimono slumped in the corner of the cell, trembling. Her previous pretense and scheming had turned to dust in the face of absolute power. Saburo Koizumi stared intently at Yi Feng's cold face on the screen, his heart clenching. He finally understood that he shouldn't have taken any chances from the beginning. This Yi Feng was not a ruthless person who could be dealt with by ordinary methods. They had really messed up this time. Could it be that he already knew? Saburo Koizumi's body trembled slightly. If Yi Feng had known who these people were all along. The cell was eerily quiet. The only sounds were the heavy breathing of the Japanese people and the sounds of the God-given being moving ice sculptures on the screen. Saburo Koizumi's temples throbbed. His teeth clenched so tightly they cracked, and his fists were clenched until they turned white, but he didn't dare utter a single word. All right, next one, turn off the live stream. Yi Feng gave the order after the ice sculpture was moved out. Yes, Captain. Soon, another caveman was brought into the interrogation room. However, the people who were truly nervous were not the one brought into the interrogation room, but rather the cave dwellers currently imprisoned in the cell. They were all staring intently at the screen, afraid of missing the live stream. Are you willing to cooperate? It's fine if you don't want to cooperate. I don't mind. Yi Feng spoke with a faint smile. You saw what happened to that person. Either he confessed honestly, or he ended up like him and had to deal with it himself. The newly brought-in caveman turned pale with fright. He had witnessed firsthand how his companions were dealt with, and Yi Feng's bone-sucking methods made him tremble uncontrollably. His lips trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear, but he still stubbornly refused to budge. We're here to discuss cooperation. You can't treat me like this. Yi Feng chuckled upon hearing this. Cooperation? You barged in with the smell of a cave. What kind of cooperation do you want to talk about? I think you're here to scout ahead, aren't you? These words struck a nerve with the caveman. He looked up abruptly, his eyes darting around. Nonsense. We didn't. Yi Feng was too lazy to waste time arguing with him, so he pressed forward step by step, and his aura suddenly exploded, making the air pressure in the entire interrogation room drop. The caveman was so crushed that he couldn't straighten his back, and his legs almost gave way, and he knelt down. He knew that if he continued to be stubborn, he would be courting death. Forget it. Saving my life is the priority. He gritted his teeth and trembled. I'll talk. I'll talk. I'm just an ordinary dungeon warrior. I really don't know the specifics. Yi Feng sneered. Don't try to be clever. Tell us everything you know. If you dare to tell even a single lie, your fate will be even worse than the last one. The cave dwellers were startled and dared not hide anything any longer. They stammered and revealed everything about the cave, from the purpose of their sneaky visit to the approximate number of troops inside. Yi Feng listened and nodded, occasionally asking about a few details, his eyes growing colder and colder. That's right, the coordination is quite good. Now tell me, what's the deal with the royal family's altar? Yi Feng knew almost everything the cave dwellers were talking about. It's nothing more than infiltration, raids, creating defensive maps, investigating powerful individuals, and so on. However, this is not what Yi Feng is really concerned about. What Yi Feng was really concerned about was the purpose of the altar created in the underground cave. Since the entrance to this local underground cave cannot be opened for the time being, we can only learn about it from the cave dwellers of the Sakura Kingdom. What altar? Start the live stream. Yi Feng was too lazy to waste words. There were over 100 prisoners captured. If you didn't talk, someone else would. Yes. The live stream has started again. I'll ask you one more time. What is the purpose of the altars within the territory of the underground royal family? You've already explained everything before, so this one more thing won't make a difference. I don't know. I really don't know. The caveman panicked and struggled. Jinzi quickly appeared behind the caveman and then took him and his chair away. The gods' chosen ones outside had already gone to escort the next caveman. But I'm just an ordinary cave dweller, and I don't know anything about altars. The cave dwellers are just ordinary people. They only live underground. They also experience joy, anger, sorrow, and fear, and they cherish their lives. Or was it revealed by other cave dwellers? Seeing how scared this guy was, Yifeng knew that he really didn't know. Otherwise, he would have confessed long ago. Yes, there are. Since things have already come to this, let's just go all the way and continue down this wrong path. I'll give you 3 counts. Yifeng held up 3 fingers. At this moment, the hearts of all the people of Japan were in turmoil, including Saburo Koizumi, who was the strongest on the surface. Real. Yifeng slowly counted. 3, 2. His voice wasn't loud, but each word struck the caveman's chest like a hammer blow. Anyway, he said everything he needed to say, and he started a live stream, so everyone knows what he did. Very good. You did a great job. I'm very satisfied. So you can live. The interrogation room was eerily quiet, except for the sound of Yifeng counting. Just as he was about to count to 1, the caveman suddenly screamed like a madman. I'll talk. I'll talk. Is this the person being interrogated now? Yifeng gave the order. No one has stipulated that only one person can be interrogated at a time. Jinzi, take him behind me and move on to the next one. End the live stream. Speak. Damn it. Whose spine is so weak that they confessed so quickly? Saburo Koizumi was furious. Although Saburo Koizumi was a chosen one of the gods, he knew quite a lot because the underground cave had completely taken control of the Sakura kingdom. Among your people, are there any members of the underground royal family from your region? Yifeng asked, changing the subject. The guy was so scared he was trembling, and cold sweat poured down his face, soaking his clothes. Sure enough, upon hearing the question, the caveman immediately nodded frantically, fearing that if he answered too slowly, he would be killed by Yifeng. What exactly did the cave dwellers in the interrogation room reveal? Also, who told Yifeng about the altar within the territory of the underground royal family? Once someone confesses, the others have no room to struggle. At least, Saburo Koizumi knows a little about the questions Yifeng is asking now. I understand. The caveman nodded cooperatively. Yifeng lowered his hand. Yes. Okay, wait a minute. I'll bring in the cave dwellers one by one. You'll identify who the cave royal family is, understand? At this moment, all the other Japanese prisoners in the cell were stunned. Your identity has been exposed. What's the point of struggling? At this moment, the entire royal family of the underground dungeon were dumbfounded. Chapter 165. The live stream was shut down again. The people of Japan were all furious. Of course, the cave dwellers were the ones who were most terrified, as no one knew who would be the next to be brought to the interrogation room. They had no idea what they were about to encounter. I was very nervous and scared. Such isolated, enclosed spaces are the perfect breeding ground for fear. However, the next person brought in was not a caveman, but the woman in the kimono. The woman in the kimono was growing paler, her face completely drained of color. Aye. The woman in the kimono began nervously as she was strapped to the interrogation chair. Yifeng slowly turned around. She is not a member of the underground royal family. Well, Yifeng didn't even need to ask anything. The caveman who was already under Jin's control had already confessed. Yifeng raised an eyebrow, first glancing at the cave dweller being held down beside him, then at the kimono-clad woman sitting in the interrogation chair, a half-smile on his face. This woman was strange from the very beginning. She was dressed in Japanese clothing, and her attire was quite different from everyone else's. Therefore, this woman definitely has a problem. Yifeng didn't rush to ask questions. He slowly walked up to the woman in the kimono, looked down at her, and stared at her with a gaze as sharp as a knife. The woman in the kimono felt extremely uncomfortable under his gaze. Her already pale face became even more bloodless. and she unconsciously gripped the hem of her kimono until her fingers turned white. I'll tell you anything you want to know. The woman in the kimono couldn't withstand the pressure and took the initiative to speak. The woman's voice was trembling. She seemed quite frightened by the interrogation she had just endured. Yifeng smiled crookedly and slowly circled the interrogation chair. So cooperative? I thought I'd have to use some tricks to get you to cooperate. What a pity. The woman in the kimono swallowed hard, not daring to look Yifeng in the eye, and said with a forced smile, I'm not a caveman. I'm just an ordinary Japanese. I'll tell you everything I know. I just want to live. The woman was at least somewhat sensible. Actually, she was just frightened by Yifeng's methods. She certainly wouldn't be so cooperative if no one were to confess. Because she had witnessed the abilities of the cave dwellers, she didn't believe anyone could stop their attack. Their mighty Sakura empire has fallen at the feet of the cave people, so how can Huaxia possibly resist? You're just an ordinary person? Or perhaps a chosen one of the gods? Yifeng sneered. Why are we still talking about ordinary people? The woman's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Her lips trembled and she couldn't speak. Yifeng's eyes were like X-rays, seeing right through her. She knew Yifeng knew too much, and she was definitely too busy to keep up. If she stubbornly insisted, her fate would be even worse than that of the two cavemen from before. Yes, I am a chosen one of God. That's a good girl. Yifeng stepped forward and gently patted the woman's cheeks twice. Tell me about the current situation in your country, Japan. The woman in the kimono shuddered, her eyes fixed on the floor, her voice barely audible. Sakura country is now entirely controlled by the cave people. She took a deep breath, as if she had used all her strength. Now everyone left in the Sakura kingdom is a chosen one of the gods. Those who did not want to be chosen by the gods are all dead. Yifeng tapped the armrest of the interrogation chair with his fingers, making a tap-tap sound. How many cavemen are there in your area? The woman glanced at Yifeng, then immediately lowered her head, a fine layer of sweat beading on her forehead. I really don't know the exact number of people. Their main base is underground at Mount Fuji, completely covered by an energy shield, so we can't get close at all. And it seems they're doing something at the foot of the mountain. Many of the gods' chosen ones have been sent there to work, but they've never come back. Yifeng gave a cold laugh upon hearing this. Working? What a load of crap. He must have been sacrificed by those cavemen. These poor chosen ones simply don't know it. Is there anything else that interests me? This. The woman hesitated. Yifeng saw the hesitation in the woman's eyes. You're not going to tell me? No, I will tell you. The woman took a deep breath. There are still some Huaxia people in Japan. After saying this, the woman seemed to have put down a heavy burden. Yifeng frowned. He really hadn't expected the woman to talk about something like this. It's true. Those Huaxia people who are still alive are all in Saburo Koizumi's family. It was he who suggested that the cavemen spare their lives. Since the beginning has already been stated, there's no need to hide the rest. Moreover, Yifeng did not order the live stream to start, and women have nothing to fear. As long as no one knows what she said, her betrayal will remain a secret. Go on. Koizumi Saburo's suggestion is to threaten you with the lives of those Huaxia people. If you can use them, then use them. If not, that's best. They're not living very well. If you use Koizumi Saburo and some of the cave people to exchange for them, they will definitely exchange. Are you teaching me how to do things? Are you going to be included when we exchange prisoners? Yifeng spoke coldly, as if this woman's schemes had backfired spectacularly on Yifeng. No, I really didn't think that. The woman denied outright. Whether she actually thought that way, only she herself knows. Anyway, this woman is denying it. How many people exactly? Although Yifeng didn't care about the lives of those who were arrested. Since this woman had brought it up, he definitely had to find out the truth. If you don't take care of it, someone else will. If the people of the Cherry Blossom country can come to the land of Huaxia, then the people of Huaxia can naturally go there as well. There are probably tens of thousands of people. The woman gave a rough estimate. The woman genuinely didn't know the exact number of people involved. This was a matter for Saburo Koizumi, and she didn't concern herself with such things. Koizumi Saburo is special because of this. But what about you? I accompanied some cave dwellers. The woman lowered her head. Yifeng had a general idea of what exactly constituted this accompaniment, but he didn't have a penchant for asking about the details. You've been with some cave dwellers. There must have been royalty among them, right? Shouldn't you know something about the cave dwellers? Didn't he already say that? I'm just a chosen one of the gods, their plaything. I have some privileges among the chosen ones, but I certainly don't know as much as he does. As the woman spoke, she glanced at the cave dweller controlled by the gold. US***T, just say what your master tells you to say. Why are you looking at me like that? The caveman was going crazy. He was desperately trying to make himself inconspicuous, but this stupid woman was setting him on fire. Chapter 166. He can say what he wants, and you can say what you want. Yi Feng's attitude softened considerably. Yi Feng is naturally willing to be lenient with anyone who is willing to cooperate. I'll talk. Having revealed all the crucial information, the woman had nothing left to hide and would simply tell the whole story. This woman wasn't deceiving Yi Feng at all. What she said was pretty much the same as what the caveman had said. After about 10 minutes, the woman explained what she knew. Take her away, treat her well. Yi Feng didn't make things difficult for the woman. Killing this woman now wouldn't bring Yi Feng any benefit. On the contrary, keeping her alive would likely be of some use. Subsequently, Yi Feng sent men to bring Saburo Koizumi to the interrogation room. Yi Feng, what exactly do you want to do? Koizumi Saburo was, after all, a powerful figure at the king level, and he didn't act as weak as he seemed. Shouldn't I be asking you this? How are the Huaxiao people you've imprisoned doing? Saburo Koizumi glared, a disdainful sneer on his face. How about that? Those lowly Huaxiao people are lucky to be alive. If I hadn't insisted on keeping them, they would have been sacrificed by the underground royal family long ago. Saburo Koizumi tilted his head back, looking quite self-righteous, as if he had done some great good deed. Yi Feng, do you think you can turn the world upside down by capturing a few of us? The underground army could come at any time, and then the entire Huaxiao will become a breeding ground for the underground. You and those captured Huaxiao people will not be able to escape. Yi Feng's eyes instantly turned icy cold, and he exuded a murderous aura. It seems you still haven't figured out your current situation. Yi Feng slowly walked up to Saburo Koizumi, and an immense sense of pressure descended upon him. You think you can save your life by taking those Huaxiao people hostage? Let me tell you, from the moment you stepped into Huaxia territory, your life has been in my hands. Yi Feng sneered. As for the underground army, I'd like to see if they have the ability to come. Saburo Koizumi turned pale with fright, but still forced himself to shout. You dare touch me? Killing me will do you no good. Leave yourself a way out, or the underground royal family will definitely not spare you if they catch you later. Spare me. Yi Feng laughed loudly. His laughter was full of sarcasm. I, Yi Feng, have never even known how to write the word forgive in my life. Don't even mention a small fry like you. Even if the royal family of the underground world came, what could they do? Yi Feng suddenly grabbed Koizumi Saburo by the neck and lifted him up. Now, honestly tell me the whereabouts of those Huaxia people and the defenses of their base in the MT Fuji cave. Tell me, and I might give you a quick death. Saburo Koizumi's eyes rolled back as he was being choked, his arms and legs flailing wildly. He finally showed a look of fear, but still stubbornly insisted, I don't know. You can't. Saburo Koizumi didn't want to say anything, because he believed this was his last trump card. If he told Yi Feng now, he would have no trump card left. Yi Feng tightened his grip. Stubborn to the end? Then I'll show you what it means to wish you were dead. With his other hand, he stabbed into Koizumi Saburo's shoulder like a knife, causing him to scream in pain like a pig being slaughtered. Will you talk or not? Yi Feng's voice was as cold as ice. Saburo Koizumi was in excruciating pain, cold sweat pouring down his face, but he knew that speaking out would only make his death worse, so he gritted his teeth and endured it. Seeing this, Yi Feng became even more ruthless. Screams and the sound of bones breaking filled the interrogation room, creating a bloody and terrifying scene. Yi Feng remained expressionless. To deal with this kind of guy who wouldn't admit defeat until he was faced with a death sentence, you had to torture him to death to get him to talk. Wait a moment. Yi Feng interrupted Saburo Koizumi. This time Yi Feng brought back over 1,000 people. Only Saburo Koizumi himself knows where the Huaxiao people are being held. Ah! Screams of agony kept erupting from Saburo Koizumi's mouth. But Yi Feng wouldn't let him faint. Every time Koizumi Saburo's mental state was about to break down, he would loosen his grip a little, letting him suffer while still conscious. It's fine for you to ask us to wait, but the key question is, can you stop while we're waiting? The voice sounded like someone chatting with the king of hell. This has some benefits for understanding one's own bones, so Yifeng isn't in a hurry at all. If you don't speak up, others will. Do you really think the earth will stop turning without you? With the extent of the damage, even a miracle doctor couldn't save it. It's absolutely beyond repair. But it's too late to say anything now. Yifeng's eyes clearly told him, it's hopeless. Just wait and suffer. As for why Yifeng would make such a guess, does he really expect these little notebooks to be merciful? But this is Huaxia. Without Yifeng's permission, who would dare to treat Saburo Koizumi? Yifeng didn't care at all. He crushed every bone in Koizumi Saburo's limbs inch by inch. Those ordinary chosen ones might not know any secrets, but the royal families of the underground world certainly do. Crushing Koizumi Saburo's bones inch by inch gave Yifeng a clearer understanding of the human skeleton. It's not broken into pieces, but pulverized. Because what Yifeng is seeing now is not a thirst for the truth, but a kind of perverse pleasure. Even a king-level expert cannot withstand the pain of having their bones crushed inch by inch. He possessed this very thing, the kind he acquired while torturing the Huaxia people. Of course, a healing class at the king level might have a solution. Koizumi Saburo was so angry he was practically fuming. Yifeng asked coldly, speak. Although Yifeng wasn't as perverted as Saburo Koizumi thought, he genuinely didn't want Saburo Koizumi to speak right now. He knew that if things continued like this, he would be in excruciating pain and would die. He was filled with regret, wishing he had never argued with Yifeng. Yifeng isn't in a hurry to kill Koizumi Saburo. He wants to let him experience it for himself. If you continue to torture me, I will say nothing more, Saburo Koizumi said angrily, barely suppressing his pain. However, Yifeng wasn't in a hurry, but Saburo Koizumi was. Stop joking. Yifeng knows all too well what kind of people these little notebooks are. I'll talk. Saburo Koizumi's vision was blurry at this moment. Looking at Yifeng's cold face, he was truly afraid for the first time. Not afraid of death, but afraid of living such a miserable life. One can imagine that the Huaxia people he captured must have lived in dire straits, and countless people had been tortured by this guy. Take him back, don't let him die. Say it or don't, it's up to you. Yifeng said, seemingly indifferent. Koizumi Saburo's bones have been crushed into powder by Yifeng. Saburo Koizumi was trembling all over in pain, feeling as if his bones had been crushed several times over, and he felt so bad that he wanted to die. Chapter 167. I've already told you. I'm willing to tell you. How could you? Koizumi Saburo ignored the pain in his body and yelled at Yifeng. I've never seen anyone interrogated like this before. I'm already willing to confess, so why aren't you asking me anything? Send me back? Why would I send you back? What other tricks do you have up your sleeve to torture me? Send it back. Yes. Yifeng's chosen ones had no leniency towards Koizumi Saburo. After Yifeng gave the order, they immediately dragged Koizumi Saburo away. That's right, he was dragged along, since Saburo Koizumi's limbs were no longer functional. Next, Yifeng remained in high spirits. The caveman in the interrogation room was almost in tears. Just when you think you understand Yifeng's temperament, Yifeng does things that defy common sense. For example, the incident of taking Saburo Koizumi away. If it were anyone else, since Saburo Koizumi was willing to confess, he would have asked them on the spot. If we take him away, what if Saburo Koizumi changes his mind and doesn't want to confess anymore after we get back? Yifeng is certainly not stupid. How could he not know this? Now let Saburo Koizumi go back to his own room to experience fear. He will then beg and plead to tell you everything. This kind of mental torture is even more unbearable than physical punishment. Yifeng understood this perfectly. He wanted to drive Saburo Koizumi to a complete breakdown amidst the long wait and the fear of unknown suffering. Seeing the resentment and confusion in Saburo Koizumi's eyes as he was dragged away, Yifeng gave a cold smile. Don't be afraid. This kind of tactic is used on uncooperative people. You're different. You're pretty good. Yifeng had achieved the desired effect, so he naturally couldn't possibly scare this cooperative caveman to death. The woman was willing to cooperate with Yifeng, and Yifeng treated her very well, without harming her at all. Koizumi Saburo was a diehard, and naturally he fell victim to Yi Feng's cruelty. The cave dwellers saw all of this clearly. "My lord, rest assured, I am willing to follow you and the underground royal family. We are just cannon fodder and will not gain any benefits. All the benefits will go to the royal family. But following you is different. At least we can live in the sunlight and have a certain degree of freedom. This is what we cave dwellers yearn for." Look, these cave dwellers are very good at talking. Yes, that's well said. Just as Yi Feng nodded to the caveman, another caveman was brought into the interrogation room. "My lord, he is a member of the underground royal family." Before Yi Feng could even get a good look at what the caveman who had just been brought in looked like, the caveman inside the room started yelling and shouting. "The royal family of the underground world? What a coincidence!" Yi Feng grinned, revealing a smile. "As royalty, you must know a lot, right?" Yi Feng said with a smile, looking at the underground royal family member who was already strapped to the chair. "First, give them a smile. If the underground royal family is unwilling to cooperate, Yi Feng can simply put on a cold face. Yi Feng, you should know something about the underground world, and you should also know about the capabilities of our royal family, right?" The royal family of the underground world remained quite calm, without shouting, threatening, or trying to win them over. What do you want to say?" Yi Feng nodded. "We can cooperate. Our royal family of the Sakura Kingdom will not harm the Huaxia people, as long as you provide us with assistance. Should we carve out a piece of land for you, and then provide manpower and resources to help you when you attack someone?" After hearing Yi Feng's words, the member of the underground royal family nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's it. That way, we won't have any conflicts between us." "What benefit would I, Huaxia, gain?" Yi Feng retorted. "Isn't this just making Huaxia a puppet army? How could Yi Feng not understand that? We can help you deal with the cave people here." The cave royal family believed they had given Yi Feng a reason that he could not refuse. This member of the underground royal family believed that Yi Feng must have had contact with the underground people here, or even met the underground royal family. Otherwise, how could Yi Feng have identified them so quickly? After asking about the underground cave, Yi Feng didn't show any nervousness or unease, which was very strange. Therefore, this person concluded that Yi Feng had contact with the cave dwellers here. Since there has been contact, one should know what kind of people the cave dwellers are. "You'll help us? We don't need it." Yi Feng shook his head and refused. "You'd better have a good talk with your superiors. If we can cooperate, it will be beneficial to both of us." The underground royal family has not given up on trying to win over Yi Feng. Yi Feng shook his head again. "I said, it's not necessary. You should explain your affairs. How much do you know about the sacrificial offerings?" Not everyone in the underground royal family knew about the sacrificial offerings, so Yi Feng had high hopes. "I don't know. Ask me something else," the member of the underground royal family replied without hesitation. "How many cave dwellers are there over there?" Yi Feng indeed changed the subject. "There are over 1,000 tribes, with an average of 2,000 people per tribe. 2 million, that's quite a lot." Yi Feng licked his lips. If he could capture all 2 million people, to what extent would his bones be enhanced? Yi Feng himself was almost afraid to even think about it. Moreover, there are many divinely favored beings on the islands of the Sakura Kingdom, who can all become nourishment for Yi Feng's bones. "What do you want to say?" The royal family member from the underground cave felt a chill creeping over them. 2 million is pretty good. How many people dressed like you can get out of here? Upon hearing this, the members of the underground royal family hesitated to speak. Did they really want to tell Yi Feng all their secrets? "What exactly do you want? If you're not willing to cooperate, just say so." "I didn't say that. I know a bit about the cave people around here. I need to know how many people you can send. If you're no match for those cave people in Huaxia, why should I cooperate with you?" Yi Feng's words were truly flawless. "You keep saying you'll help Huaxia fight the cave people, but in the end you can't even send many people out. So what's the point of your help?" The members of the underground royal family breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Feng's words did indeed make a lot of sense. There are definitely tens of thousands of people. You can rest assured about that. The underground royal family made up a number. In reality, there aren't many people in the Sakura Kingdom's underground cave dwellers who can use equipment to shield themselves from the sun and move around freely. There are definitely not tens of thousands of them. it should be several thousand. Doing this kind of thing requires talent. Not everyone can do it. Chapter 168. Oh, right, there's one more question. What's the problem? Seeing how readily Yi Feng answered his questions, the member of the underground royal family no longer suspected that Yi Feng was trying to trick him. He even thought that Yi Feng genuinely wanted to cooperate with him. How did you get here? Yi Feng asked with a curious look. Although Japan isn't too far from here, it's definitely not close either. Fly as long as. The underground royal family suddenly fell silent. The method they used to get here doesn't seem to have much to do with cooperation, does it? Yi Feng nodded knowingly. Taking a plane doesn't seem to have any problems. The dominoes given by the underground royal family can drive away monsters on the ground, and naturally, they can also drive away monsters flying in the sky. So flying there by plane doesn't seem to be a problem. All right, now let's talk about the sacrifices. What do you need so many sacrifices for? You've already killed almost all the people of the Sakura Kingdom, haven't you? If I can't figure this out, I won't dare to cooperate with you. What if you change your mind one day and try to kill me? The underground royal family fell silent. Is this something that can be talked about? It's okay if you don't know. Just find someone who knows about this to talk to me. This guy just said he didn't know, but whether he really didn't know or not, Yi Feng didn't know. It doesn't matter whether this guy really doesn't know or not, as long as he can find out who knows about this. Actually, I know this. Are you sure you can represent Huaxia to discuss cooperation with us? The underground royal family looked at Yi Feng with distrust. You've been detained for so long. Do you think we could keep your arrest a secret? No one else has come to see you yet. Does that mean anything? Do I need to explain? The members of the underground royal family nodded in agreement after hearing Yi Feng's words. Okay, I can tell you. As long as enough offerings are made first, our underground royal family can gain great benefits, such as increasing our strength and opening the core passage. What is a core passage? Yi Feng was quite pleased to hear that a new term had appeared. You don't need to know this. This member of the underground royal family clearly didn't want to discuss this matter. That won't do. Yi Feng shook his head, indicating that he did not agree with what the underground royal family said. Knowing this won't do you any good. That's not important. What's important is that I need to know. Yi Feng's attitude was very firm. The underground royal family is facing another dilemma. But after talking so much, it seems a bit of a loss to break up just because I won't tell Yi Feng about the Earth's core passage. You don't think our awakened professions just appeared out of nowhere, do you? What do you mean? Yi Feng clenched his fists. It seemed like they had struck right at the heart of the enemy. Could it be that the Earth's core passage is somehow related to their awakened profession? I don't know the specifics, but the professions we've awakened are definitely related to the Earth's core passage. That's all I know. Ask others, and you'll hear the same thing. The people who truly know the inside story aren't here. Even within our royal family, only a few in power know. You're pretty good. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. As for what the Earth's core passage is all about, Yi Feng can go and see for himself when the time comes. As for how to get there, so you've agreed to cooperate? The underground royal's eyes lit up with surprise. You're overthinking it. Yi Feng suddenly stepped forward and grabbed the shoulder of the underground royal family member. Yi Feng no longer wants to do things like shoving his fist into someone's mouth. It's disgusting. Piercing your shoulder with your finger is enough. What are you going to do? The look of surprise on the face of the underground royal family member instantly turned into terror. If he remembered correctly, Yi Feng had used a similar move to kill someone before, right? It seems you guessed it. Devour, cooperate. Cooperation, my foot. It's just empty talk. You broke your promise. The underground royal roared while he could still speak. But it was just that one shout. After that, the guy turned into a puddle of mud. There's no way around it. Yi Feng can devour a person's bones that quickly and efficiently. Get it out of here. Don't waste it. Use it for the sacrifice. Yes. The cave dwellers standing behind Yi Feng were completely dumbfounded. He felt incredibly lucky to have survived in front of Yi Feng. This guy kills without warning, even if they're having a good chat. Continue. After the muddy mess was removed, Yi Feng gave the order. The words of one cave king are not reliable. Only by gathering information from several cave kings and verifying their statements can we obtain a relatively accurate answer. Then, another unlucky guy was brought into the interrogation room. Meanwhile, The situation inside the interrogation room was also being monitored by Huaxiao's higher-ups. The monitors in front of them were always on, and they were watching everything that happened inside the room. Old Yi, what is your grandson up to? A king-level expert couldn't help but ask Yi Shun. How would I know? Yi Shun replied quickly. This wasn't something Yi Shun was making up. He genuinely didn't know, and Yi Feng hadn't communicated with Yi Shun beforehand. However, I can guess a bit. He's probably going to Japan. Although there was no prior communication, based on Yi Shun's understanding of Yi Feng probably really wanted to go to Japan. As for what they were going to do, those present should know perfectly well. Just look at what Yi Feng has done now, and you'll know. Yi Feng needs bones, lots of bones. And the land of cherry blossoms happens to have a large number of bones. Whether they are the chosen ones of the gods or the cave dwellers, they are all Yi Feng's targets. Are you willing to do that? What can I do even if I'm reluctant? Do you think he'll listen to me? Yi Shun sighed helplessly. 2. If he really wants to go to Japan, how much support will we provide? Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke first. Let's see how much support he needs. We don't need to be wishful thinking. Maybe he won't need any support at all. Yi Shun broke the silence and spoke first. All right. Everyone present suddenly felt old and ready to step down and make way for more capable people. It's also because Yi Feng's growth rate is too fast, so fast that they can't understand it. The rules of various levels and talents seem to have no effect on Yi Feng at all. This resulted in them not having a chance to build a closer relationship with Yi Feng before Yi Feng's strength was already almost on par with theirs. At this rate of growth, it might not even take a few days for Yi Feng to surpass them in strength. The bigwigs stopped talking and continued to watch the situation on the monitor. Chapter 169. The interrogation process for Yi Feng is progressing quite quickly. The main reason is that Yi Feng knows more, and as long as he reveals a little bit during the interrogation, it will be enough to intimidate these cave dwellers. They all believe that someone had told Yi Feng these things before them. That's why Yi Feng knows so much. Since others have already spoken, there's no point in them continuing to hold on. So they simply told the truth, and to ensure they wouldn't be killed, they told the whole truth. Yi Feng patiently interrogated all the cave dwellers, personally questioning each one without showing any leniency. Yi Feng was quite satisfied with the final conclusion. The first member of the underground royal family to confess was basically telling the truth, and the people who were interrogated later only added some details. As for the fate of these cave dwellers, there's not much to say. They all died at Yi Feng's hands, without exception. What should you do? Without the underground royal family, Yi Feng looked at the underground people behind him. My lord, I am still useful. I know the situation in the Sakura Kingdom, and I can lead the way for you. The caveman knelt on the ground very cooperatively. Never mind, Yi Feng said softly. Before the man could speak, Yi Feng grabbed his neck with one hand. Yi Feng applied force, and the caveman's neck was easily snapped, meaning he died without pain. Yi Feng stood up, clapped his hands casually, but actually had nothing in his hands. The stench of blood in the interrogation room slowly dissipated, leaving only a few cold corpses that had not yet been dragged out. Yi Feng walked to the window, looked at the scenery outside, and his eyes were somewhat deep. From what we've learned from these cave dwellers, we can get a general idea of what the underground world of Sakura country is like. Thousands of tribes, about 2 million cave dwellers, and those favored by the gods. Most importantly, there's the core passage related to career awakening. These messages were like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, constantly piecing themselves together in Yi Feng's mind. The land of cherry blossoms, it's a really nice place. Yi Feng muttered to himself, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the windowsill. That place not only has the bone resources he desperately needs, but also the secret of the Earth's core passage, and perhaps even the source of his professional awakening. These things were like magnets, drawing him there so much that he wanted to fly over immediately. But he also knew in his heart that the underground caves of the Sakura Kingdom were probably not so simple. After thinking for a moment, Yi Feng turned around and headed straight for the monitoring room. The atmosphere in the monitoring room was a bit tense. As soon as Yi Feng pushed open the door, everyone stared at him. Yi Shun looked at his grandson with a complex expression, a mixture of joy, worry, and a hint of expectation. Should we leave those favored by the gods aside for now? Yi Shinxian broke the silence by speaking first. Um, Yi Feng nodded, found an empty seat, sat down, and picked up the water glass on the table to drink. We know everything we need to know. So what are your plans next? A powerful figure, who had been granted the title of king, couldn't help but ask, his tone tinged with a sense of probing. Yi Feng put down his water glass, glanced around, and grinned. What else can I do? The underground people from Japan have delivered themselves to my doorstep and revealed so much information. I have to go and return the favor, don't I? He spoke of it so casually, as if he were either going into a dangerous place or just visiting a neighbor. But the bigwigs present could tell that he was determined to go. Yi Shin sighed. Having already guessed this would happen, what help do you need? Forget about helping. Yi Feng shook his head. More people will only cause trouble. Prepare the fastest plane for me. Let's leave now. Leaving now? Everyone was surprised. That was too fast. Yi Feng grinned, turned, and left, leaving behind a room full of big shots with complicated expressions. Okay, Yi Feng replied. Prepare for landing, came the pilot's voice from inside the cabin. However, Yi Feng was quite disappointed. The third prince of the underground cave did not provide any useful information, and he did not know anything about the underground cave in the Sakura Kingdom. When they were almost at the ground, Yi Feng symbolically opened the parachute. It was just a symbolic gesture, because all he needed was for the parachute to slow down his descent. Half an hour later, a modified supersonic aircraft took off from the secret base and headed straight east. Because he was still quite far from the ground, Yi Feng did not deploy his parachute. The wind was strong in the sky, and after the force of the catapulting disappeared, Yi Feng began to fall freely. This is at the foot of Mount Fuji, and many people are busy here, so it's not surprising that someone would spot Yi Feng. No need. Once you arrive, just take the plane home. I'll contact you if you need anything. Yi Feng waved his hand in refusal. Yi Feng disappeared into the cabin. Looking at Yi Feng's determined eyes, Yi Shin finally nodded. Okay, half an hour. Take care of your own business first. Be careful over there. Captain, let's go with you. On the plane, one of the chosen ones said to Yi Feng, the cave dwellers here have what the cave dwellers in the Sakura Kingdom definitely have as well. When Yi Feng returns from the Sakura Kingdom, he probably won't even look at the bones that the third prince prepared for him. Yi Feng didn't dwell on it. Although Yi Feng is already very strong, he still needs a parachute to fall from tens of thousands of meters in the air. He wouldn't dare to engage in a real freefall. Inside the cabin, Yi Feng looked out the window at the ever-shrinking land of Huaxia, his eyes like those of an eagle. Yi Feng knew he needed to inform the third prince of the underworld about his departure, as well as his destination. He wanted to see if the underworld people in Huaxia could provide him with any other information that can kill people. After ejecting Yi Feng, the plane returned along the same route without lingering. However, he is quite supportive of Yi Feng and has promised to prepare some beast god bones for Yi Feng, but that will have to wait until Yi Feng comes back alive. A few minutes later, the ejection was initiated. With Yi Feng's current abilities, he wouldn't be afraid even if he were surrounded by several king-level beings. Yi Feng was seen at the spot where he fell. Yes, the land of cherry blossoms, here I come. It would be most convenient for him to go to Japan by himself. He wouldn't have to take care of anyone, and if there were any dangers, he could escape smoothly. The bones he refers to are, of course, those of the cave dwellers and those favored by the gods. Because it has been modified, it has an ejection channel. After reaching the skies above Japan, Yi Feng will be ejected. As for where it will land, that's uncertain. Yi Feng stood up. Who knows if those cavemen have any other tricks up their sleeves? The sooner we go, the sooner we can retrieve the bones. If he were to bring people along, they would only become a burden to Yi Feng. After Yi Feng left, he first contacted Nangong Shui, and after chatting with her for a while, he went to find the third prince of the underground cave. Look, someone has fallen. It's better to be early than late. Chapter 170. The crowd at the foot of Mount Fuji stirred. Several people dressed in dark uniforms with red ribbons wrapped around their arms pushed aside the others blocking their way and rushed toward the spot where Yi Feng was about to land. The leader, a burly man with a scar on his face, had a gloomy look in his eyes as he stared intently at the ever-growing black in the sky. Bang! Yi Feng slammed his feet into the soft mud, kicking up a cloud of dust. He deftly untied the parachute straps, and the parachute fabric fell limply to the ground. Yi Feng's gaze calmly swept over the surrounding chosen ones. There was a faint, sweet, fishy smell in the air, mixed with sulfur and a stronger smell of rust. In the distance, the summit of Mount Fuji, which should have been covered in snow, was now shrouded in an ominous dark red mist, and even the snow at the foot of the mountain had an eerie pale red hue. Baka, who goes there? How dare you trespass into the forbidden area of the sacred mountain? Sakura Yu, the scarred, burly man, roared, his hand already on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Several of his chosen ones immediately dispersed, forming a semicircle that blocked Yi Feng in the middle, their eyes both wary and fierce. The ordinary followers of the gods around them shrank back in fear, their faces filled with terror, looking at the strong man as if he were a man-eating jackal. Yi Feng seemed not to understand, or perhaps he didn't take it seriously at all. He flexed his wrists, his gaze passing over the scarred man and landing on a spot not far behind him. There, several people dressed in tattered clothes were tied together with ropes and roughly driven by two other divine favored ones, stumbling and staggering towards a large hole dug out at the foot of the mountain. The cave entrance was pitch black, and a rusty, fishy smell was constantly emanating from inside. Sacrifice. Yi Feng uttered the two words in perfect huaxia, his voice not loud, but clear enough to drown out the sound of the wind and the noise of the crowd. Scarface's pupils contracted sharply, clearly indicating that he understood. His expression hardened further. Huxia? You're asking for death. Without another word, Scarface drew his long sword with a clang. The blade glowed with an abnormal dark red light, clearly indicating that he had used some skill or been enchanted. He let out a low growl, and the blade, whistling through the air, slashed straight at Yi Feng's face. The movement was swift and ruthless. He was definitely a veteran, aiming to kill in one move. The other chosen ones also made their move at the same time. Some people quickly formed hand seals, and the ground beneath Yi Feng's feet instantly softened like a mud pit, wrapping around his feet. Some opened their mouths, and a piercing scream shot straight into Yi Feng's ears. Faced with this sudden attack, Yi Feng didn't even move an inch. He simply raised his right hand, fingers spread, and gently clenched it in the air towards the scarred man who was charging at him first. Puff! There was no earth-shattering collision, no sparks from the metal colliding. The scarred, burly man's forward momentum abruptly stopped, as if he had been gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Scarface was then quickly pulled in front of Yi Feng. This ability to manipulate objects from a distance was something Yi Feng had practiced before, and it was quite useful against people whose strength was far inferior to his. The fierce look on the scarred man's face froze instantly, turning into extreme terror and disbelief. The long knife in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Immediately afterwards, it was as if his bones had been removed. His eyes bulged out, and his mouth opened weakly, but he couldn't make a sound. Under the horrified gazes of the surrounding chosen ones, his strong body rapidly collapsed and deformed like a melting wax figure, his skin and muscles strangely deflated. The space in front of Yi Feng fluctuated, and then gold appeared. The chosen one was terrified, collapsing to his knees with a thud. He screamed in huaxia, his voice distorted with fear. It's the entrance to the underground cave. The high priest told us to do this. Really, that's all I know. Please. It wasn't that Yi Feng was cruel, but these people were practically living like zombies, and Yi Feng felt that he was doing a good deed, helping them find liberation. At the very least, these people don't deserve to live in the hands of gold. You're not bad. You can speak huaxia. Come with me, Yi Feng called out. Looks like we came to the right place. In less than 10 minutes, thousands of people in the temporary camp at the foot of the mountain died at Jinzi's hands. In just 2 or 3 seconds, he was completely turned into a puddle of mud and lay sprawled on the ground, with only his dark uniform barely forming a human shape. The golden bone knife continuously drew golden lines in the air, each line representing a life. Then, the crowd stirred, and everyone, whether they were the chosen ones or the skinny ones, started running. Yi Feng tilted his head slightly and raised his hand again towards the god-chosen one whose mouth was still open. Who would choose to die if they could live? Run. Yi Feng was too lazy to devour the bones inside these guys, because even if he did, he wouldn't gain any benefit and it would be a waste of time. Yi Feng withdrew his hand, not even glancing at the thing on the ground, and turned his gaze to the remaining few terrified chosen ones. Yes, yes. I'll talk. I'll talk. High Priest, he repeated in a low voice, his eyes sharpening. Only the wind blowing through the dust kicked up at the foot of the mountain made a soft rustling sound, and a muffled groan, as if rising from the ground, could be faintly heard from the distant cave entrance. Jinzi is very obedient. As soon as Yi Feng gave the order, Jinzi started to work. Yi Feng's hand froze in midair, a cold smile curving his lips. Gold, come out. Yi Feng used a summoning skill. He looked up at the dark, ominous hole, then glanced at the dark red mist rising from the summit of Mount Fuji. Kill them. Yi Feng's voice was devoid of any emotion, as if he were ordering Jinzi to crush a few ants. However, these people are too naive. If Jinzi takes action, there will definitely be no survivors. It's really not easy to find someone who can speak Huaxiao in this land of cherry blossoms. The other divinely favored ones who launched the attack seemed to be frozen in midair, their movements halted. The they that Yi Feng mentioned included those who were very thin. The one using the mud trap technique had his hands still trembling as he formed the hand seals. The one emitting the sonic attack had his mouth open, but forgot to continue screaming. Yi Feng's tone was as calm as if he were talking about the weather. Now, can someone tell me where that hole leads? Also, what are you going to do with all these people you've arrested? Yi Feng's gaze swept over the gaunt, God-given individuals, or rather, ordinary people, before returning to them. An invisible pressure made the air thicken. A deathly silence. All right, that's all done, let's go. Someone shouted. A bone-chilling cold instantly crept up their spines. Chapter 171. Jinzi sheathed his sword with a fluid, effortless movement. The crimson residue remaining on the bone blade slid down the smooth blade surface and dripped onto the dark red soil, quickly seeping into it and leaving only a deeper mark. The air was thick with the stench of blood, mixed with the acrid smell of sulfur and a deeper, nauseating odor of decaying rust from underground tunnels. Yi Feng seemed oblivious to the suffocating atmosphere, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic scene before him. Corpses littered the ground. The once bustling and chaotic temporary camp was now deathly silent. Those terrified figures who fled, whether they were fierce and malevolent chosen ones or numb and desperate sacrifices, have now become cold and stiff remains. My lord, the divinely favored one who could speak Huaxiao language collapsed to the ground, his crotch soaked, his face as pale as paper, and his teeth chattering. The way he looked at Yi Feng was more fearful than when he looked at Gold. Gold is merely a tool for killing, while the young man before them is the very will that determines when that tool will strike. He witnessed firsthand how Yi Feng casually decided the life and death of thousands of people, as if brushing dust off a piece of clothing. Yi Feng's gaze fell on him, his eyes calm and unwavering, yet they sent a shiver down the prisoner's spine, as if pierced by an invisible ice spike. Name, Yi Feng said, his voice low but clear enough to pierce the deathly silence. Watanabe Kojiro. The prisoner stammered, his head bowed low, not daring to meet Yi Feng's gaze. Watanabe, Yi Feng repeated, his tone as flat as if he were checking the label on an item. Lead the way to that cave. He raised his hand and pointed to the dark cave entrance at the foot of the mountain, which was still emanating an ominous aura. The cave entrance resembled a gaping maw ready to devour its prey, so deep that it swallowed up even the light, with only the increasingly intense stench of blood and rust emanating from it. Yes, sir. I'll lead the way right away. Watanabe Kojiro felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He scrambled to his feet and rushed toward the cave entrance, afraid that if he was a step too slow, he would follow in his companion's footsteps. He dared not look at the corpses on the ground, nor did he dare to turn back to look at Yi Feng and Jinzi. He only wanted to complete the orders of this god of death as soon as possible and exchange them for a slim chance of survival. Yi Feng followed, his footsteps landing silently on the blood-soaked, muddy ground. Jinzi followed silently behind its master. Its golden skeleton gleamed coldly in the dim light. The bone blades were retracted, but the invisible sharp killing intent did not dissipate. Instead, it became more solid as it approached the cave entrance. The cave entrance is just a stone's throw away. The closer you get, the stronger and more pungent the smell of decaying rust becomes, almost drowning out the fresh smell of blood. The rocks at the edge of the cave entrance have an eerie, dark red color, as if they have been repeatedly soaked, and some viscous, semi-solid dark substance has condensed on the surface. The cave entrance was pitch black. Only after going a few steps deeper could one vaguely see some extremely faint, dark red light, as if it came from the depths of the earth, like the slowly undulating blood vessels of some huge creature in its slumber. The wind blew through the cave entrance, making a wailing sound, like the whispers of countless dead souls. Watanabe Kojiro stopped at the edge of the cave entrance, his body trembling like a leaf. Pointing into the bottomless darkness, his voice trembled with sobs. Master, this is it. Below is the entrance to the underground cave. The high priest, and all the other cave masters are deep down there. He stared at the opening in terror, as if something more terrifying than death lurked within. Yifeng stood at the cave entrance, gazing at the darkness that swallowed up the light. The dark red mist atop Mount Fuji seemed to have thickened, echoing the fishy smell emanating from the cave entrance. He narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the chaotic yet powerful energy fluctuations emanating from the depths of the earth, mixed with the aura of bones that made his very soul tremble. Very good, lead the way. Yifeng's voice sounded exceptionally clear and cold amidst the wind whistling through the cave entrance. Without the slightest hesitation, Watanabe stepped into the thick darkness. He dared not hesitate, for fear that his hesitation would earn him a knife of gold. The scene inside the cave was similar to the style of the underground caves that Yifeng knew, except that this cave had some dark red color and an unpleasant smell. Tell me about the situation inside this cave, the monsters, the cave dwellers, and so on. Don't lie, Yifeng said coldly as he walked. Watanabe smiled bitterly to himself upon hearing this. Was it a bit too late to ask such a question now? Watanabe had previously thought that Yifeng already knew something about the situation here, which was why she came over. Looking at it now, my lord, there are no monsters in this cave. No, it should be said that there are no monsters in the entire Sakura Kingdom. After the monsters trampled our last city, they disappeared. As for the many cave dwellers here, I don't know exactly what they are doing. How much is a lot? Yifeng's tone was a bit unfriendly. Well, this one, there are probably around 10,000 people. Watanabe genuinely didn't know the exact number. Okay, let's go. 10,000 people is neither a lot nor a little. Even if we can't kill them all, we can still kill quite a few. As for how much we can gain, that depends on the strength of these people. If these people are strong enough, then these 10,000 people can still provide Yifeng with a lot of attributes. Yes. Watanabe didn't dare to waste any words and led Yifeng deep into the area quickly. Watanabe already knew the way to the depths of the underground cave very well. Within 10 minutes, Yifeng saw a light at the cave entrance. My lord, it's just ahead. Watanabe pointed to the cave entrance ahead, not daring to look at Yifeng's face. Gold, go. Yifeng certainly wouldn't risk his life in such a dangerous place. It was more appropriate to let Jinzi go in and take a look. Without hesitation, Jinzi strode into the cave entrance, and Yifeng's field of vision was now filled with Jinzi's perspective. What is this? Jinzi was discovered as soon as he stepped out of the cave. It seems that there are people guarding the entrance to this cave. However, it's not a big problem. So what if we get caught? We'll just chop it up. Gold isn't some kind of talking skeleton. Oh well, gold can't talk. A golden bone blade flashed past, and the heads of the two gatekeepers were separated from their bodies, their faces still bearing expressions of terror. When the two skulls fell to the ground, they naturally attracted the attention of others. Baka. Well, the cave dwellers here also speak the Japanese language. It seems that even though the place is different, the language follows the same pattern. A large number of people rushed towards the gold, wanting to get rid of it. However, they overestimated their own strength. Chapter 172. No matter how many people rushed over, they were all killed with a single blow when they encountered Jinzi. It wasn't until Jinzi killed over 100 people that the commotion attracted the attention of true experts. Someone has intruded. The high priest roared. This has really stirred up a hornet's nest. Everyone ran out of the cave. Judging by the scale, it far exceeds 10,000 people. Yi Feng's expression was not good. He felt cheated. Through Jinzi's vision, it was very clear that there were far more than 10,000 people in this cave. It seems like 20,000 is about right. Watanabe, there are at least 20,000 people here. What do you say? Watanabe was trembling with fear. He could hear the commotion inside the cave. Clearly, Kinko was fighting with the cave dwellers. Watanabe was currently contemplating what he should do next. Even a change of heart can't happen that fast. Looking into Yi Feng's icy gaze, Watanabe trembled like an autumn leaf in the wind. Cold sweat soaked through his uniform, sticking to his skin and bringing waves of chill. He dared not look up, staring intently at the tips of his muddy and blood-stained shoes, his Adam's apple bobbing violently as he desperately tried to squeeze out an explanation. Master, Watanabe's voice was hoarse and distorted, filled with sobs and extreme fear. The cavemen. There are definitely only a little over 10,000 cavemen. I wouldn't dare lie, sir. Watanabe practically shouted, trying to prove his innocence with the volume of his voice. Those extras, the extras are all servants of the gods, enslaved by them. And ordinary people like those outside, captured to work. He suddenly raised his head, his face ashen, his eyes bulging slightly with extreme terror and filled with bloodshot veins. He added hastily, speaking so fast he almost bit his tongue. You only asked how many people were in the cave. I thought you only cared about the monsters. You didn't ask about these divine servants, or the ordinary people either. I didn't mean to hide it. It really wasn't, sir. Please see the truth. Please spare my life. After Watanabe finished speaking incoherently, he fell heavily to his knees again with a thud, his forehead pressed hard against the cold, slippery ground soaked with blood and pieces of internal organs. His body curled up into a ball, trembling like a leaf. Didn't I ask? Yi Feng asked, somewhat puzzled. My strength has improved so quickly lately that my brain isn't working so well. I didn't really pay attention to what Yi Feng asked just now. Yes, you really didn't ask. Watanabe said with great certainty, now daring to look Yi Feng in the eye. Because Watanabe wanted Yi Feng to see his sincere eyes. All right, Yi Feng shrugged, indicating that he didn't care. If you didn't ask, you didn't ask. Why such a big reaction? Watanabe breathed a sigh of relief, like a deflated balloon. The interior of the cave became even more chaotic due to the intrusion of the gold. The main problem is that Gold's attack is too sharp. No matter how many people were charging at him, Jinzi just kept charging forward, cutting down whoever he could. Ordinary people simply cannot withstand the knife of Gold. The situation only stabilized somewhat after a true expert intervened and stopped the Gold. The person who blocked Jinzi was obviously no weakling. He was a powerful expert at the king level, and he also looked like a ninja. His attacks were unpredictable. Jinzi fought him several times, but he couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Slash in succession, Yi Feng commanded in his mind. Clang, 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 clang. A series of rapid, chilling metallic clanging sounds exploded in the underground cave. Jinzi wielded his golden bone knife, creating a continuous net of deathly light. Each strike aimed fiercely at the ninja's vital points. But that king-level ninja moved like a ghost in such a narrow space, his kunai or short sword always managing to block the deadly golden light at the last moment. Sparks rained down, illuminating the eyes on the ninja masked eyes filled with tension and fear. He was fast, but the golden knife was even faster. The power of the continuous strikes was like an invisible chain. No matter how the ninja dodged or blocked, the cold blades always managed to catch up. The ninja was finding it increasingly difficult to defend himself. Each clash of weapons left his arms numb and his hands aching, and small cracks began to appear on his kunai. Baka, what the hell is this thing? The ninja screamed inwardly. His speed and ninjutsu, which he was so proud of, seemed to be completely useless in front of this golden skeleton. This thing has no breath, no heartbeat, no emotional fluctuations, only a pure killing instinct and a sword technique that feels like it can cleave space. Puff! Finally, a golden light tore through the defenses and grazed the ninja's ribs. The ninja groaned and retreated a great distance. A deep, Bone-revealing wound was instantly slashed across his waist, and blood immediately stained his dark ninja uniform red. The intense pain slowed his movements by half a beat. Just this once. In Jinzi's empty eye sockets, the fire of his soul seemed to leap suddenly. It completely ignored the terrified servants of the gods and the minions of the cavemen who were trying to surround it. With a swift movement, the golden skeleton burst forth with even greater speed than before, like a golden lightning bolt, rushing straight towards the injured ninja. The bone knife was raised high, and the golden light flowing on the blade suddenly contracted, converging into a blinding cold gleam. With a sharp whistle that tore through the air, it cleaved Mount Hua in the simplest and most direct way. The ninja's pupils contracted sharply as the shadow of death instantly enveloped him. He let out a beastly roar, and with all his might, he crossed two cracked kunai above his head in a final struggle. Boom, crack! Amidst the ear-splitting explosion, golden light burst forth. The kunai in the ninja's hand shattered instantly. The bone sword, unstoppable, slashed down with unstoppable force. No! The piercing screams abruptly ceased. The ninja remained frozen in his blocking stance, a thin golden line running straight down from the center of his head, through his forehead, nose, mouth, chest, all the way to his crotch. The next second, his body, along with his tattered ninja tools, was neatly split in two like a watermelon being cut open, and he fell to the left and right with a boom. Internal organs and scalding blood were splattered all over the ground, and the strong smell of blood immediately overwhelmed the original rust and musty smell in the cave. Quiet. A deathly silence. The servants of the gods and the cavemen who were shouting and attacking the gold just a second ago are now like ducks with their necks being choked, unable to utter a sound. The fanaticism and ferocity on their faces were instantly replaced by boundless fear. Their feet seemed rooted to the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They stared at the bloodless golden skull as if it were a demon crawling out of the deepest part of hell. A king-level figure, just like that, cleaved in two with a single strike. Chapter 173. The horrific sight completely terrified them. A monster. Someone let out a scream, their voice trembling with tears. Fear spread like a plague. The once chaotic cavern instantly fell into an eerie silence, with only heavy breathing and the clattering of teeth remaining. Jinzi slowly sheathed his knife, the golden skeleton gleaming coldly in the dim light. It slightly turned its skull, its empty eye sockets sweeping over the group of people who were too scared to move, as if choosing its next target. That invisible, icy killing intent spread once more, making everyone feel suffocated. At the cave entrance, Feng watched all this expressionlessly, as if what had just been cleaved was merely a piece of wood. He glanced at Watanabe Kojuro, who was trembling uncontrollably beside him, and his voice was frighteningly calm, making Watanabe feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. It seems your high priest doesn't have very capable subordinates. Upon hearing this, Watanabe's shoulders hunched over, and he nodded his head vigorously like a chicken pecking at rice, his voice trembling. Yes, yes, yes. Your Excellency is absolutely right. The high priest's men are all good-for-nothings. They can't even stop a skeleton. He glanced furtively at Feng's expression and quickly added, Once you go in, sir, you'll be able to twist that old man's head off and use it as a football. No sooner had he finished speaking than a deafening roar suddenly echoed from the depths of the cave. Who dares to destroy my cave? The sound was like thunder, filled with anger and an oppressive sense of superiority, even making the stones beneath their feet tremble. The cave dwellers, who were terrified, immediately became like chickens with their necks being choked, not daring to utter a single word. Feng raised an eyebrow, glanced at the chaotic crowd at the cave entrance, and sneered. Oh, the main character has finally decided to show his face. In the empty sockets of the gold, the two flames of soul burned even brighter. It turned around and took a step toward the direction from which the sound came. The golden bone knife dragging on the ground with a piercing sizzle sound, scattering a few sparks. Watanabe watched Kaneko's retreating figure, swallowed hard, and couldn't help but snuggle closer to Feng, saying in a tearful voice, Master, the high priest, He's a ruthless character at the half-step emperor level, more than 10 times stronger than that ninja from before. Yifeng glanced at him sideways, lightly tapping his fingers on the storage pouch at his waist that a familiar soft cracking sound came from inside, as if in response. He said casually, half-step emperor level? Coincidentally, I've never seen one before. Perfect for testing the blade. Boom. Suddenly, the stone wall in front of us exploded. Amidst the flying pebbles, an old man dressed in a black robe emerged from the smoke. His face was wrinkled like a dried orange peel, his eyes glowed with a creepy green light, and he held a staff wrapped with snake bones in his hand. Dark liquid dripped from the tip of the staff, making a sizzling sound when it hit the ground and burning small pits. It was you who killed my men. The old man stared intently at Jinzi, his voice as harsh as sandpaper rubbing against glass. Moreover, they were speaking broken Huaxiao language. Yifeng stood at the cave entrance, arms crossed, watching the show. He sneered, "Old man, if your own men are incompetent, whose fault is it?" The old man suddenly turned his head, his green eyes locking onto Yifeng, and pointed his staff fiercely. "Huaxiao, how dare you trespass into my dungeon?" "Kill." Yifeng uttered a single word. A cacophony of ghostly wails and howls erupted from the cavern, blood splattering everywhere, staining the walls, the ground, and even the golden skeleton red. When Jinzi swung his sword again in phantom form, this time the blade pierced through the black barrier and slashed towards the old man's neck. But it was too late, for consecutive stabs followed, the bone knife grazing his shoulder and leaving a trail of blood. Clang! A golden light suddenly shone from the bone knife. That was the power of the rules. Yifeng whistled, turned to Watanabe, and said, "See? I told you your high priest wasn't good enough, wasn't I right?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the gold suddenly moved. A deathly silence. The old man's screams abruptly stopped. Then, Yifeng pointed to the crowd in the cave. Jinzi turned around, his golden bone knife pointing at the trembling cave dwellers, the soul fire in his eyes burning even more fiercely. "Ah!" The old man screamed, clutching his shoulder and backing away, fear finally showing in his green eyes. "What kind of evil magic is this? Quiet." With a wave of his hand, the gold suddenly increased in speed that it was like a golden lightning bolt, instantly catching up with the retreating old man. The bone knife was raised high and chopped down at his head. Watanabe stared wide-eyed at the old man's corpse on the ground, his whole body trembling like a leaf, tears streaming down his face. A little notebook of loyalty. What kind of integrity is that? His body stiffened for a moment. Then he collapsed to the ground with a thud, black blood gushing from his wounds, staining the ground a deep brown. The golden bone scalpel once again danced into a net of deathly light, each strike carrying unparalleled power, reaping lives. The golden bone knife struck the barrier, sending up a cloud of black mist. The old man remained unmoved, instead sneering. "Is that all you've got? You dare to act so arrogantly here." A deafening bang of metal colliding exploded. Everyone in the cave was stunned that they stared at the head rolling on the ground, at the old man's corpse, at the golden skeleton standing beside the body, and forgot to even breathe. The golden skeleton moved as fast as lightning, rushing to the old man in the blink of an eye. The bone knife, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound as it tore through the air, slashed fiercely at the old man's head. "Break in." Yifeng raised an eyebrow. "I'm here to demolish this dump of yours." Yifeng laughed, his voice filled with malice. "Wicked ways. This is a gift to send you to hell." "No." The old man sneered, waved his staff, and a dark barrier appeared in front of him. The golden blade sliced through the air, and the old man's head, like a sliced watermelon, fell to the ground with a plop and rolled a long way away. The gold moved. The old man's pupils constricted sharply, and he hurriedly jumped back. Watanabe's legs went weak at the sight. He barely managed to stand by holding onto the stone wall, and said in a tearful voice, "Sir, I'll go help clean it up." Yifeng glanced at him and said casually, "We'll see." Yifeng narrowed his eyes and mentally ordered, "Slay them all." A mage dares to stand so brazenly within the gold's attack range. Isn't that just courting death? Sir, you're amazing." He stammered. I will follow you wholeheartedly from now on. I'll go through fire and water for you." A high priest at the half-emperor level was just killed by a single blow? Chapter 174. After Watanabe finished speaking, he turned around and was about to rush into the underground cave, but Yifeng stopped him. Wait a minute. Yifeng pointed to the old man's corpse on the ground. Pick up his head. I need it. Watanabe's face turned deathly pale, but he dared not refuse. Trembling, he ran over, picked up the old man's head, and then sprinted back, presenting it to Yifeng with both hands, his voice trembling with tears. Sir, for you. Yifeng took the head, looked it over from all angles, and sneered. Old man, you're ugly enough. He shoved his head into the storage bracelet, then looked up at the chaotic massacre scene in the cave, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. Don't let a single one of them escape. Jinzi raised his bone knife again, and screams echoed through the cave once more. Yifeng stood at the cave entrance, coldly watching everything, his eyes devoid of any pity to him. These cave dwellers were nothing more than experience points delivered to his doorstep. The dark red mist atop Mount Fuji grew thicker, like blood, enveloping the entire underground cave. Just then, someone finally couldn't resist rushing towards the cave entrance. After all, it was the only way to survive. The people inside the cave didn't want to face the gold at all, because it was too terrifying. Did you think I was an easy target? Yifeng chuckled, taking out a Tang sword from his storage bracelet. With Yifeng's strength, this knife is already a bit too light for him. But there's no other way. He hasn't found a better knife yet, so he has to make do with it. My lord, I'll protect you. Watanabe was quick-witted. He also saw the people rushing this way. Regardless of whether Yifeng can be of any use, it's definitely a good thing he's stepping forward to demonstrate his abilities. Get out of here. Yifeng ruffled Watanabe's hair. Although Yifeng didn't use much force, Watanabe still couldn't withstand the strength in Yifeng's palm and was directly pushed against the wall. Come on, all of you. Yifeng beckoned to the approaching crowd with a dismissive gesture. Leading the charge was a burly man from the underground cave with a full beard, clutching a thick iron rod with a barbed steel plate welded to the top. With bloodshot eyes, he hurled gibberish in Japanese and swung the weapon at Yifeng's chest. Watanabe saw this and quickly followed, saying as he walked, Sir, I'll scout the way for you. I know it well. The movements looked slow and leisurely, as if he were playing, but as soon as the burly man's iron rod grazed the edge of his clothes, there was a clang. The welded steel plate was sliced off by the Tang sword. The sharp blade slid up the iron rod and cleanly severed the burly man's wrist. Seeing this, the others also scrambled to their feet and rushed toward Jinzi. Rather than being killed by Yifeng, they preferred to help the terrifying skeleton collect the corpse. At least there was still some hope of survival. Yifeng looked at the corpses scattered on the ground and the crowd running towards the gold, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Yifeng tucked the Tang sword back into his waistband, put his hands in his pockets, and slowly strolled deeper into the cave. Useless. Yifeng stood up, wiped the blood off his knife, looked up at the charging crowd, and beckoned with his finger. Next. Yifeng let go, and the young man fell to the ground, scrambling and crawling towards the gold, shouting as he ran. I'll pick up the corpse. I'll pick it up right now. Watanabe huddled against the wall, watching all this unfold. He swallowed hard, then quickly got up and mingled with the crowd to pick up the corpses. He didn't want Yifeng to treat him like trash. He looked up at the dark red mist atop Mount Fuji, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Who's next? Yifeng squatted down, used his Tang sword to lift Yifeng's chin, and said with a disdainful look, Weren't you pretty tough just now? Come on, try again. Put me down. The young man was out of breath, his face flushed red, and he tried desperately to pry Yifeng's hands off, but they were like iron clamps, not moving an inch. The young man screamed, and the knife in his hand clattered to the ground. Yifeng grabbed his neck with his other hand, lifted him up, and said face to face, Fight? Are you even qualified? He smiled and said, Useless? That's not necessarily true. Yifeng smiled, his fingers slowly tightening. Wanna live? Fine, go help Jinzi collect corpses. Don't even think about living until you've finished. Yifeng tilted his head, lightly touched the ground with his toes, and floated to the young man's side like a ghost. He grabbed the young man's wrist and twisted it hard. Snap. In the distance came the crack of a gold bone knife cutting through bone, occasionally interspersed with screams, echoing in the mist and sounding particularly eerie. On the altar were some rotten offerings and a huge black coffin, with intricate patterns carved on it and stained with dried blood. A young man in the crowd, wearing the robes of a chosen one, gritted his teeth, picked up a knife from the ground, and charged at Yi Feng. "I'll fight you to the death." Some people wanted to turn around and run, but behind them was Jinzi's slaughterhouse, and in front of them was Yi Feng's knife. They were caught in a dilemma and could only stand there, trembling all over. "What's that?" Yi Feng asked, pointing to the altar. The fog around Mount Fuji grew thicker, enveloping the entire underground cave like blood, preventing even sunlight from penetrating. The sound of the wrist bone breaking was clearly audible. The young man nodded quickly, tears streaming down his face. "I'll pick it up. I'll pick it up." "Ah!" The burly man let out a pig-like scream as blood gushed out from his severed wrist like a fountain, splattering all over his face. Yi Feng chuckled and twirled the tang sword in his hand. He clutched his wound and tried to back away, but slipped and fell on his backside. He stared in horror at his severed hand. "My hand! My hand! My lord, this is a spell inscribed by the high priest. It was said to be able to summon something." Watanabe leaned closer and muttered softly. "But now that the high priest is dead, it should be useless, right?" Yi Feng withdrew his hand, his fingertips stained with a bit of dark red powder. He brought it to his nose and smelled it. It had a fishy, foul odor like rotten meat. He looked up into the depths of the cave, where the fog was thicker, and he could vaguely see a stone altar. "What? You're too scared to come over?" Yi Feng tucked his tang sword back into his waistband, crossed his arms, and leaned against the stone wall. "Weren't you trying to steal my life? Come on, here's your chance." The people behind him stopped abruptly, as if frozen in place. They looked at the corpse on the ground, then at the blood-dripping tang sword in Yi Feng's hand, and made strange hoarse noises in their throats. But Yi Feng's knife had already swung down with a splat. The blade sliced open his throat, blood gushing out high and staining the stone wall beside him a dark brown. Yi Feng ignored him, his gaze sweeping over the stone walls of the cave that carved with crooked symbols, like ancient incantations, dark red in color, as if drawn with blood. He reached out and touched them, feeling a cool sensation on his fingertips and a sticky feeling, like undried blood. The burly man trembled with fear, scrambling backward while crying out for mercy. Chapter 175. Watanabe looked in that direction, and his face turned pale instantly. That's the high priest's altar inside. Inside are the things he summoned. "Sir, perhaps we shouldn't go over there." Yi Feng glanced at him sideways, his sneer deepening. "Scared?" Watanabe quickly shook his head, his voice trembling. "No, I'm not afraid. Wherever you go, I'll go." Yi Feng chuckled and started walking towards the altar. "Then follow me." Watanabe gritted his teeth and followed, his heart pounding with anxiety. He knew all too well that the thing inside the altar was even more sinister than the high priest. A deep roar, like the howl of a wild beast, came from the thick fog of Mount Fuji, shaking the stones in the cave. Yi Feng stopped and looked up at the altar, a hint of excitement in his eyes. "They're here." Suddenly, the black coffin on the altar creaked open a crack, and a plume of black smoke billowed out. Within the smoke, a gigantic shadow was vaguely visible, its blood-red eyes flashing like two burning flames of blood. "My lord, teach those were summoned by the high priest." Watanabe's legs went weak with fear, and he barely managed to stand by leaning against the stone wall. "What are those things?" "Zombies." Yi Feng looked at the dark figure in the coffin and grinned. "Perfect. Zombie bones should be more useful, right?" Yi Feng drew his tang sword, beckoned towards the coffin with his finger, and said in a malicious tone, "Come out. Let me cut you a couple of times." The zombie in the coffin let out an angry roar, and the black smoke suddenly dispersed, revealing its true form. That it was a monster more than 3 meters tall, covered with black scales, with 2 curved horns on its head, claws like sharp daggers, and black smoke spewing from its mouth. "Human, how dare you disturb my sleep?" The zombie's voice was like sandpaper grinding against glass, harsh and unpleasant. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Don't fight it. Just as Feng was about to make his move, a voice suddenly caught his attention. It was a clear, crisp female voice. Feng was attracted not because the voice was pleasant, but because the woman spoke authentic Huaxia dialect, and it was even Mandarin. In Japan, what kind of person could speak such fluent Huaxia? Sure enough, a girl rushed towards Feng from not far away. Don't fight it. Let's go quickly. The girl seemed completely unafraid of Feng and even reached out to grab Feng's hand. Feng himself was a little confused. Speaking of which, our performance just now must have been pretty scary, right? Why is this woman so outgoing? No, who are you? Feng looked at the girl in surprise, hoping she would give him a reasonable explanation. I am a Huaxia, and I know what's going on here. This thing is unkillable. Someone tried to kill it and cut it into pieces, but it still managed to revive. Let's hurry and get out of here. The girl didn't let go of Feng's hand. She seemed very anxious. Human, you want to leave now? The zombie leader was displeased. Were these two chatting like old friends in front of him? Just then, someone suddenly approached the zombie. There was no way around it. Jinzi, that killing machine, was just too terrifying. Some people thought the zombies were one of their own, so they ran to the zombie's side seeking protection. However, as they approached the zombie grabbed them in one swift motion. Then, under Feng's gaze, the zombie opened its blood-red maw and swallowed the head of the person it had grabbed in one gulp. Damn, Feng was somewhat taken aback. This gruesome scene is more shocking to a person than having their head chopped off. Gold, stop it, Feng ordered. Upon hearing the order, Jinzi immediately abandoned the person she was chasing and turned to charge at the zombie. As for Feng, he did not leave. The fruits of victory haven't been harvested yet. Why are you leaving? Then, without caring whether the girl was willing or not, Feng dragged her towards the pile of corpses. To be fair, Watanabe and his fellow laborers were somewhat useful. They were quite fast at moving the corpses. Just grab the body and throw it away, that's all. Since they're already corpses, they don't feel any pain. How can you expect Watanabe and the others to move them properly? Stop messing around. What's going on here? Feng certainly wouldn't let go of so many human bones. Before Feng arrived at the pile of corpses, Feng activated his talent. Devour. This scene was somewhat frightening. Just like Feng possessed the star-absorbing technique, bone fluid was visibly released from the pile of corpses, then gathered into several branches that rushed straight towards Feng. In less than 2 minutes, the pile of corpses turned into minced meat. One pile of corpses is like this, and so are two. Feng didn't even have time to check how much his attributes had improved. He was just having a great time. Could you let go of me? You're pinching me so hard. The girl finally couldn't help but say. As Feng's attributes become stronger, he loses more and more control over his own power. While it might not be enough to crush the ground with one foot, the control over the force in one's hands is certainly not as precise. Feng himself didn't feel anything, but the girl's hand was being held by Feng, and she could feel it very clearly. Oh, I'm sorry, Feng said, then let go of the girl. This girl is quite bold and capable. Most importantly, she's from Huaxia, which makes Feng feel more at ease using her than Watanabe. Therefore, Feng doesn't intend to let her leave alone. The girl understood perfectly well that she also had no intention of leaving on her own. With her abilities, what good would it do for her to leave now? As long as I remain within this land of cherry blossoms, I will be caught again sooner or later. Therefore, she has decided to follow Feng. Feng continued dealing with the other piles of corpses, while the girl followed less than 2 meters behind him, showing no intention of leaving. Feng was very satisfied and nodded silently. Watanabe and his men who were carrying the corpses were exhausted. Their efficiency in cleaning up the corpses couldn't keep up with Feng's rate of consumption. A dozen laborers couldn't even serve a master chef properly, so there was no way to reason with them. Fortunately, Feng wasn't pressuring Watanabe and the others too much at this point. If they had backed out, things would have been even more complicated. If we expect Feng to devour them one by one, how long will it take? The gold is already starting to get out of control. It's not that the gold is weak, but rather that the zombies' defenses are too strong. Jinzi's combo attack is indeed quite unstoppable, but if you want to hurt someone, they have to be willing to get hurt first. When the gold bone knife struck the giant zombie, it only produced a few sparks and nothing else. It couldn't even break through its defenses. Chapter 176. So it really isn't working out? Withdraw. Feng grabbed the girl's hand again and ran off without a second thought. At full speed, he showed absolutely no gentlemanly manners. Feng pulled the girl's feet off the ground, and she floated behind him like a kite. Feng's arm muscles were taut, like a waterlogged rope, as he grabbed the girl's wrist and yanked her forward. The girl's skirt was whipped around by the wind, making a slapping sound as it hit his leg, tickling him so much he wanted to curse. Hey, slow down. The girl's voice was shattered by the wind. She clung tightly to his arm with both hands, her nails digging into his flesh, making him wince in pain. Slow down. Feng didn't even turn his head, his eyes fixed on the approaching cave entrance, a smirk playing on his lips. If we're slow, we'll both become that zombie's dessert. The roars of the zombies behind me shook the cave ceiling, causing rubble to fall down in a flurry, while the clanging sound of the gold bone knife striking the zombies grew fainter and fainter. Feng caught a glimpse of Watanabe out of the corner of his eye, clutching his head and following behind, his trouser legs soaked with sweat. He was terrified. Sir, there's something outside the cave entrance. Before Watanabe could finish shouting, Feng had already dragged the girl out of the cave. The fog outside grew thicker, a dark red mist carrying a foul, fishy smell, like blood-soaked cotton, sticky on the face. Feng stopped, pulled the girl behind him, and looked up at the summit of Mount Fuji. The mist was surging towards them like a blood-red serpent ready to devour them. What do we do now? The girl leaned against the wall, panting heavily, her face as white as paper, clutching Feng's clothes. Feng pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and with a click, the flame flickered in the fog, making his eyes shine. Wait. Waiting for what? The girl looked up and met the fierce look in his eyes, and her heart skipped a beat. Feng took a drag of his cigarette, the smoke rings dispersing in the haze. Once Jinzi arrives, no matter how powerful that zombie is, it won't be able to withstand my battle with Jinzi. No sooner had he finished speaking than a loud crash came from behind him at the entrance to the underground cave collapsed. The rubble crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, and the zombie's roar came from within, even more ferocious than before, like a mad dog whose tail had been stepped on. The girl shrank back towards Feng in fright, her voice trembling. It's coming out? Feng threw his cigarette butt on the ground, stomped it out, and reached for the Tang sword at his waist. It's better that it's out, so I don't have to go in to look for it. He turned to look at the girl, his eyes filled with impatience. Stay away, don't get in my way. The girl quickly nodded, stepped back behind the stone wall, and peeked half her head out to look at him. The sound of Jinzi's footsteps came from afar, growing closer and closer. Feng looked up and saw Jinzi emerge from the mist, covered in blood. There were some nicks on the bone knife, indicating that it had failed to cut the giant zombie and had instead shattered. Feng raised an eyebrow. By the way, there seems to be something good inside the bracelet. Feng examined the storage bracelet, which contained many items, some of which were placed inside by his aunt, the princess, and others by his cheap grandfather. This is it. Feng took out a celadone bottle from his storage bracelet. Inside the celadone bottle was a pale silver powder, and a note on the bottle described the powder's uses. Specifically designed to subdue evil spirits, a product of Taoism. Zombies should be considered evil creatures, right? Then, Feng tossed the celadone bottle to Jinzi. Use this spatula. Jinzi caught the bottle, pulled out the stopper, and a pungent medicinal smell wafted out, but Jinzi couldn't smell it. He then evenly spread the powder on the bone knife. Feng also drew his Tang sword, the blade gleaming coldly in the mist. After the celadone bottle returned to Feng's hand, he applied the powder to his Tang sword. I'll lure it over here, then you chop its neck from behind. Jinzi did not respond, but he gripped the bone knife tightly, moved to the side, and hid in the mist like a statue. Feng turned to look at the collapsed entrance, a smirk playing on his lips, and called out, Hey, zombie brother, come out and play. A zombie's roar came from inside, shaking the ground. Then, pieces of rubble were knocked away, and the zombie's huge figure emerged from it, its black scales covered in rubble, and its other eye was red, like a burning coal. "Human, I'm going to kill you." The zombie lunged forward, its claws whistling through the air. Yifeng dodged to the side, and the zombie's claws slammed into the spot where he had just been standing, creating a large crater in the ground. The flying debris stung his face. "You reacted pretty quickly." Yifeng chuckled, swinging his tang sword at the zombie's arm that with a clang, sparks flew, but the zombie's scales remained unbroken. "Damn it!" Yifeng cursed, took a step back, and the zombie pounced again. He bent down to dodge, reached out and grabbed the zombie's wrist, then darted behind the zombie and twisted it hard. Yifeng's strength is considerable now. Even with his full power, the zombie was unable to retract its hand for a moment. "Cut its neck," Yifeng shouted. Yifeng then used a tang sword to slash at the zombie's knee, where the zombie's scales were relatively thin. With a crack, the zombie's kneecap broke. It knelt down with a plop, its hands breaking free from Yifeng's grasp and bracing themselves on the ground. Jinzi seized the opportunity and stabbed the zombie in the neck with the bone knife. With a plop, the bone knife went in, and black blood spurted out, splattering all over Jinzi. The zombie stiffened, looked down at its neck, then looked up at Yifeng, its eyes filled with hatred. "Human, you'll regret this." Its voice grew fainter and fainter, its head slowly drooped down, and it lay motionless on the ground. Yifeng wiped the blood off his knife, looked up at the mist rising from the summit of Mount Fuji, and his smile deepened. "Regret? That word doesn't exist in my dictionary." The girl emerged from behind the stone wall, staring wide-eyed at the zombie corpse on the ground like a frightened rabbit. "Ew, you really killed it?" Yifeng tucked the tang sword back into his waistband, turned, and walked towards the cave entrance, his voice tinged with impatience. "What else? Keep it for the new year." Then, Yifeng approached the giant zombie and grabbed its body. "Devour." Visibly, the zombie's body began to shrivel, and the scales on its surface disappeared. "These scales are also bones?" Yifeng asked in surprise. However, this is a good thing. After Yifeng finished devouring the bones inside the giant zombie, he finally had time to open his attribute panel. Occupation, Skeleton King. Rank A, Level, 74 Physical Condition, 850071 Strength, 850183 Agility, 850094 Spirit, 4685 Skill. Bone Shatter. Using Bone Shatter can create an effect that hits through mountains, shattering the bones inside the enemy's body. "Wow, you've mastered a skill." Yifeng's eyes were filled with surprise. Chapter 177. The attribute boost was enough to make Yifeng happy, but he didn't expect to learn a skill as well. The Bone Crusher skill is most effective against enemies with high defense. It would be even more perfect if it could be used in conjunction with Combo Slash. As long as he hits the opponent, he can trigger the bone crushing effect, so even if the enemy blocks his sword, the bones inside his body will still be attacked. I wonder if the slash can be used in conjunction with the Bone Crusher skill. The slash is a ranged skill that can shatter the bones inside someone's body from a distance. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Just then, Watanabe ran up from behind, swallowed hard when he saw the zombie corpse, and quickly caught up. "Sir, where do we go next?" Yifeng looked up into the depths of the cave. Through the mist, he could vaguely see more altars and some crooked symbols, as if drawn in blood. "Go see if there's anything else." His voice was filled with anticipation, and his pace quickened until he disappeared into the fog. The girl bit her lip and quickly followed. Watanabe ran after her, calling out, "Sir, wait for me. I know the way." Yifeng felt that the red mist covering Mount Fuji was definitely not simple. Perhaps something big might appear in the cave. Yifeng doesn't really care about small things anymore. He just prefers big things. Even after killing them, the harvest is still plentiful. What's your name?" Inside the cave, the girl followed Yifeng and asked in a low voice. She'd been following this man for most of the day, and she still didn't know his name. "Me? Yifeng, and you?" "Wang Nan, just call me Nan Nan." "Okay." He's calling someone by their nickname right off the bat? Yifeng was somewhat hesitant to speak. Wang Nan twisted the hem of her clothes with her fingers, her voice muffled. Can we not go in? I have a feeling something's going to happen. When she looked up, her eyes were misty, and her eyelashes trembled like a startled fawn. Yi Feng patted the Tang's sword at his waist, its blade gleaming coldly in the mist, and grinned. What are you afraid of? This sword has slain more zombies than you've seen living people. If anything happens, I'll drag you away that I guarantee it'll be faster than last time. That feeling of flying last time. Wang Nan rubbed her reddened wrist and muttered softly, My wrist still hurts. Then I'll be gentle this time. Yi Feng joked with a smile, then stepped into the cave, saying, Let's go. If we dawdle any longer, that thing will get impatient. Nan Nan bit her lip and quickly followed, her fingers unconsciously clutching Yi Feng's clothes that she couldn't explain why, but following this man made her feel safer than running alone. The fog inside the cave grew thicker, a dark red mist carrying a putrid stench, like blood-soaked cotton, making my face sticky and uncomfortable. Yi Feng stopped abruptly, sniffing the air. Something's not right. Why does it smell so strongly of blood? Nan Nan looked up and her eyes widened instantly that the corpses on the ground were all dried-up human skin, stuck to the stone wall like wilted eggplants, wrinkled and covered with dark brown blood scabs. She covered her mouth, almost vomiting. What's going on? I only swallowed the bones. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and placed his hand on the hilt of the knife. The flesh and blood have been drained by something. As soon as she finished speaking, a dull thud sounded from the ground beneath her feet, like someone was drumming underneath, which almost made Nan Nan fall over. Yi Feng steadied her. Hold on. Boom. The altar cracked open. The gravel tumbled down, and then a head covered in bluish-black scales emerged. Its eyes were like red lanterns with vertical pupils. Sticky saliva clung to its mouth, and its fangs were longer than Yi Feng's Tang sword, gleaming coldly. Holy crap! Yi Feng gasped, gripping the hilt of his knife tightly. This head is almost as big as that zombie's. Nan Nan was so frightened that she grabbed Yi Feng's arm tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. What is this thing? A demonic beast. Yi Feng stared at the head, his eyes lighting up. Hey, lucky me, we've run into a big one. With a crack, the leg bone broke. Yi Feng dodged to the side, slamming his claws into the spot where he had just stood, creating a large crater. He swung his blade backhand, striking the scales that a clang rang out. Sparks flew, but the scales remained unbroken. He looked up and saw Jinzi using the combo attack and bone-crushing skills. The monster roared again and pounced. Jinzi rushed over, his bone knife slashing fiercely at the monster's large head. Watch out, Nan Nan screamed. But before it could be revived, Cheng Wei was crippled. No, it's not just about crippling it. This human clearly intends to kill it. It raised its head and its entire body emerged from the crack that it was 6 or 7 meters tall, covered in bluish-black scales, with limbs as thick as tree trunks, and its claws still covered in bits of flesh. Wang Nan, hide in the back. But now, the monster seemed to understand, letting out a low growl that sent pebbles crashing down from the cave ceiling. Anyway, this monster is having a pretty tough time right now. Jinzi gripped the bone knife coated with silver powder, his empty eyes fixed on the monster that had just crawled out of the ground. Damn, Yi Feng cursed, taking 2 steps back. These scales are tougher than zombie skin. The bone knife struck the monster's leg once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. It was originally going to run out and wreak havoc everywhere. It really works. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. After all, that's just how big they are. With a whoosh, the Tang sword failed to cut through the beast's scales, but the beast roared in pain and swung its claws at him. Perfect timing to try out the bone crusher skill. Yi Feng grinned. According to human standards of strength, this monster's level has exceeded 100, making it a true emperor-level beast. This cheating skill can be used together with Yi Feng and gold. Tell me, isn't that amazing? Yi Feng quickly rolled to the side, his claws brushing past his shoulder and tearing open his clothes. The monster pounced again, but Yi Feng advanced instead of retreating, slashing fiercely at its neck with his sword. Cut off his head, Yi Feng shouted. If Yi Feng hadn't mastered the bone-shattering skill, he really wouldn't have dared to attack this big guy. Can't beat them. After 4 strikes, the monster was completely unharmed. Yi Feng shoved Nan Nan aside, turned to Jin Zi and shouted, "Get ready. Chop off its legs first." Yi Feng scoffed and drew his Tang sword with a whoosh. "Then let's chop off its head and use it as a football." That's why the Bone Crusher skill is considered cheating. Add in the combo attack, and it's just. Watanabe ran up from behind, saw the monster's head, and his legs went weak, almost causing him to kneel down. "Sir, this thing? Can we beat it? No matter what kind of thing you are, I'll chop your head off, mix your brains with bone fragments, and see how you survive." The monster fell to its knees with a thud. Yi Feng seized the opportunity, jumped up, and used the combo slash and bone-crushing skills as well. Chapter 178. Yi Feng was stunned. Were the bones inside this monster's skull really that strong? "I'll do it." Yi Feng personally wielded the combo attack. The power of the Bone Crusher skill is calculated based on one's own bone structure and has nothing to do with strength. Yi Feng has just undergone a major upgrade, and his bones have been greatly strengthened. Because Jinzi has not yet been resummoned, Jinzi's bones are not as hard as Yi Feng's current bones. Combo slash plus Bone Crusher. After Yi Feng made 4 cuts, a clear cracking sound was heard. The monster shook its head, its eyes filled with disbelief. Although it knew Yi Feng was trying to kill it, it never expected to die so undignifiedly. It only scratched Yi Feng once from beginning to end. Then, that was the end of it. The monster's corpse crashed to the ground. The shattered bones inside the skull turned the monster's brains into a paste. How could it possibly survive? Yi Feng rubbed his hands together excitedly. Didn't it get sent? Sure enough, I came to this cherry blossom country to make a fortune. With such a large monster dead, how could Yi Feng possibly be polite to it? Yi Feng quickly stepped forward and, with a single movement, stabbed his hand into the monster's eye. Regardless of whether the monster's blood was bloody or not, Yi Feng immediately used his talent after touching the monster's bones. Devour. The devouring was still quite fast. No matter how hard the monster's bones were, they were all inferior to Yi Feng's talent. After devouring the monster's bones, Yi Feng checked his own attributes. Good heavens, a single monster actually boosted Yi Feng's attributes by 100,000. Now, Yi Feng's attributes are only 50,000 away from the million mark. If I can't advance even with 1,000,000 attributes, that would be a huge ripoff. Yi Feng was very excited at this moment. It desperately wanted to find some bones to devour. They say a man who smiles a lot is lucky. Just as Yi Feng was looking for the bones, the roar of a monster came from the underground fissure again. However, before Yi Feng could get excited, a series of roars began. What? How much is this? Yi Feng certainly wouldn't be afraid of 1 or 2 monsters. He and Jinzi could each take 1. But if there are too many monsters, then run. We can't beat them. We definitely can't beat them. Let's run first and wait until these monsters are alone before we strike. Just then, the ground exploded and the monsters rushed out. Indeed, it wasn't just 1, but more than 10 monsters rushed out almost simultaneously, which is why the ground exploded. Yi Feng suddenly grabbed Wang Nan's wrist and rushed back desperately. Wang Nan was so frightened that she couldn't help but let out a soft scream, which made her stagger, but she still clung tightly to his clothes. Yi Feng. They're catching up. I heard that. Yi Feng caught a glimpse of the bluish-black scales shimmering in the mist, and with a quick movement of his wrist, he pulled Nan closer to him, dodging a flying pebble. That was the stone wall shattered by the claws of a demonic beast, flying past Nan's hair and severing a few strands. He muttered a curse under his breath, then drew his Tang sword with his other hand and brandished it wildly behind him. Don't G, get so close. My sword doesn't have eyes. Sir, wait for me. Watanabe's voice came from behind, trembling with tears. My shoe fell off. If you drop it, run barefoot. Yi Feng didn't look back. Thump, thump. The monster's footsteps sounded like drums, causing the rubble on the stone wall to fall down with a clatter. Wang Nan's face was pressed against Yi Feng's back, and she could feel his heart pounding. Last time it was flying. This time it's running for your life. Suddenly, Yi Feng stopped and pulled the 2 of them aside. A large claw slammed down on the spot where they had just been standing, smashing a large hole through the stone wall, letting in a blast of cold wind that carried a rotten stench. Yi Feng stared at the bluish-black scales on the claws and cursed. Damn, this thing's claws are longer than my knife. Yi Feng, there's no road ahead. There's no way forward. Nan suddenly screamed, her voice trembling with tears. Yi Feng looked up and his pupils contracted sharply. The road ahead was blocked by rubble, and several withered human skins hung on the stone wall, swaying in the wind like tattered flags. Damn it! Yi Feng shoved Nan back, sheathed his Tang sword at his waist, and clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. Looks like I'll have to fight this hard. Sir, they're here. Watanabe shouted hoarsely, pointing behind him. More and more red lanterns appeared in the fog, at least 7 or 8 in total, each one a size larger than the previous one. Drooling dripped onto the ground, corroding small, bubbling pits. I'll see whether their scales are harder or my knife is harder. With limited space, the monsters rushed over like madmen and couldn't all get to Yi Feng at once. So, let's cut it first and talk about it later. Roar! The leading monster pounced forward, and Yi Feng went to meet it. His Tang sword slashed hard at its neck with a clang, and sparks flew everywhere. Fortunately, Yi Feng used the bone shatterer. Although he couldn't shatter the monster's bones with a single strike, it still had a significant effect. The monster staggered backward after being slashed, blocking the path of the monsters behind it. Gold, clear the way. It doesn't matter if the gravel blocks the exit. Gravel is definitely not as volatile as gold, so it's fine to leave it to gold. Jinzi, like a golden tank, strode towards the rubble. Sure enough, the rock couldn't stop the raging monster, and naturally it couldn't stop the gold from ravaging it either. In less than 10 seconds, Jinzi smashed through the blocked road. Run! Keep running. You'll be safe once you're out of the cave. Don't pull me. I'll hold you. Wang Nin really didn't dare let Yi Feng pull her anymore. She felt like her wrist was about to break. Forget about being shy now. Wang Nin clung to Yi Feng's back like an octopus, their bodies pressed tightly together. Hold on tight. Yi Feng reminded Wang Nin. If she doesn't hold on tight, Wang Nin might be thrown off once Yi Feng gets going. Wang Nin responded with a Then Yi Feng went full throttle and sped off incredibly fast. Watanabe was almost in tears. You guys ran away so fast. What am I supposed to do? There was no other way, so Watanabe, barefoot, started running. Even if he was slow, he had to run. He couldn't stay here and become food for the monsters, could he? Seeing their prey about to escape, the monsters became even more frenzied, violently dismantling the cave passages. However, demolition takes time, which has severely hampered their progress. They couldn't even catch up with Watanabe, that slowpoke, let alone Yi Feng. When Yi Feng ran out of the cave, he found that the red mist surrounding Mount Fuji had become extremely faint. I wonder how many of those huge guys there are. Chapter 179. Never mind that. Let's run. Let's go over there. Wang Nan tugged at Yi Feng a few times, and she had already gotten off Yi Feng's back, her face flushed. Okay, what could Yi Feng say? We're no match for those big guys right now. Let's run first. Where are we going? Yi Feng glanced around. He really didn't know the terrain here. Can I ask you for a favor? Wang Nan suddenly asked. What is it? Yi Feng looked at Wang Nan with some surprise. Will you help me save someone? I'll do anything you ask if you agree. Wang Nan stared at Yi Feng with deep affection. Yi Feng had already imagined the scene in his mind. Judging from Wang Nan's expression, she's probably going to save her lover. Yi Feng has already figured out how to continue writing this tragic drama. However, just as Yi Feng was lost in thought, Wang Nan, seeing that Yi Feng remained silent, immediately continued. I want to ask you to help me rescue my younger sister. She has been kidnapped and separated from me. I'm certain she's still alive, and I roughly know where she's being held. Can you help me? Yi Feng. Yi Feng's eyes widened, his Adam's apple bobbed, and the love brother waiting anxiously scenario he had just imagined shattered instantly. He scratched the back of his neck and laughed awkwardly. I thought, well, so you're saving your sister? Okay, I don't have anything else to do anyway. Wang Nan's eyes lit up instantly, like two small flames burning. She rushed over and grabbed Yi Feng's wrist. Really? Thank you. I knew you weren't the kind of person who would just stand by and watch someone die. Yi Feng felt a little itchy from her gripping and tried to pull his hand away but couldn't, so he had no choice but to let her hold him. Don't rush. Tell me the situation. What's your sister's name? Who captured her? Where is she being held? Wang Nan quickly let go of her hand and pulled a crumpled piece of paper from her jeans pocket. On it, The outline of a shrine was drawn crookedly in pencil. The torii gate was red, and the stone lion at the entrance was missing an ear. Her name is Xiaodang, and she's only 16. The chosen ones kidnapped her. I heard them say they were going to take her to the underground laboratory of a Sama shrine. I followed their car to the foot of the mountain and saw them push her into the tunnel behind the shrine. Her voice grew more and more urgent as she spoke, tears streaming down her cheeks, but she bit her lip to keep from crying out loud. They're definitely going to use her for those fusion experiments. Last time, one of the older girls was arrested, and when she came out, she wasn't even human anymore. Yifeng took the note, tracing the pencil marks on it with his fingertips, and looked up at the shrine roof hidden in the light mist in the distance. The dark gray tiles gleamed coldly, like a stone soaked in blood. He put the note in his pocket and touched the Tang sword at his waist. Let's go. When we get there, you have to hide behind me. Wang Nin immediately wiped away her tears, straightened her back, and clenched her fists. I'll listen to you. Looking at Wang Nin again, Yifeng saw that her knuckles were white from clenching her fists so tightly that she couldn't help but reach out and pat the back of her hand. The force as light as patting a cat with its fur standing on end. Okay, don't clench so tightly. Your fist will break if you keep clenching it. First tell me, how far is a Sama shrine from here? Wang Nin quickly wiped away her tears, her fingertips still trembling, but she forced a smile. It's not far. Go 50 kilometers to the left from the foot of the mountain. There's a red torii gate there. I remember the stone lion next to the torii gate was missing an ear. It must be right. 50 kilometers? Yifeng looked up at the distant mountain silhouettes hidden in the mist, frowned, and complained. You complained that I was too slow when we were running earlier, but now you say it's not far? I was in a hurry. Wang Nin blushed slightly and tugged at his sleeve. If we're any slower, Xiao Tang might. Just then, Watanabe came running up, panting heavily, his bare feet covered in mud, his hair a mess. Sir, where are you going? Take me with you. I can help keep watch. Yifeng glanced at him sideways. Look out. Your shoes fell off when you were running. How could you see where you were going? Watanabe scratched his head, his face crinkling with laughter. Sure, I have good eyesight. Last time I found money in the alley, I could even tell the year on a 50-yen coin. Yifeng ignored him and turned to Wang Nan, saying, Let's go to the foot of the mountain first. On the way, tell me about the chosen ones. How many of them are there? Do they have weapons? Wang Nan took the water, unscrewed the cap, took a sip, and her eyes hardened. There are at least 500 chosen ones, all dressed in black, and they're carrying those guns that fire silver bullets. She paused, her fingertips digging into her palm. Last time, an auntie tried to save her child and got shot through the shoulder by a silver bullet. She was in so much pain that she rolled on the ground for half an hour before. Okay, got it. Yifeng interrupted her, his voice a bit deeper than before. It seems to be some kind of special weapon. It's okay, we can dismantle all their guns and sell them for scrap metal later. Okay. Wang Nan nodded, folded the note in her hand again, and put it into the innermost pocket. I know. Watanabe raised his hand, indicating that he had something to say. Explain. Yifeng didn't have much patience for Watanabe, his voice revealing deep impatience. That's a weapon specifically designed to capture people. It can paralyze the nerves no matter where it hits. Okay, let's go. Yifeng quickened his pace. 2 hours later, Yifeng saw the red torii gate at the foot of the mountain. The torii gate looked like a burning fire. Sure enough, the stone lion next to the torii gate was missing an ear. The place where the ear was wrapped with a rusty wire. When the wind blew, the wire made a creaking sound. Arrive. Wang Nan stopped and pointed to the shrine behind the torii gate. The entrance to the tunnel is under the cherry blossom tree behind the shrine. There's a bluestone slab there. Just lift it up and you can go in. Yifeng looked up at the roof of the shrine. The dark gray tiles were covered with moss, and the copper bells hanging on the eaves were silent. They must have been taken down. He pulled a Tang sword from his pocket, the blade reflecting his eyes, which held a hint of ruthlessness. Let's go in. Wang Nan followed closely behind him, clutching the folding knife in her hand. The blade pressed against her palm, causing a slight pain, but it made her feel secure. Watanabe followed behind, his neck hunched, his bare feet making a thud sound on the bluestone slabs. He quickly covered his mouth, as if afraid of being overheard. As for Jinzi, he was like a ghost, making no sound at all. The shrine courtyard was quiet, with only the sound of the wind blowing through the cherry blossom trees, and petals falling and floating at their feet. Yifeng walked to the largest cherry blossom tree, squatted down, and touched the bluestone slab. There was a crack on the edge of the slab, and some weeds were stuck in the crack. He reached out and grabbed the edge of the stone slab, straining his wrist. Chapter 180. With a creak, the stone slab was lifted, revealing a dark tunnel underneath. The tunnel smelled of disinfectant and had a faint smell of blood. Yifeng glanced back at Wang Nan, who nodded with a determined look in her eyes. "I'll go in with you." "No." Yifeng shook his head. "You stay up there and keep watch. If anything happens, call me." "But..." "No buts." Yifeng interrupted her. "Your sister is waiting for us to rescue her. If something happens to you, I won't take care of the little girl." Wang Nan bit her lip and could only nod. "Then be careful." Yifeng smiled, turned around, and jumped into the tunnel. Just as Watanabe was about to jump, Yifeng turned around and glared at him. "You stay up there too, and help keep watch." I want to go in and help." Watanabe panicked. "I can help you hold on to the stone slab." "Hold the stone slab?" Yifeng raised an eyebrow. "Okay, then you hold the stone slab and don't let it cover you up." Watanabe nodded quickly, squatted down next to the stone slab, and held onto the edge of the slab with both hands. Yifeng turned and walked into the tunnel, with only Jinzi following behind him. The tunnel was dimly lit, but this was not enough to affect Yifeng's vision. Yifeng could see the strange symbols painted on the tunnel walls with the naked eye. The symbols were red and looked like they were drawn with blood. He walked along the tunnel, and the smell of disinfectant grew stronger and stronger, as did the smell of blood. After walking for about 5 minutes, an iron gate appeared ahead. A sign hung on the gate that read, "Asama Shrine Underground Laboratory." The lettering was black, but it had a sticky feel to it. That's right, it was blood. Yifeng walked to the iron gate, reached out, and pushed it. The gate was unlocked. He gently pushed open the iron gate. The light inside was very bright, almost blinding. The laboratory was filled with many glass jars containing strange things. Some were the corpses of half-human, half-demon creatures. Some were beating hearts, and others were snake-like tails. Ugh! Yifeng covered her mouth, almost vomiting. He quickly turned around and saw an iron cage in the corner of the laboratory. Inside the cage sat a girl wearing a pink dress. She had long hair that draped over her shoulders, and her face was buried in her knees, so he couldn't see her features. "Xiaotang," Yifeng called softly, her voice tinged with uncertainty. The girl looked up, her eyes large, like Wang Nan's. A hint of fear crossed her face, but she still smiled. "Who are you?" Yifeng quickly went over and grabbed the cage bars. "I'm your sister's friend. She sent me to rescue you." "Elder sister?" Xiaotang's eyes lit up. "Is my sister all right? Has she been captured by the Chosen Ones?" "She's fine." Yifeng shook his head. "She's up there. We'll be able to get out soon." He reached out and grabbed the cage lock, and with a strong pull of his wrist, the lock broke with a click. Xiaotang ran out of the cage and threw herself into Yifeng's arms, crying, "I thought I'd never see my sister again. They give me strange injections every day, saying they're going to turn me into a monster. It's all right now." Yifeng patted her on the back. "Let's go out now." Just as he was about to turn around, he heard a creaking sound behind him. Four Chosen Ones rushed over, their stun guns emitting a buzzing sound. Wang Nan looked up at Yifeng, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you so much." The silver bullet grazed Yifeng's shoulder and struck a glass jar behind him. The jar shattered, and the half-human, half-demon corpse inside fell out with a thud. Yifeng was furious. Xiaotang's eyes widened. This really didn't look like it. The leader screamed and dropped his silver bullet gun to the ground. Yifeng swung his sword backhand and slashed at the arm of one of the Chosen Ones, blood spurting out and splattering onto his jeans. Yifeng didn't chase after them. He turned around and glanced at Xiaotang, who was squatting on the ground, hugging her knees and crying. He walked over, squatted down, and patted her head. "It's okay. Let's go out and find your sister." "Sister," Xiaotang cried out. "I'm all right. This brother saved me." "The Chosen Ones. Since you've already escaped, why didn't you run away on your own?" The leader laughed, his voice like fingernails scraping glass. Huaxiao people? What do you want? Of course, we want to turn you into monsters that the little girl next to you is a perfect test subject. The leader sneered and waved his hand. Go, arrest them. Watanabe's face flushed red. I'm not an uncle. I'm only 25. Watanabe came closer, looked at Xiaotang, and said with a smile, Little sister, I'm so glad you're up. My arms were sore from holding onto the stone slab just now. Although Yifeng knew that notebooks were not good things, he never expected that they would do something so perverted. The chosen one screamed and fell to the ground. Seeing that things were not going well, the remaining 3 chosen ones quickly turned and ran away. Come on, give it a try. You're welcome. Xiaotang looked up, her eyes red, but she smiled and said, Okay. Xiaotang looked at him and smiled. Thank you, uncle. Jinzi, protect her. I'll handle these people myself. Yifeng grinned, then rushed forward at an incredible speed, leaving the person opposite him completely out of sight. The leader frowned, pulled out a silver bullet gun from his pocket, and pointed it at Yifeng. You think you can beat us? The leader quickly fired wildly, but the attack was no match for Yifeng's clothes. If I don't get my knife stained with blood, this whole thing will never be over. Looking back, the laboratory door was pushed open, and 5 people dressed in black stood in the doorway, holding stun guns and silver bullet guns. The leader was wearing a white mask with a smiling face painted on it. All right, you guys stay here and don't leave. I still need to go in. Yifeng jumped in front of the leader, slashing his shoulder with his tang sword. Blood spurted out and splattered onto his mask. The other 3 chosen ones were stunned for a moment, then quickly took 2 steps back. Yifeng led Xiaotang out of the tunnel. Wang Nan and Watanabe were squatting beside the stone slab. Seeing them come out, Wang Nan quickly ran over and hugged Xiaotang. Xiaotang, are you all right? Did they bully you? Yifeng didn't pursue the remaining people to prevent Xiaotang from getting hurt. Now that Xiaotang is safe, none of the people here can be left alive. Yifeng narrowed his eyes and shielded Xiaotang behind him. What do you want to do? Yifeng rushed forward and slashed the stun gun with lightning speed. With a clang, the stun gun was cut in 2. Chapter 181. Wang Nan said there should be 500 people here, but Yifeng only saw a few. Where are the rest? There's definitely a lot more to this than Yifeng has discovered, like those half-human, half-demon experimental subjects these guys created. Gold, summon the skeletons to protect them. Let's go in. After Yifeng gave the order, Jinzi immediately complied. Upon seeing the 5 skeletons that suddenly appeared, Watanabe's pupils dilated, and he swallowed several times. Let's go. Then, Yifeng cleaved through the stone slab, blocking his path with a single stroke, and jumped down with the gold in his hand. As soon as Yifeng jumped into the tunnel, he heard a series of chaotic footsteps coming from deep within the tunnel, getting closer and closer. Yifeng raised an eyebrow, and a cruel smile appeared on his lips. That saves me the trouble of looking. He took 2 steps back, leaning against the tunnel wall, his tang sword pointing diagonally at the ground, waiting for the enemy to come closer. The leader of the chosen ones, dressed in black tactical clothing and wearing a skull mask, pointed his silver bullet gun at Yifeng's chest. Huaxia, you dare to cause trouble here? You're asking for death. He was followed by a dozen or so chosen ones, each holding a silver bullet gun, their eyes filled with a crazed killing intent. Die. Yifeng laughed, his voice tinged with disdain. You bunch of trash? He pushed off with his feet and charged forward like an arrow, his tang sword slashing at the opponent's wrist that with a crack, the opponent's hand was severed, the silver bullet gun fell to the ground, and he screamed in pain. The divinely favored ones nearby realized what was happening and immediately raised their guns to fire. This time, Jinzi didn't hesitate and charged forward with her knife. Yifeng turned around and slashed his tang sword at the neck of another chosen one of the gods, causing a spurt of blood to gush out. After Yifeng killed this person, Jinzi's side had completely ended the battle. There's no way around it. It just happens that fast. They were just a bunch of B-rank awakened beings, around level 40, who didn't even have a chance to cause trouble. Yifeng then continued onward with the gold. He looked up into the depths of the tunnel. There were lights in the distance, and the smell of disinfectant was stronger, clearly indicating the core area of the laboratory. At the end of the tunnel was a heavy iron gate with a sign that read, "No trespassing," written in gold paint, but stained with blood, making it look particularly jarring. Yifeng reached out and pushed the door. It wasn't locked, and the sound of machinery running could be heard from inside. He walked in, and the sight before him made his pupils contract. Countless glass jars were arranged on both sides, each containing a living experimental subject. Some were half human, half fox, their ears and tails still moving, their eyes filled with fear. Some are half human, half snake, with scales that gleam with a bluish light and bodies twisted into strange shapes. Even more terrifying are those whose bodies are completely deformed, leaving only a human head with its eyes open, staring outwards, drool dripping from its mouth. These beasts. Yifeng gritted his teeth and slashed his tang sword at the nearest glass jar. With a crash, glass shards flew everywhere, and the half-human, half-demon inside fell to the ground, groaning in pain. He crouched down, felt its pulse, which was already very weak. "I'm sorry to let you go." Yifeng then killed the man with a single slash. Regardless of whether this person is from Huaxiao or not, the fact that he has been tormented to this state by those little notebooks means he needs to be rescued. "Gold, you've destroyed all of this." Jinzi moved with lightning speed. Bang! Bang! All the glass jars shattered, and the experimental subjects inside lay on the ground. Some were already dead, while others were still struggling. Yifeng looked at them, his voice turning serious. "Burn this place down later, so these things won't harm anyone anymore." At that moment, the innermost door opened, and a man in a white lab coat stood in the doorway, holding a tablet computer and wearing a maniacal smile. "Who are you? Why did you destroy my experimental subject?" Yifeng looked up, and the tang sword flew over, embedding itself in the man's shoulder. The man screamed in pain, and the tablet computer fell to the ground. He walked over and stepped on the man's chest. "Yours? Also, they are human beings, not experimental subjects. People." The man laughed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "They're trash. Only by fusing with the genes of demonic beasts can they become the followers of the gods." Yifeng frowned, then kicked the man in the stomach, knocking him to the ground. "God's retinue?" He picked up the tablet and flipped through the data inside, which consisted entirely of experimental records and lists of those favored by the gods. Although Yifeng couldn't understand the text, he could see the pictures. Honestly, Yifeng thinks it's pretty perverted of him to devour other people's bones. However, compared to these notebooks, I am simply too kind. At least when I kill someone, I don't torture them at all. And the behavior of these little notebooks. "You deserve to die." Yifeng put down the tablet and stared coldly at the man on the ground. "Kill me, and you will die too. Do you know how many people are here? How many are fully evolved? If you want to live, you can leave now, and I can pretend nothing happened." "What happened to you?" Yifeng swung his knife and slashed. The man's arm was severed in an instant, with an unusually smooth cut. Then Yifeng used her feet to crush the man's legs bit by bit. The man's screams showed no sign of stopping. "I'll give you a quick death. Tell me, is there any other way out here?" Yifeng knew that this place definitely had more than one entrance and exit. The place he just came in from was too small. It probably wasn't even a back door, more like a window. Because the experimental subjects inside those large jars were all quite large, they couldn't possibly get out of where he came from. "I'd rather die than tell you." The man gritted his teeth in hatred. "You can grovel before the cavemen because they are strong. Now you're being so tough on me because you think I'm not as strong as the cavemen. Is that it? Poor little notebook, so ignorant." Yifeng's tone was icy as he plunged one hand into the wound on the man's shoulder, touching the man's bone. "Devour." "Ah." The man screamed wildly, his body struggling incessantly. Unfortunately, it was completely useless. It could only wriggle on the ground like a worm. Yifeng certainly wasn't going all out. If Yifeng had gone all out, the man would have been gone in an instant. Right now, Yifeng just wants to make this man feel enough pain. Whether or not you can get any information out of them is not the most important thing. The man clearly felt the bones inside his body disappearing, a rather peculiar and terrifying sensation. "Devil, you are a devil." The man's pupils were dilated to their maximum. Only these two words remained in his mind. Chapter 182. What do you care if I'm a devil or not? Are you going to tell me or not? Yifeng didn't care what others thought of him. He didn't care what they thought. I'll talk. I'll talk. The man relented. It's not about yielding to fate, but about yielding to power. Yifeng's abilities truly terrified him. The feeling of having your bones swallowed is something only those who have truly experienced it know how terrifying it is. Yifeng remained silent, waiting for the man to speak. That tablet, I need that tablet. Yifeng remained silent upon hearing this. But Jinzi had already picked up the tablet. As the gold drew ever closer, the man's pupils dilated again. He had witnessed firsthand just how powerful this skeleton was. However, Jinzi couldn't do anything else to this man. He handed the tablet to the man, and everything was so calm. The man's fluctuating emotions were of no use. He opened his tablet, tapped a few times, and the entire underground building's floor plan appeared on the screen. These places are the exits. The man, despite his physical discomfort, tapped a few times on the tablet. What are these red-marked areas for? Yifeng seemed less concerned about the exits and more interested in asking about the areas specifically marked in red on the floor plan. Upon hearing this, the man immediately hesitated. Should I tell this guy something like this? This guy is so strong. Do you think the people over there can stop him? This is our main experimental base. This is just the edge. The man finally conceded, because he felt there was still a sliver of hope for him to be saved. Who would want to die if they could live? Although some bones were lost, it's not a big problem. This is a place where they conduct experiments. They have many methods for regenerating bones. The simplest and most direct way is to have him fuse with the genes of a demon beast, so that not only can his bones regrow, but he can also gain extremely powerful strength. Come on, tell me more. Yifeng showed plenty of patience at this point. Although Yifeng wasn't afraid of anything inside these experimental bases, it never hurt to learn more. What if there's something new and interesting? Where should we begin? The man was confused. If he were to introduce the topic, he would be at a loss for words. What should he say? Your experimental subjects, haven't they already produced finished products? From what you've said, they seem quite powerful. Tell me, how powerful are they? The test subjects have 2 professions, the man said truthfully, but his words were startling. Yifeng's eyes widened. What? 2 professions? Is the notebook really that powerful? According to Yifeng's understanding, a person can only have 1 profession, and even someone as capable as Yifeng only has 1 profession. If Yifeng could awaken another profession, his abilities would definitely skyrocket. If the genes of humans and monsters can be perfectly fused, they can obtain 2 professions, or rather, 2 abilities. 1 human ability and 1 monster ability. That's impressive. Does that mean if you capture a beast god and fuse with its genes, you can gain its abilities? Wait a moment. Yifeng suddenly realized something. Actually, I think I have this ability too. After he devours the bones of a demonic beast, he can gain the beast's special abilities. Of course, this is on the premise that the monster must possess special abilities. Moreover, this ability is also useful to people. It's just that Yifeng hasn't gained many abilities lately. Most importantly, you can devour bones without turning into a monster. Yifeng had seen with his own eyes what those experimental subjects looked like. No, this experiment of yours was permitted by the cavemen. Yifeng didn't believe that the cave dwellers wouldn't be unaware of the magnitude of what these people had caused. Yifeng slapped his neck until it was covered in blood. After the slash was delivered, the passageway and laboratory behind Yifeng began to collapse. After checking the map and confirming his location, Yifeng immediately sent Jinzi to the largest entrance/exit. However, before Jinzi could reach the largest exit, an alarm suddenly went off throughout the base, and all the alarm lights began flashing red. They've already sent people to deal with me, so they must have discovered me a long time ago. The fact that they're only raising the alarm now means they know all those people are dead. This person is too weak. Even if Yifeng were to devour this man's bones, it would have no effect on him. Yifeng wasn't in a hurry. Although these experimental subjects may be quite strong, they are still no match for a king-level expert. The man was so startled by Yifeng's icy gaze that he almost wet himself on the spot. Yifeng nodded. That's true. Let's go ask someone who knows. Hopefully, they can speak Huaxia. Well, I'm not quite sure either. The man slowly shook his head. Once the gold blocks the entrance and exit, he can go to the smaller one. As for the hidden door behind him, he can just make it collapse before Yifeng leaves. Furthermore, Jinzi wasn't afraid of being discovered, because anyone who saw Jinzi would have their head chopped off before they could even react. This man was at most a researcher who conducted experiments. He had no real combat skills, and naturally couldn't withstand the killing intent released by Feng. "We've been discovered." "Yes," the man replied affirmatively. As for the man's head, well, it just fell to the ground. "Did you really think Feng had no murderous aura at all?" Jinzi left, running at full speed like a golden ray of light, fast and steady. Feng turned around and unleashed a powerful slash, a crescent-shaped strike that neither steel bars nor concrete could withstand. "I really don't know, but our president definitely does." The man shamelessly betrayed their president. Why? Feng was still confused. In that case, then Feng clapped his hands and stood up. What is the purpose of going through all that trouble to create this experimental subject? When the riots begin, some guys will definitely try to escape. Feng doesn't want to let anyone get away, so blocking the exits is essential. On the contrary, Feng has killed so many creatures recently that the killing intent he releases is something most people can't withstand. Do you not know, or are you unwilling to tell me? Feng's gaze instantly turned cold, his temper changing faster than flipping through a book. Feng had absolutely no interest in the remaining bones inside the man's body. Jinzi naturally couldn't give Feng any response. She simply followed silently behind him. "What use are you?" Feng made a move instantly, and with a single palm strike, the man's neck disappeared. Jinzi is a skeleton who is quite obsessed with cutting off heads. Why would cave dwellers conduct such experiments? Chapter 183. Damn it, who is it? Who on earth has infiltrated our laboratory? Notify the royal family immediately, quick. The lab's head, Yamamoto Ichiro, threw his water glass while watching the monitor. Hey, Yamamoto's men were terrified. When Yamamoto went berserk, he wouldn't even recognize his own family. Many of those test subjects were originally their partners. Now, those people have become monsters without self-awareness. Release the complete form and kill these two intruders. Even if you can't kill them, you must stop them and prevent them from entering the main laboratory. Yamamoto Ichiro continued, issuing orders. It's fine if Feng destroys some unimportant labs, but we can't let Feng destroy their main lab. If he were to destroy it, his fate would be dire. Those cave dwellers would certainly not spare him. Hi. To be fair, the little notebook was indeed quite fast. Feng had only destroyed the passage not long ago and hadn't run very far when he heard the roar of a monster in front of him. Damn it, I can't understand this floor plan. Feng put the tablet into his storage bracelet. The floor plan on the tablet is full of rectangles and boxes, and it's really hard for non-professionals to understand it. That's why Feng was late in arriving at the smaller entrance/exit. Now it's all good. I don't even need to go there anymore. They'll come knocking on my door right away. I want to see what these monsters they've created are capable of. Feng held the Tang's sword without the slightest panic. Soon, two monsters appeared in front of Feng. These two monsters weren't too big, about 3 meters tall, and they could still be vaguely seen as humanoid. As for his looks, it's best not to go into details, but it's really disgusting. The saliva dripping from their mouths is highly corrosive, not only corroding the ground, but also producing a corrosive green mist. Even if they just stand there and don't move, this place will soon become the main battlefield for these two guys. Monsters are immune to this corrosive fog, but other creatures are not. However, this mist wouldn't harm Feng, but Feng also didn't have the habit of smelling monster saliva. Slash after slash. Yes, bone fragments were added, but Feng didn't shout it out. Under the questioning gazes of the two monsters, Feng's figure turned into a phantom. Their reaction speed was quite fast. Upon seeing Feng's phantom, they all raised their hands to swat at it, trying to send Feng flying. Unfortunately, when using the combo attack, Feng is immune to all physical attacks. The monster's slap passed right through Feng's body as if it had hit thin air. The blade can only be resisted by physical means when Feng's phantom strikes it. But the monsters didn't know that after their palms pierced through Feng's illusion, their bodies were completely exposed to Feng's blade. Can Feng be polite to them? There's really no way to be polite. The combo attack can unleash 4 strikes in a second, and then you retreat immediately after finishing. 1 cut, 2 cuts. A monster fell to the ground. 3 cuts, for cuts. Whipped the corpse. Unfortunately, before Feng could change his target, the monster was lying on the ground. However, it's not a big problem. The phantom returns, and Feng appears. Monsters may lack intelligence, but they do possess instincts. The monster felt a great sense of crisis when its companion was easily killed. Feeling threatened, the monster turned and ran. Did I let you escape? Let me help you get rid of this. Feng used his combo attack and bone-crushing technique again. The same 2-hit combo could only land on the monster's fallen corpse on the ground with the 3rd and 4th hits. Boring. Feng gently wiped away the non-existent bloodstains on the Tang's sword, then walked to the corpses of the 2 monsters. Should we devour it? Hi. Sir, you've worked hard. Even if all the exits are destroyed, it won't affect Feng. They can just return the way they came with gold to pave the way. Jinzi's side encountered no resistance for half a day, as if all living things in the base had disappeared. Hey, sir, don't worry. I'll risk my life to stop the intruders. The same applies to Jinzi's side. Feng also wanted to grab a tongue and have it carry him there, but unfortunately, he didn't see a single living creature along the way. But Feng really couldn't bring himself to kill this half-human, half-monster corpse. When he finally found the exit on his own, the gold had been waiting there for a long time. Unexpectedly, Feng had no intention of going to the main laboratory at all. He ran straight to the smaller exit. Although Feng is somewhat indiscriminate in his tastes, he has devoured bones from both demonic beasts and humans. Why is Xiaoban's aesthetic sense so bizarre? And he's covered in poison too. Never mind. Moreover, Feng didn't think these monsters could improve him much. The strength of these 2 monsters was still quite far from that of a king. When the 2 killing gods attacked simultaneously, the base shook violently, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Flash. Hi. Sir, I will definitely wait for your help. Yamamoto Ichiro also heard the collapse, but he didn't have time to deal with it right now. At this moment, Yamamoto Ichiro was bowing and scraping like a grandson. There was nothing in front of him, but upon closer inspection, he was holding a domino. No matter what it takes, stop him. Get here now. Bring all the guns. I refuse to believe we can't stop him. What Feng didn't know was that after he left, the 2 corpses lying on the ground began to merge together, which was quite amazing. Feng then left. Feng didn't know if there were any other ways to leave through this exit, so to be on the safe side, Feng decided to destroy it. With sufficient firepower, regardless of Feng's abilities, he would never be able to pass through this passage unscathed. Yamamoto Ichiro's attitude was extremely respectful, but once the dominoes stopped undulating, he returned to his original demeanor. Having 2 jobs is useless. What are these little notebooks plotting? The slash reappears. In the end, Feng gave up. Yamamoto Ichiro's legs were already trembling. These 2 fully formed beings are the strongest in the base. If they can't stop Feng, then who can? After receiving the order, Yamamoto's men immediately began to organize their forces. There's really no way to touch it. If I were to touch it, I'd definitely get my hands covered in green venom, which would be disgusting. Yamamoto Ichiro gave the order, pointing to a passageway. The passageway was quite high, about 5 meters high, but rather narrow, only about 3 meters wide. The main problem is that these monsters are really unappealing in appearance. Chapter 184. No matter what, we must hold out until the adults come to help. Yamamoto Ichiro gave a firm order. Don't even think about running away. Our escape route has been destroyed. We can only wait for rescue. If you don't want to die, fight to the death. Yamamoto Ichiro roared loudly. This roar ignited the fighting spirit in the remaining hundreds of men, who joined in with their own shouts and roars. However, this grand display of power seemed to be sending a signal. Feng was just worried about not being able to find these people when he suddenly heard their roars, and Feng smiled. So you were here. Feng followed the sound as it came from. Not too fast, not too slow. Jinzi was the same way, walking slowly, and she would open the door of every room she came across to check, just in case some little cutie was hiding there. It's not impossible that they might let go of some important figures. If the other side uses a feint to lure Feng away with their voice, and then hides the important person in a secret place, wouldn't that allow them to escape unscathed? Feng would definitely not allow something like this to happen. Compared to Yi Feng's relaxed state, Yamamoto Ichiro and his group were in a much worse situation. They were crammed together with a bunch of test subjects, and needless to say, the smell of the test subjects was awful. Breathing in too much of it could have been poisonous. Given that they were all very nervous, you can imagine the atmosphere here. However, Yi Feng's delayed appearance was in line with Yamamoto Ichiro's expectations. If Yi Feng had appeared too quickly, he would have been even more unhappy. The current situation is that the longer the delay, the better. About 20 minutes later, Yi Feng met up with Jinzi. They destroyed countless rooms along the way, but this underground base was relatively sturdy and thus did not collapse. They must be getting impatient. Let's go. Yi Feng called out to Jinzi. Then he led Jinzi to the passage where Yamamoto Ichiro and his men were lying in ambush. Yi Feng was too nonchalant and didn't take the other party seriously, so as soon as he showed his face, someone immediately opened fire on him. Damn it, who told you to fire? Wait until he enters the passage before you fire, understand? Yamamoto Ichiro was furious and wanted to kill the guy who fired the shot. Upon hearing the gunshot, Yi Feng instinctively took a step back, dodging the bullet. His reaction time was absolutely top-notch. This won't work, there are too many people. Although Yi Feng only glanced at it, he saw it very clearly. There were quite a few people on the other side with guns, ready to take him down. These guys aren't reaction training machines. They're real people who won't follow any rules with Yi Feng. If Yi Feng dares to enter the passage, he'll definitely get a beating. Although Yi Feng didn't think those people's guns could hurt him, what if they did? Those guns were aimed at the nerves, not the bones. Yi Feng is, after all, a mortal being with flesh and blood. I can't, but the gold is fine. Gold has no flesh and blood, and no nerves. Even if you numb its nerves, it will have no effect on gold. Then, Jinzi strode forward. As Yi Feng's summoned creature, Jinzi is a frontline fighter. When Yamamoto Ichiro and the others saw Kaneko enter the passage, they were dumbfounded. What Yi Feng could think of, they could naturally think of as well. The guns in their hands were not actually very powerful. Their main power came from the nerve-paralyzing toxin they had developed. Who are you over there? Yamamoto Ichiro shouted immediately upon seeing this. It's not shameful to stall for time by chatting. What are you babbling about? Yi Feng muttered. At this moment, Yamamoto Ichiro was like this. He spoke politely, but what he was thinking was how to make Yi Feng die a miserable death, and how to make Yi Feng his experimental subject. Wait, I was wrong. I'm sorry, I apologize. Yamamoto Ichiro exclaimed again. Yamamoto Ichiro was itching to try something, but Yi Feng didn't fall for it. Did we capture your friend? I'm willing to offer you any compensation, and perhaps your friend is still alive. I think we could become friends, don't you think? If you can't find it, then you can't find it. You can keep looking. As long as Yi Feng asks, that means you're looking for someone. Well, it's not very sincere of you to say that. How about this? Tell me your friend's name, and I'll have someone go find him right now. After all, this is a tradition of the notebook. This will buy time, allowing them to wait for the underground royal family to come to their rescue. Regardless of what they're really thinking, they'll put on a very good show for you. If he can find Yi Feng's friend, he can use that person's life to threaten Yi Feng. Respected guest from Huaxiao, I don't know if there's some misunderstanding between us. I don't remember offending you. The sound wasn't loud, but it still carried quite a bit into the passageway. At least Yamamoto Ichiro could hear it clearly. Yamamoto Ichiro's words were quite cunning. Yi Feng mainly wanted to hear what this guy had to say. The gold also stopped moving forward. Yamamoto Ichiro's tone was quite respectful. F***K your grandpa. Who do you think you are? Yi Feng immediately became unhappy upon hearing this. To say they worship Huaxia culture might be a possibility, but Yi Feng thought of many other possibilities. Damn B*****************. He's still up to no good. Yi Feng was furious after realizing what had happened. They learned the Huaxiao language with the intention of one day invading Huaxiao again. This time, Yamamoto Ichiro spoke Huaxiao language. Otherwise, it will end up like this, with everyone standing right in front of each other, and no one can understand what the other person is saying. Such is the inherent weakness of this little notebook. There's nothing that can be done about it. Friend? Okay, come over here, let's have a good talk. But is Yi Feng someone who plays by the rules? Why do so many of these guys understand Huaxiao? A win-win situation. A Huaxiao person? Yamamoto Ichiro exclaimed in surprise. In other words, he wasn't standing in front of Yi Feng. If he had been standing in front of Yi Feng, he might have even bowed to him. Don't you know what you've done? Yi Feng didn't answer, but instead asked a question in return. Those who remain with the notebooks now must be the elite among them. Yi Feng browsed. Also, Yi Feng felt that there were quite a few people in this notebook who understood Huaxiao language. I have no friends. I'm just here to kill. I just can't stand you guys. If you have nothing more to say, let's continue. If he had known earlier, he would have studied some of the text in the notebook, not necessarily to understand everything, but at least to get the gist of it. Chapter 185. Sir, please don't joke around. You also live in our Sakura country, so you should know what the situation is like now. If you didn't have friends here, you wouldn't bother to oppose us, right? Yes, you're right. What's your name? Are you the boss here? This time, Yi Feng gave a positive response. My name is Yamamoto Ichiro. I am indeed in charge here. My friend, what happened before was a misunderstanding. We can sit down and have a good talk. Yamamoto Ichiro's tone became much more relaxed. Of course, sitting down for a proper talk was impossible. He would absolutely not allow Yi Feng to get close to him. Come on, show yourself so I can see what you look like, Yi Feng said. Yamamoto Ichiro frowned. He didn't know what Yi Feng was planning, nor did he know if Yi Feng had any long-range attack methods. What if Yi Feng kills me with one move after I show myself? Just as Yamamoto Ichiro was struggling with how to answer, Yi Feng spoke up again. What? Didn't you say you were good friends? You won't even show your face. How could that be, my friend? Of course I'm willing, just watch. Yamamoto Ichiro gritted his teeth. He decided to give it a shot. As for hiring someone to impersonate him, Yamamoto Ichiro had never considered that, because he couldn't bear the consequences of being exposed. He certainly couldn't bear the consequences if his fear of death caused any serious repercussions. Regardless of whether Yi Feng will make a move, the cave people will definitely not let him go. Friend, come out too, let's meet. Yamamoto Ichiro stepped forward. With his signature mustache sticking below his nose, Ichiro Yamamoto looks to be quite old, around 40 years old. Yi Feng also stepped forward and got a clear look at Yamamoto Ichiro's appearance. That's good. Yamamoto Ichiro was somewhat surprised, because Yi Feng was so young as his own son. Of course, Yamamoto Ichiro wouldn't dare call Yi Feng that. What's done? Yamamoto Ichiro asked. Yi Feng didn't respond. He quickly hit again, but he didn't hide the gold. Instead, the gold came in. Knowing who the leader is enough. Keeping Yamamoto Ichiro alive is sufficient, and everyone else can die. Shoot. Shoot. Yamamoto Ichiro knew something was wrong when he saw Yi Feng suddenly retreat. So, the timing of these little notebooks firing was quite right. Clanging sounds erupted from Jinzi's body. He didn't even bother to use his bone knife to block the bullets. Anyway, these bullets can't hurt him. After the gold transformed into a beam of golden light and rushed into the crowd of people with notebooks, Yamamoto Ichiro realized how terribly wrong he had been. They weren't afraid of the weapons in their hands at all. Drop the gun, hold him down, and dismantle him. Yamamoto Ichiro didn't have their so-called Bushido spirit. He preferred gang fights. Therefore, the same applies to Yamamoto Ichiro's subordinates. Seeing that Jinzi had come alone, they immediately hatched a wicked plan. Yamamoto Ichiro didn't believe that so many of them couldn't suppress a single skeleton. As long as we can suppress these skeletons with sheer numbers, then we can dismantle them however we want. Yamamoto Ichiro's loyal subordinates were indeed very loyal. They rushed headlong into the gold. However, the gold knife was simply too fast. Before anyone could pounce on the gold, the craftsman had already cut it in two. They were all in two pieces, with the head and body separated. Impossible. This is impossible. Yamamoto Ichiro was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, still backing away, trying to escape. But when Yamamoto Ichiro saw the mountain path with gold, he was so frightened that his legs went weak. Hi. If Yamamoto Ichiro tells a lie and no one reports it, that's definitely not acceptable. Okay, go ahead. Yi Feng's tone remained soft and gentle. Seeing this, the other kneeling people immediately ran to find stools. However, throwing down his weapons and kneeling in surrender was of no use to Yi Feng. Then hurry up and move it. Yi Feng kicked the clueless guy. A spineless coward can die a little later. Yes, there are. Well done. Yi Feng raised his hand and gently patted the man's head twice. Yes, it's him. After all, having only one tongue like Yamamoto Ichiro isn't enough. It would be even more perfect if the guy who got slapped on the head could close his eyes and show an expression of enjoyment. He shouted loudly, then bowed deeply. However, no one uses firearms to attack Yifeng anymore. The person who finally grabbed the chair acted like a victor, eagerly moving it behind Yifeng. Yamamoto Ichiro knew he should resist, should show his composure, and not let this Huaxiao person look down on him. When Yifeng strolled up to Yamamoto Ichiro, as if taking a leisurely walk, Yifeng revealed his sharp white teeth. Then, Yifeng looked at Yamamoto Ichiro. Look, this person can understand Huaxiao language. However, Jinzi did not go after those guys who voluntarily knelt down and surrendered. But in the end, he succumbed to death. Sir, please have a seat. As for escaping, forget about it. Their escape route is blocked, and now their only way out is to please Yifeng. If their own leader is like this, what resistance can the other little devils possibly have? Come on, tell me, is he the boss here? Don't lie to me, Yifeng asked softly after sitting down. What do you want to do? Yamamoto Ichiro asked Yifeng, his voice trembling. When things really come to this, you can immediately see the worst side of the little notebooks. They'll fight over even something as simple as a stool. You did a really good job. Go back to kneeling over there. Yifeng smiled and pointed to the row of people kneeling. The loud shout really startled Yifeng. He didn't expect this guy to suddenly do something like that, which was quite unexpected. It's like rewarding a dog. Do you have any stools here? Yifeng didn't answer Yamamoto Ichiro, but instead asked the person kneeling next to him. Hello, old Yamamoto, my old friend, we finally meet. Yifeng greeted him in a very old-fashioned way, as if he had run into a familiar hostess at a nightclub. About a minute later, Yifeng reappeared in the passage. Well, this guy couldn't withstand the force of Yifeng's kick at all, and he was kicked to death by Yifeng with one kick. All right, stop sitting there and get up to talk. Yifeng called out to Yamamoto Ichiro. Chapter 186. Yes, I understand. Yamamoto Ichiro stood up briskly. When it comes to following orders, not only Yamamoto Ichiro, but all the little devils do a pretty good job. Tell me, what is your purpose in creating these monsters? Yifeng pointed towards the gold. Jinzi is working hard to chop up the experimental subject. These test subjects were previously behind the notebooks. There was nothing they could do, since the test subjects didn't know how to use firearms. In close combat, let's not talk about it. It would be truly strange if the experimental subject could damage the gold. As Yamamoto Ichiro watched the gold being hacked away, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Hey, this is an experiment the cavemen made us do. Do you know why? Yifeng knew that this must be an order from the cave dwellers, and he wanted to know the specific reason. Yes, I know. Yamamoto Ichiro bowed to Yifeng again. You know, but you still won't tell? Hey, the cavemen want to create powerful monsters so they can use them to fight something even more powerful. I don't know exactly what it is. As expected of the leader of this laboratory, Yamamoto Ichiro knows quite a lot. Something more powerful? Yifeng frowned. What could it be? Could it be one of the monsters he released? Those monsters are indeed quite strong. Yifeng can only handle 2 at a time right now, and he's not confident about taking on more than that. Yes, it's something even more powerful, because the cavemen have never been satisfied with the test subjects we've created, and they've asked me to create something even more powerful. Have you figured it out? Yifeng asked. Yamamoto Ichiro shook his head this time. Reporting to your excellency, there is still no clue at the moment. There are quite a few Huaxia people here, aren't there? Although Yifeng didn't care about the lives of those Huaxia people, he would save them if he had the ability. Sir, we really did not deliberately capture Huaxia people. This is true. You can ask them if you don't believe me. Yamamoto Ichiro pointed to his men, and yes, a row of them kneeling. Despite being so close to each other and with the gold so far away, none of these people had any intention of resisting. You're being so serious, I believe you. If these test subjects are just little notebooks, then I'll feel much more at ease. Wait a minute. That's not right. Xiao Tang was found here. She's from Huaxia. You're not lying to me, are you? Yifeng's tone suddenly turned cold. Yamamoto Ichiro immediately knelt down, directly in front of Yifeng. No, Your Excellency, absolutely not. Perhaps there are Huaxia people here, but we really didn't deliberately arrest them. We just arrested them randomly. Yes, you should have already reported what happened here, right? No, Your Excellency, absolutely not. Yamamoto Ichiro spoke with a straight face, looking directly into Yi Feng's eyes, almost as if he were raising his hand to swear an oath. However, what Yamamoto Ichiro didn't know was that Yi Feng also had the dominoes hanging around his neck. Although the model number and appearance are slightly different, they are essentially the same thing. Stop talking nonsense and tell me when the caveman will arrive. Yi Feng raised his hand, using the tip of his tang sword to lift the dominoes hanging around Yamamoto Ichiro's neck. Yamamoto Ichiro's pupils dilated. Sometimes, smart people really don't need to say too much. Yi Feng's actions have already made it so obvious. Is there any need to say more? Yamamoto Ichiro has so many accessories. Why did Yi Feng only touch this domino? Sir, I know I was wrong. The caveman should be here in about 10 minutes. Yamamoto Ichiro's back was soaked, but he didn't try to deny it, because he knew that if he tried to deny it, he would die even faster. Not bad, you have some sense. Are the two most capable test subjects here those who stopped me earlier? Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. This Yamamoto Ichiro was quite savvy. Yes, Your Excellency, the remaining test subjects are all semi-finished products. It seems there's nothing else to ask. Is there anything else you want to say? Yamamoto Ichiro suddenly shuddered. What does Yi Feng mean by this? This implies that Yamamoto Ichiro is no longer of any use. And if he doesn't say something useful, he will die. This won't do. This absolutely won't do. Yamamoto Ichiro has no desire to die. Sir, I am still useful. I can help you find out the true purpose of the cave people in making us use these experimental subjects. I really can. A useless person, someone who has no value to you, will soon be discarded. Only those who are useful and have value can live a better life. Yamamoto Ichiro was well aware of this. He treated all his subordinates this way. Those subordinates who can still be exploited should be exploited to the fullest extent possible. Those who are no longer exploitable should be turned into test subjects. Oh, you really can. Of course, sir, it's definitely possible. Please believe me. Yamamoto Ichiro bowed to Yi Feng again. Yi Feng glanced at Yamamoto Ichiro's back. Well, the back of my clothes is completely wet. All right, I'll trust you this once. As for them, die. Yi Feng, seated, swung his sword. The blade produced a crescent moon shape. This is Yi Feng using a slash. These guys are kneeling in a row, one slash, and I can definitely kill them all. As expected, no one anticipated that Yi Feng would suddenly make a move. That strike was too sudden. But even if they had these notebooks as a precaution, it was useless. Yi Feng's knife was something they couldn't withstand. Yamamoto Ichiro's pupils widened as he stared at the pile of human heads scattered on the ground. See, there's no need to keep useless people around, right? Yi Feng asked with a smile. Seeing the smile on Yi Feng's face, Yamamoto Ichiro once again slumped to the ground, utterly timid. How did this young man manage to kill so many people with a single, unwavering strike? How many people have died at the hands of this young man? You're absolutely right, sir. Luckily, I'm a useful person, Yamamoto Ichiro responded. He feared that if he didn't respond, Yi Feng would stab him in the back as well. Well, I hope so, Yi Feng sighed softly. Then, Yi Feng gave Jinzi an order. He told Jinzi to summon a skeleton and have Wang Nan and the others hide. Once the cave dwellers arrive, they might conduct a large-scale search. If Wang Nan and his group are encountered by them, their fate will definitely be grim. Wang Nan was definitely obedient. Although she couldn't communicate with the skeleton, she couldn't resist its strength. It would pull her away, so how could she resist? Not long after Wang Nan and his group hid, a group of cave dwellers arrived. This team consisted of only about 20 people, not many in number, but they were all quite strong, with 3 of them at the king level. Chapter 187. How did this place become like this? The leader of the 3 who were granted the title of king frowned and spoke. When they contacted each other before, Yamamoto Ichiro did not report this situation. They had tried both entrances, and both were blocked. Even the last small door was blocked, which naturally surprised them. We still don't know who did it. Could it be? Don't talk nonsense. Go in through the largest entrance. The leader, a king-level expert, interrupted his subordinate. The rest is best kept to yourself. There's no need to say it aloud. Currently, on the surface, The cave people here in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom are united. But in reality, they also have thousands of tribes, and which tribe doesn't have its own selfish motives? Such alliances can only hinder each other. Expecting others to genuinely help you is impossible. Yes. Without hesitation, the group of cave dwellers broke down the door. The rubble blocking the entrance and exit was no match for their sharp weapons. In no time, they broke through and cleared a path leading directly to the area that had not yet collapsed. Run! At this point, who would dare to delay? It's obvious that a major accident has occurred. However, since neither of the two entrances was damaged, it means that the commotion caused by those actions is still ongoing. We absolutely cannot let this troublemaker get away with it. We must catch him. However, does Yi Feng intend to leave? There's no good at all. So, not long after, the leaders saw Yi Feng and Yamamoto Ichiro. Sir, I will make contact with them. I know your strength, and I know I can't escape. I will not betray you, I swear. Yamamoto Ichiro appeared calm upon seeing the caveman, but his less than composed body betrayed him. Okay, I believe you, go ahead. Yi Feng patted Yamamoto Ichiro on the shoulder to show his trust. Yamamoto Ichiro was deeply moved. He didn't want to ask anything right now, and he had no plans. He just wanted to hide behind the cavemen and watch Yi Feng be hacked to death by them. My lord, please don't rush into action. I have something to discuss in detail. These words from Yamamoto Ichiro were exactly what the little notebook had to say. He wouldn't let Yi Feng know what he said. Stop! The leader of the cave dwellers waved his hand, signaling not to make a move. Yamamoto Ichiro took small, quick steps, not daring to walk fast at all. He was afraid that walking too fast would cause Yi Feng to have any bad misunderstandings. What if I get killed by Yi Feng from afar before I even get back to the caveman's camp? Where can I complain about that? Fortunately, the two sides were not far apart, just along the path Yi Feng had just walked, at the other end of the passage. Once Yamamoto Ichiro joined the caveman camp, his true nature was immediately revealed. My lords, it was him. He destroyed our laboratory and killed everyone. Yamamoto Ichiro began to complain as soon as he was safe. All that persuasion and platitudes was just Yamamoto Ichiro spouting nonsense. He had asked about the experimental subjects countless times, but he had never received a definite answer. If you ask this time, you'll definitely get the same answer. Therefore, it's better to demonstrate your unwavering loyalty, which will likely lead to being given an important position later. By the way, he's a Huaxia who appeared out of nowhere. I've never seen him before. Even if Yi Feng couldn't understand what Yamamoto Ichiro was saying, he could still tell from his expression. As expected of an ungrateful wretch, Little Notebook lives up to its name. Kinja, get ready to chop someone up. But don't kill the guy who was talking to Yamamoto. Yi Feng gave an explanation. He still has no intention of taking action. Upon hearing this, Jinzi walked forward. Yi Feng needed to gather information on king-level abilities, and there was no better opportunity than to see it for himself. What are you so smug about? I'm not communicating with you. Who do you think you are? Yamamoto Ichiro was really tough now. Faced with Yi Feng's taunts, he actually retorted directly to Yi Feng. Because Yi Feng's target wasn't this king-level caveman, his target was Yamamoto Ichiro. For streaks of cold light flashed past, and Yamamoto Ichiro let out a painful howl. Sir, the rest of us can ignore this skeleton. Let's go capture this person. Yi Feng's tone was full of teasing. Yawn. So boring. Yi Feng yawned, his eyes almost squinting. Yamamoto, is this how you communicate? Something doesn't seem right to me. Therefore, hiding behind the caveman is completely useless. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes, 4 slashes. Gold doesn't move very fast, but it can still affect those who are terrified. Yamamoto Ichiro was chopped into a human stump by Yi Feng with 4 slashes. When Yi Feng walked in, he was already prepared to attack. This person also appears to be at the king-level strength. Yamamoto Ichiro was a very competent lackey. Useless. Just a skeleton. Even if it's a little special, how special can it be? Yi Feng used a combo attack, without even using the bone-shattering skill. The cave dwellers are quite strong, especially their leader, who is probably one of the top figures among those at the king level. He actually fought Jinzi to a draw. If odes were effective, everyone on Earth would have died long ago. Yamamoto Ichiro's thinking was quite open-minded, showing no trace of feudal superstition. The leader of the cave dwellers cursed at Yamamoto Ichiro. Jinzi didn't use a combo attack. He just used normal attacks, then normal attacks again. Unfortunately, Yamamoto Ichiro was too arrogant. Although gold's properties aren't great, its inherent skeletal nature is undeniable. No flesh, no pain, which is already quite abnormal. Okay? Startled, Yamamoto Ichiro retreated and hid behind a caveman. But before he could attack, Feng disappeared. Before the cave dwellers could even say anything, he was already offering suggestions, telling them to get rid of Feng. The opponent is indeed impressive to be able to fight Jinzi to a standstill. However, Yamamoto Ichiro was still somewhat relieved because he was hiding behind the caveman. So even if Feng wanted to kill someone, he would only kill the caveman in front of him. But your retribution is me. Feng suddenly gave a strange laugh. Take Yamamoto, for example. You just swore an oath. Feng reminded Yamamoto Ichiro. Feng has become a phantom, so he can cut wherever he wants. Isn't it good to live a good life? Feng slowly stood up. The next moment, Jinzi's figure turned into golden light. Sir, he's coming. Don't let him get any closer. He's too powerful. Yamamoto Ichiro pointed at the gold and retreated frantically. Yamamoto Ichiro had seen this move before, and he was terrified. Chapter 188. When he was first shaved into a human stick, Yamamoto Ichiro did not feel any pain. Because Feng's knife was so fast, it fooled Yamamoto Ichiro's own senses. Yamamoto Ichiro stammered in terror. He tried to raise his hand to point at Feng, but he couldn't feel his hand anywhere. The next moment, Yamamoto Ichiro fell to the ground, blood gushing from his limbs. In the blink of an eye, Yamamoto Ichiro's energy waned considerably, and he could no longer speak. The caveman, who was evenly matched with Jinzi, was starting to panic. He saw clearly how Feng made his move, but it was precisely because he saw it so clearly that he was terrified. He already has a hard time dealing with a single skeleton, so what would he do if Feng ambushed him? Go. Kill him. There were still quite a few cave dwellers. After the leader, a king-level being, glared and roared, the cave dwellers who were watching the show finally came to their senses. Two other kings also rushed towards Feng. They could all see that Feng was the master of the skeleton, and that eliminating Feng would solve the problem of the skeleton. You're really giving me too much credit. Feng immediately became unhappy. Who are these two with? Why can't we play slowly? Do you really have to resort to dirty tricks? Since the other party was serious, Feng naturally couldn't be careless and first launched a slash from a distance to test the waters. The two sides were not far apart to begin with, and Feng's slash was rather sudden. So apart from those who reacted quickly, almost half of the people were cut in half by Feng. Then Feng played even more savagely, directly using a combo attack to chop down the leader of the king-level fighter who was battling Jinzi. Jinzi, on the other hand, turned back and confronted the remaining cave dwellers. Switching opponents on the spot is that smooth. Who would have thought Feng would use such a tactic? These cave dwellers certainly didn't expect it. Gold is not afraid of getting hurt. It has superpowers. If it gets cut by swords or knives, it doesn't matter. However, the bone knife of the gold was not so easy to withstand. One cut and a child was gone. With a swift stroke, the harvesting speed was incredibly fast. On the contrary, the king-level being targeted by Feng didn't cause much trouble. Although Feng's attack speed using combo slashes and bone crushing was quite fast, this guy's reaction speed was also not slow. With him able to block with his weapon, bone crushing was unable to play any role. At least for the time being, this guy can definitely hold off Feng. Feng wasn't in a hurry. In fact, he didn't intend to kill the guy. He deliberately left him alive. This guy, you can't kill him. The caveman finally broke down. I finally couldn't hold on any longer. But it was too late. They reacted too slowly, and by then, only a few of them had been killed by the gold. One of the king-level beings had already had his head fall to the ground. Jinzi, being quite rude, kicked the man on the head, crushing his skull to pieces. Stop! Who are you? The king-level expert targeted by Feng couldn't hold on any longer. When did such powerful bastards appear among the humans on Earth? That's too cruel. However, Feng showed no sign of stopping. If you don't serve this guy comfortably, will he be willing to cooperate? Soon, Jinzi finished her work. Having killed so many people, Jinzi was covered in wounds, with 2 broken ribs. But it's not a big problem. This injury won't affect Jinzi's fighting ability. The remaining king-level warriors were completely dumbfounded. He truly hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Just when he thought he was about to be surrounded and killed, Yifeng suddenly stopped. If you're willing to cooperate, we can have a talk. If the talk goes well, you can live. If the talk doesn't go well, I'll send you to your death. Yifeng interrupted the words of the king-level expert from the underground cave. Being abruptly interrupted, he didn't dare to get angry and nodded somewhat cooperatively. Why did you set up this laboratory? Yifeng asked, voicing his doubts. In this wretched place, let alone Yifeng, even this king-level opponent targeted by Yifeng could be easily defeated, and it would be a one-on-one fight. If you don't cooperate, then go. I'll cooperate. See, even cave dwellers cherish their lives, and so do those at the king level. Yifeng didn't even utter the word die, but Jinzi took a step forward, which startled the guy so much that he shouted out loud. Explain. But what the heck is a beast god egg? It's from a foreign tribe. It was left behind by a foreign tribe. Yifeng is still very willing to listen to stories. This king-level figure was a little upset. Yifeng was already quite surprised by the existence of the underground cave, but he didn't expect that this wasn't the end, and there were even more caves below it. Beast god egg? Yifeng lowered the knife he had raised. Underground monsters. This news is truly shocking. This guy is like someone who's constipated, squeezing out little by little. But if you ask him something crucial, he'll hold it in and won't vomit. That's why we need to have these people create these experimental subjects that contain toxins. We need to send them underground to poison all those beast god eggs. Yifeng was stunned. Yifeng was somewhat confused. The main purpose of creating these test subjects is to have them deal with the underground monsters. This is a secret, and I shouldn't be telling you. But, did you use this as a prelude? I said, there's a passage below our cave with many beast god eggs. If all those beast god eggs hatch, we won't be a match for them. Damn it, you're so slow. Yifeng was really annoyed by what he heard. Now look what's happened. It turns out the aliens were here all along. Yifeng planned to use his knife to make the cut on the guys but bigger, to give him a proper treatment. Stop beating around the bush, get to the point. Aren't monsters things created by cave dwellers? Yifeng interrupted this king-level figure once again. Where did these beast god eggs come from? Yifeng was a traditional Huaxiao person who was always eager to learn and asked questions when he didn't understand. Clearly, this king-level expert also saw through Yifeng's purpose, so he instantly stopped constipating and became exceptionally smooth. According to the records of our ancestors, foreign tribes came from beyond the heavens. But there's nothing I can do. I'm simply no match for their strength, and I still want to live. So, if it's frustrating, I'd rather not do it. Who are they flirting with here? The Earthlings had searched everywhere for extraterrestrials, but hadn't found a single clue. This king-level letter revealed a little secret. We could manage to hatch those eggs one by one, but that would be too slow, and we can't afford to wait. Since you're willing to cooperate, then let's have a proper talk. Are there still any outsiders alive? Yifeng became serious, because this was a very serious question. The skills we awakened were also left behind by foreign races. Chapter 189. No, according to our understanding, none of them are alive. The monsters on the surface were created by us. We extracted the genes of the beast god and modified the genes of the monsters, so the awakened professions that surface humans acquire are also related to these, but the greater connection is due to other races. We underground people had already mastered various professions long ago. It was only after they used the power of the beast god to open the passage connecting to the surface that you gained this ability. It can be said that this ability was bestowed upon us by outsiders. This king-level expert blurted everything out without Yifeng having to ask him questions one by one. As it turns out, sometimes a knife is much more effective than an enema. What do foreigners look like? Why do you say it's a profession bestowed upon you by them? Yifeng asked again. I have never seen a foreign tribe, and none of us have ever seen one. The foreign race is deep underground, but we don't know exactly where they are. We need to go beyond the place where the beast god's egg is buried to enter the deeper underground. However, I heard that they came to Earth in batches on a type of spacecraft, and they landed in different places. I don't know exactly why they disappeared once they went deep underground. Yifeng nodded, his brain rapidly processing the news brought to him by this king-level achievement. It was truly shocking. Yifeng felt instantly elevated, realizing he had discovered the secrets of Earth in no time. Now, not only are the cave dwellers interested in the foreign races underground, but Yifeng is also very interested. What are these foreign tribes like? And how come they are so capable? The ability to grant humans jobs out of thin air is a bit too overpowered. Furthermore, if they brought the beast god eggs, what was their reason for bringing them? If you're here for friendly negotiations, you don't need to bring so many beast god eggs, right? Now, Yifeng finally understood that the monster that had been chasing him around Mount Fuji was actually the hatched beast god. The people in that place are probably also cultivating that zombie, and their goal is definitely to destroy the beast god's egg underground. Their ultimate goal is to reach the place where the foreign tribes reside, even deeper underground. Thinking about it this way, Yifeng also knew what the underground royal family on Huaxia's side wanted to do. The altar built by the royal family of Huaxia Cave was probably also a way to create something to fight against the underground beast god. Are you sure you can get benefits from outsiders? Yifeng asked, somewhat skeptical. Of course we can. Our abilities all come from other races. As long as we find out where those races are, we will definitely be able to benefit from them. This king-level official spoke with absolute certainty. Although he didn't know much about the inside story, he was still very clear about these basic things. I see. So this place definitely doesn't lead underground, right? No, this is it. If the rock layers here weren't so fragile, we wouldn't have chosen this place. The king-level expert replied very quickly. Everything that needed to be said has been said, and nothing that shouldn't have been said has been left unsaid either. Now he's completely at ease, answering whatever Yifeng asks without any psychological burden. Where's the passage? Yifeng asked, sounding a little anxious. You can go see aliens, and maybe even see spaceships with alien-like shapes. At the very least, you can see the beast god's egg underground. By the way, are there bones inside the beast god's egg? It's over there. I can take you there, but we haven't fully opened up the tunnel yet. To get to where the beast god's egg is, we'll have to go through a very difficult section with very small gaps. We did not violently destroy the passage because we were afraid the tunnel would collapse. This king-level figure's words were quite straightforward. They wouldn't use violence, and it would be best if Yifeng didn't use violence either, so everyone could be fine. Okay, I got it. Take me there. Yifeng hadn't planned to go in himself anyway, but there's gold here. The experimental subject is capable of dealing with the beast god egg of the manor. Wouldn't Jinzi be able to handle it with ease? However, when Yifeng followed the king-level figure to a small gap between two underground rocks, Yifeng frowned. You're not planning to lure me in here and then kill me, are you? Yifeng didn't believe a word this king-level figure said. Of course not. In my current state, how could I possibly play mind games with you? The king wiped away non-existent sweat from his forehead. Then, the gold entered the gap. The gap is really small. If this were a place for mortals, it would be quite suitable for exploration. This place is so narrow. Even someone with a slightly taller build couldn't get through, right? Haven't you ever thought about expanding it? Yifeng spoke up to complain, expressing his indignation on behalf of Jinzi. This king-level title left everyone dumbfounded. He originally planned to escape as soon as Yifeng entered the crevice. If we bring more people, we'll definitely be able to kill Yifeng. Now that Yifeng has no intention of entering the rift, how can he carry out the subsequent plans? I never thought of that. The king-level expert shrugged at Yifeng. What can Yifeng say? Since they had spoken so sincerely and twice, Yifeng had no choice but to believe them. After Jinzi finally managed to cross mountains and valleys to enter the depths of the crevice, suddenly the space in front of him turned into a very open space. Looking at the area, it seems to be much larger than the underground cave. Good heavens, so many beast god eggs. Yifeng couldn't help but exclaim. However, what surprised him even more was the king-level being standing next to Yifeng. He was surprised that Jinzi was able to find the location of the beast god eggs so quickly. All right, we've already broken those beast god eggs, and none of them have hatched. What's next? Yifeng stared at the king-level expert with great interest. However, those who are granted the title of king suffer in silence. You've accomplished something so quickly that we haven't been able to do for so long. How can we bear this? It's a waste of our time and effort to build this kind of laboratory. But then again, I've never been to that place before, so how would I know what to do next? I don't know what happened after the beast god egg. It's all recorded by our ancestors. The king-level figure compromised and invoked the authority of his ancestors. Your ancestors are really getting in the way, Yi Feng said viciously. Looking at the notebook again, there was absolutely no reaction. Well, all that loyalty, filial piety, and etiquette they displayed was truly an act. If Yi Feng said that to someone else in Huaxia, you'd see if they'd glare at you. If you encounter someone with a bad temper, they might even physically assault you. Chapter 190. What should I do if I don't know the answer to any of your questions? Cold stir-fried eggs. Jinzi began to express herself. Anyway, the area is only so big. The beast god egg has already been smashed, so the next step shouldn't be too far away. Let's just search slowly. And believe it or not, Gold soon found something quite different. The stones in this underground cave, while not all perfectly square, do follow a pattern, and one glance reveals the vicissitudes of time. But there's one thing that's not like that. From a distance, it appears as a giant rock, right behind a pile of beast god eggs. Jinzi hadn't noticed it at first, and Yi Feng hadn't paid any attention either, because it looked like just a stone. However, after going around this rock, none of the other rocks were this large, and the space behind it became as spacious as the place where the beast god's egg was placed. That's not right. Although Yi Feng hadn't studied cave science, he still had some basic common sense. That irregularly shaped boulder only touched the ground at its bottom. Its top, left, and right sides were completely exposed. Upon closer inspection, it seems as if this thing appeared out of thin air. After Yi Feng had this question in his mind, Jinzi turned back and came to the stone. Then Jinzi swung his knife. It's just a stone. Since you've noticed something's wrong with it, just cut it open and you'll know what's going on. That one cut ruined everything. The stone was indeed shattered, but it was only one layer, 3 or 4 centimeters thick. After this layer of stone was broken, a stream of green liquid gushed out. Gold was poured over his head and down to his feet. If it were just venom, Yi Feng certainly wouldn't care. A tiny venom is nothing compared to gold. But to Yi Feng's surprise, this green liquid had an unusually strong corrosive ability. Even with Jinzi's current bone structure, it couldn't withstand the damage. In just 4 or 5 seconds, Jinzi was melted. Holy crap, Yi Feng exclaimed. The king-level cave dweller standing next to Yi Feng was startled by Yi Feng's sudden outburst. What's wrong? The cave dwellers also heard the sound of gold splitting stone. This is actually quite normal, but why did Yi Feng react so strongly? Yi Feng's expression was not good. This is gold. This is the first time since Yi Feng's debut that gold has been eliminated. Or rather, gold used to have very few chances of getting hurt. They've been completely crushed. What is that? Yi Feng glanced at his skills. It will be about 2 hours before the gold is summoned. What? What is that? The caveman looked around, but after finding nothing, he impulsively stuck his head into the crack to investigate. Get out of the way. Yi Feng grabbed the caveman and pulled him aside. What are you trying to do? The caveman was a little annoyed, but he didn't react, because after Yi Feng dragged him away, he actually went into the crevice on his own. Yi Feng did not respond. He continued on his way. Something's not right. Something's extremely wrong. These cave dwellers aren't stupid. There must be a reason why Yi Feng took such action. His summoned creatures must have discovered something good in this crack. Thinking of this, the caveman couldn't bear it any longer and followed Yi Feng's footsteps. Because Jean had already scouted the route, Yi Feng was quite experienced and managed to squeeze through without any major incidents. When Yi Feng saw the broken beast god eggs scattered all over the ground, he actually felt a little heartbroken. With so many beast gods, how many bones would there be after they hatched? If I devour them all, how many attribute points will I get? But it's no use saying anything now. An egg is an egg, and once it's broken, it's broken. After all, they all grew up listening to these underground legends. Because of this cut, the amount of green liquid gushing out from inside the stone decreased significantly. The cave dweller became more and more excited as he spoke, and his voice grew louder and louder. Yi Feng couldn't be bothered to listen to this nonsense. Discuss? 2 illiterate people. What kind of discussion is that? This. The cave dwellers also saw what Yi Feng had seen. Stop talking nonsense, Either fight or watch the show. Yifeng said. Now that we're on the same team, can't you discuss things with me before you do anything? Okay, then I have to knock it down. Even if I get knocked to death by the monkey, I want to see what the monkey looks like before I die. This strike was no joke. Under Yifeng's watchful eye, he discovered quite a few problems. Yifeng's slash further enlarged the wound, shattering the stone and causing green liquid to gush out. If this thing doesn't have any offensive capabilities, that's fine. But if it does have offensive capabilities, can we defeat it? Close-range attacks are definitely out of the question. The green liquid this guy spews out can corrode gold, so it will naturally corrode Yifeng as well. It's like the Huaxia people hearing that there might be a monkey living inside this stone. If you break the stone, there's a high chance that a monkey will jump out. So, are you going to break it or not? Wait, don't be impulsive. The caveman didn't care about anything else and immediately grabbed Yifeng. At that point, it was too late to say anything. Yifeng wouldn't mind killing this caveman first. This liquid is incredibly corrosive. The cave dweller was dumbfounded. At this point, if anyone were to say that this thing is an inanimate object, Yifeng would definitely disagree. Let's see how long you can keep spouting nonsense. Think about it. This thing might be what allows us to understand our profession. What? Does this guy think that just because the gold has been melted down, he can take on me? Slash. Yifeng raised his hand and unleashed a slash from a distance. With this level of corrosion, the experimental subjects they created before were completely useless, right? What do you want to do? Yifeng's face was extremely ugly. What are you doing? The cave dweller was immediately displeased upon seeing this. I didn't intend to do anything. We need to discuss this. This thing looks alive. If we don't figure it out and bring it to life. Is this thing alive? Yifeng didn't have time to check what the gold had melted into. He was staring at the gap that had been split open by the gold. Upon entering the open area, Yifeng accelerated and ran, arriving at the spot where the gold had melted in 5 or 6 seconds. Inside the broken stone, flesh and blood were writhing, just like a human breathing. The caveman couldn't stop Yifeng. He could only watch helplessly as Yifeng unleashed another slash. Yifeng's eyes were shining with excitement. It's normal to feel some fear. Not as much as last time. And this thing is bones. Yifeng's eyes were shining. Get out of here, what are you afraid of? The cave dweller himself believed it when he told this story. Chapter 191. Yifeng continued his slashing, this time with a specific purpose. Yifeng wanted to cut open the exposed flesh and tissue of this thing so he could see what the bones inside looked like. It's like cutting meat from a distance. Anyone who has ever cut meat knows that it's actually quite simple to make a hole in the middle of a piece of meat. If your knife is sharp, 4 cuts are enough. Up, down, left, right, that's all there is to you. A piece of meat fell off. Yifeng's slash could cut through the creature's flesh, but it couldn't cut through its bones. Upon seeing the exposed bones, Yifeng smiled and held out his hand to measure them. It's not long enough. Yifeng was a little disappointed. The flesh and blood of this thing were so thick that, according to Yifeng's naked eye, the bones he could see were at least 1 meter deep. To touch the bones of this thing, you not only have to put your hand in, but it seems you also have to put your body in a little bit. Damn it, keep going. Yifeng didn't want to have any contact with this thing's flesh and blood. It wasn't just disgust. He was afraid his small body couldn't handle it. That green liquid is the blood from this thing. If you climb in, won't you be corroded into a skeleton? Or perhaps he couldn't even become a skeleton. Yifeng knew that although his own bones were stronger than Jinzi's, they weren't that much stronger. Still cutting? What do you want to do? The caveman was terrified. He was constantly worried that the thing would suddenly come to life and devour them both alive. You know nothing. Yifeng ignored him and continued chopping. It still has a purpose. Now a window has been cut out in front of him, the kind of window that you can't climb into. Since windows won't work, let's cut a door instead. If we can't climb, can't we just walk inside? This time it was even simpler, 2 cuts, and it was done. Large chunks of flesh fell off without much trouble for Yifeng. That's about enough this time. Let's go take a look. Me too. The caveman pointed at his own nose and stared at Yifeng. Are you going or not? Yifeng's tone was a little harsh, carrying a hint of threat. Wow. The cave dweller responded through gritted teeth. Actually, he is quite curious now. What exactly is this thing? Judging by its size, this thing is at least 10 meters tall and has an irregular oval shape. If Yi Feng were to describe it, this guy would be like a flying saucer, perfectly fitting the image of an alien. Then, Yi Feng led the cave dweller slowly to the vicinity of the gap that Yi Feng had cut. Yeah, I didn't dare get close. The area around the gap was covered in green blood, the kind that's extremely corrosive. However, the ground doesn't seem to have been corroded, which is quite amazing. Go and get some stone slabs to pave the road. It's definitely not acceptable for Yi Feng to step into this green blood and touch the bones. This is where the cavemen who do the hard labor come in handy. Yi Feng naturally couldn't do such a small job himself. What can cave dwellers say? Do as I say. How fast can a king-level expert move the stone slab? Anyway, you can go as fast as you want. You don't even need a knife. Just draw random lines on the stone wall with your palm. Draw a circle, and it becomes a round stone slab. Draw a square, and it becomes a square stone slab. The cave dweller was quite greedy. He simply carved a large stone slab, 4 or 5 meters long and 2 meters wide, directly from the rock wall. Get me another one. Oh. The cave dweller looked at the stone slab that had been laid in front of the gap, completely blocking the green liquid, somewhat bewildered. Good action and good imagination. Make 4 more pieces, according to his wounds, and we'll plug up all his flesh and blood. Yi Feng came up with a better idea. This really is an inspiration from cave dwellers. If you just pave the way and then go in to examine the bones, that's still very dangerous, especially since the wound is still bleeding. Yi Feng didn't want to risk getting this on his body, given its corrosive properties. Okay. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, the cave dwellers realized what Yi Feng intended to do. You know what? You really have to admit, this trick is actually pretty good. Anyway, the stone slabs are readily available, and the cave dwellers now want to go inside the thing to study it. The 4 stone slabs were quickly placed and installed perfectly, all thanks to the cave dwellers. Each stone slab was much wider, and under the pressure of flesh and blood, these stone slabs naturally and perfectly transformed into a rectangular passage. Let's go take a look. The cave dweller became interested after finishing his work. After such a long time, the thing didn't react at all, which completely dispelled the fear in the cave dwellers' hearts, leaving only curiosity. Of course, there was also a touch of greed. If we can figure out what this thing is, and if we can obtain some useful substances from it, wouldn't it be possible to further improve our strength? Go ahead, I'll wait a bit. Yi Feng didn't agree. He is waiting. Wait for the gold to cool down. If I could actually swallow the bones of this thing, after it is devoured, this thing will definitely collapse. You can imagine what will happen just by thinking about it. This narrow passage won't save Yi Feng. He'll be buried in flesh and blood without any bone support. If it were ordinary flesh and blood, it wouldn't be a problem. A few cuts would be enough to remove it. But Yi Feng dared not touch the flesh and blood of this thing. Therefore, Yi Feng waited for the gold to finish consuming it, and then had the gold prop up the stone slab to create an escape route for him. As for the caveman, Yi Feng didn't even think about it. He guessed that this guy probably wished he could be buried in this pile of flesh and blood and never get out. When Yi Feng is capable, this guy is quite honest. But when Yi Feng is incapable, can you really rely on him? Stop joking, they're enemies, okay? Me? I'm not going. The caveman shook his head like a rattle drum. Who knows what kind of tricks Yi Feng has up his sleeve? What if he goes in and never gets out? What if this is what Yi Feng wanted him to do to scout ahead? The cave dwellers aren't stupid either. Yi Feng shrugged, said nothing, and said, "Go if you want, don't go if you don't." The waiting time was long. Although it was only about an hour, the people in the underground cave experienced what it meant for time to fly by. Just waiting like this isn't a solution. Fortunately, Yi Feng was also quite anxious. As soon as the cooldown ended, Yi Feng summoned new gold. The new gold skeleton is thicker and the body is taller. Well, what can you do when Yi Feng's strength has improved again? Gold, go and get a bigger, wider stone slab. Yi Feng ordered. Jinzi picked up the bone knife and left. The caveman was terrified. His senses were quite sharp, and he could sense that this gold was much stronger than the skeleton that had followed Yi Feng before. Chapter 192. In no time at all, Jinzi returned carrying a large stone slab, which was 10 meters wide and 20 meters long. Jinzi carried the stone slab directly to the creature, and then, like a cleaver, plunged the stone slab into the body of the unknown thing. It went in quite deep, only stabilizing itself after hitting the bones inside the creature's body. All right, just carry it here. Yifeng stood up, satisfied. Everything is ready. It's time for him to make his grand entrance. The cave dwellers were completely bewildered, wondering what Yifeng was trying to achieve by doing all this. However, he didn't ask anything. He knew his current status and position. When his gaze followed Yifeng into the bloody hole that had been dug out, he saw a scene that horrified him. Yifeng actually raised his hand and grabbed at what was clearly a bone. Yifeng initially thought nothing would happen, since there wasn't much blood on the bone. However, when Yifeng grabbed the bone, he realized he was wrong. The bones of this thing have extremely strong corrosive properties. Yifeng's palm was corroded, and the corrosion was spreading to his arm. Fortunately, Yifeng's bones were able to withstand this corrosion. What truly surprised the cave dwellers was not Yifeng's actions, but the bones inside Yifeng's body. Are those bones usable by humans? Whose bones are as smooth as jade? Devour. Yifeng didn't have much time to be surprised. If I stay in that state of surprise any longer, my entire body will be corroded away. Yifeng wasn't sure if he could survive after he was reduced to just a skeleton. Innate power activated. This bone is of unknown origin, but its texture is definitely bone. Anything with bones is Yifeng's food. The bones turned into bone fluid. As Yifeng's body absorbed the bone fluid, he didn't have time to feel it before he began to retreat rapidly. This mountain of flesh is about to collapse. Sure enough, just as Yifeng had taken 2 or 3 steps back, the mountain of flesh began to collapse. The spot where Yifeng had just stood was now piled high with flesh and blood, and this flesh and blood was rapidly advancing forward. The stone slab that Jinzi was carrying was also covered with a lot of flesh and blood. Fortunately, the slab was wide enough that the flowing flesh and blood could not harm Jinzi, let alone Yifeng. Then, Yifeng ran away quickly. The bone fluid has already begun to devour, and as long as it is not interrupted in the middle, Yifeng will continuously devour this bone fluid, so it won't matter if he runs far away. After Yifeng ran far away, Jinzi threw the stone slab up and then dashed out in a flash. Yifeng is absorbing bone fluid and cannot move around. If this caveman does something at this moment, he may very well succeed. Fortunately, Yifeng's worries were unnecessary. At this moment, the cave dweller was in a state of deep confusion and shock and had no other thoughts in mind. What kind of monster are you? Which royal family created this monster? The cave dweller couldn't help but exclaim in surprise at Yifeng. From his perspective, Yifeng was a complete monster. Both Yifeng's bones and his behavior are monstrous. Shut up, Yifeng snapped. This guy is talking too much. Can't you see we're busy? We don't have time to talk to you. The caveman was startled by Yifeng's angry rebuke, and then he wilted, not daring to speak to the monster at all. It was too terrifying. The absorption of the bone fluid went smoothly. Before Yifeng could even check his attribute panel after he finished absorbing it, he noticed that his hands had changed. Specifically, it shouldn't be the hands, but rather the hand bones that have changed. The flesh that was corroded didn't grow back, so you can clearly see what the hand bones look like. The hand bones, which were originally as smooth as jade, are rapidly turning into a jet black color. If that were all, it would be fine. It's a change that occurred due to bone evolution, and Yifeng could understand that. But what Yifeng couldn't understand was that a flame was burning on his bones, which was a bit too fantastical. Before long, the flame spread to Yifeng's entire body. However, Yifeng did not feel any discomfort. On the contrary, she felt quite comfortable. But the cave dweller was different. He felt an extreme chill. Logically, being surrounded by flames should make him feel the heat, but he can't feel any heat at all. Then, a realization was etched into Yifeng's mind. Yifeng closed his eyes, and the entire cave became eerily quiet. It was several minutes later when Yifeng opened her eyes again. Yifeng didn't rush to test his abilities. Instead, he opened his attribute panel. Occupation, Netherworld Bone King, S rank, level, 84 physical condition, 130-0071 strength, 130-0183 agility, 130-0094 spirit, 66-85 skill, summon Netherworld Bone King. Can summon a Netherworld Bone King with twice the user's own attributes to fight. Cooldown time, 12 hours. Netherworld power, passive skill. Netherworld flames envelop the entire body, and attacks are accompanied by netherworld flame attacks. Bone Shatter. Using Bone Shatter can create an effect that hits through mountains, shattering the bones inside the enemy's body. Slash. Summoned creatures can learn the Slash skill, which can unleash a 10-meter-long sword aura. The sword aura's power is 1.2 times the strength value. Cooldown time, 5 seconds. Combo Slash. Invisible, slashes the opponent 4 times in succession. Summon Netherworld Skeletons, a unique skill of the Netherworld Bone King, which can summon 5 Netherworld Skeletons with 1/5 of its own attributes. Cooldown time, 12 hours. Netherworld Domain. The exclusive domain of the Netherworld Bone King, where Netherworld flames burn within its range. Talent. Bone Fusion Netherworld Bone Great Strength. Increases own strength by 40%. Swiftness. Increases own attack speed by 31%. Bone Strengthening. Bone Strength increases by 22%. Agility. Increases own agility by 23%. Fearless. Invincibility value plus 20. Yifeng looked at his attribute panel and was very satisfied. Leveling up, career advancement, bone enhancement, and a significant increase in attributes resulted in a net gain of over 300,000. Because the skills required for career advancement have also changed. Summoning Little Gold directly doubles one's own attributes. This is a bit terrifying. With Yifeng's current attributes, Xi and Xiao Jin's attributes have skyrocketed to nearly 3 million. Furthermore, the attack is accompanied by Netherworld power. The Netherworld power is described quite simply on the panel, but it is the Netherworld power that Yifeng just comprehended. This power is no ordinary thing. It's a flame so cold it's capable of freezing living things into ice shards. The Netherworld domain is also terrifyingly powerful. As long as Jinzi releases this domain, Netherworld flames will burn within its range, freezing anyone who enters. Yifeng now has an urge to go to the foot of Mount Fuji to find those beast kings. Furthermore, the power of the Netherworld has another advantage. Yifeng will be virtually immune to all poisons and will be able to resist most negative effects. For example, it can perfectly resist this corrosion. Could this bone evolution be related to this big guy? Chapter 193. It's no wonder Yifeng had this idea. Yifeng's evolution had always been quite righteous, but suddenly he was turned into a ghost, which is a bit villainous. The guy Yifeng just devoured was clearly a villain. His corrosive abilities alone were enough to prove it. Alright, there's this technique too. Before Yifeng could even process the surge in power, he saw his own hand. The next moment, the flames on Yifeng's body disappeared. Although this Netherworld power is a passive skill, Yifeng controls the switch and can turn it off whenever he wants. If this can't be turned off, Yifeng will probably cry her eyes out. How can he be intimate with his woman if he's constantly burning with this kind of flame? After Yifeng extinguished the flames on his body, he took out a storage bracelet. He remembered that there was a muscle regenerating powder in the storage box. This is no ordinary tissue regenerating powder. It's produced in the underground cave, and its effect is to quickly regenerate flesh and blood. This is perfect for Yifeng to use right now. When Yifeng took out the muscle regeneration powder, the caveman's eyes widened in surprise. He had seen this stuff before. It wasn't the bottle containing the muscle regenerating powder, but rather what was inside the bottle. He watched as Yifeng applied the muscle regenerating powder to the wound on his hand. Then, the flesh on Yifeng's hands grew like rapidly growing buds, at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this rate, the corroded hand should grow back in less than 2 or 3 hours. This is a tissue regenerating powder? You're really a member of the underground royal family? I told you to shut up. Yifeng was a little annoyed. Why does this guy talk so much? Afterwards, Yifeng considered whether this person was still useful. If not, should he be killed? Just then, a loud noise suddenly came from inside the cave. The large mass of flesh that had lost its bones was disappearing rapidly. No, to be precise, it didn't disappear, but rather a huge crack appeared in the ground, and this stuff is flowing into that crack. This crack is below this thing, and it grew out of this fissure. The caveman started babbling again. Yifeng glanced at him, but this time he didn't scold him because the caveman was right. Go down and take a look, Yifeng ordered. Me? The caveman pointed to his own nose. Otherwise what? Should it be me? Yi Feng retorted, his intact hand reaching for his Tang sword. The cave dwellers were dumbfounded. The meaning of that is self-evident, isn't it? Okay, I'll get off. What's the point of chatting? They don't even give you a chance to talk. They just ask if you want to join or not, and that's it. Having no other choice, the guest made himself a pair of shoes out of stone. This thing is really unacceptable if we don't deal with it. The ground is covered in green blood, and touching it will cause corrosion. Who can stand that? After the cave dwellers went inside, Yi Feng looked at Jinzi and said, "Wait here. I'll go check it out." This time, Yi Feng didn't let Jinzi take the risk. Because the dangers of this place are unknown, Yi Feng can use the nether flame to enter the crack without being corroded, but Jinzi cannot, as he is not yet the Netherbone King. Therefore, leaving the gold here for defense and support is the best option. Yi Feng followed behind the caveman, his feet ablaze with flames. All the flesh and blood near Yi Feng's feet were pushed aside, but there was no sign of it freezing. Whether it freezes or not is entirely up to Yi Feng. It's very arbitrary. Yi Feng hasn't turned the nether flame to its maximum level yet. After all, there's an outsider here, and he can't let him know too much about him. Slow down, slow down. It's not easy to walk down here. It's very slippery. The caveman walking in front couldn't help but remind Yi Feng. The main problem was that Yi Feng was following too closely, and he didn't want to walk too fast, so he could only remind Yi Feng. Yi Feng remained silent. The crack below was clearly man-made. Otherwise, why would there be steps? The caveman was clearly aware of this as well. At this moment, although he was terrified, he was also quite excited. The two walked one after the other for more than 10 minutes before finally reaching the bottom of the cave. What is this? Before Yi Feng could say anything, the cave dweller exclaimed in surprise. They originally thought the area below the crack should be quite spacious, but to their surprise, the area below the crack was not spacious at all, appearing to be only about 30 square meters. In the center of this area of over 30 square meters, there is a stone platform 1 meter high. The platform was more like a stone bed, and on the stone bed lay a humanoid creature. The reason we don't call him human is because this guy really isn't human. He's about 3 meters tall, has eyes as big as a baby's fist, 2 very pointed ears, and his skin is light blue all over. If I had to describe it, Yi Feng could only say that this thing is a bit like Avatar. However, Yi Feng wasn't really focused on the thing's appearance. He was focused on the knife it was holding. Yi Feng had long since grown tired of his Tang sword. This time, his strength had increased significantly, making it even more difficult for him to wield the Tang sword. The thing lying on the stone bed had a knife in its hand that was a bit longer than a Tang sword, but the style was quite similar. If it were heavy enough, Yi Feng thought he would find it easier to use. Yes, that's it. This is an alien creature. But is it dead or? The caveman danced excitedly. Why don't you go and see for yourself? Yi Feng urged. What's the use of just getting excited? Why don't you go up and try it? If this thing is alive, you'll be the first one to get hurt, you idiot. Whether the caveman was genuinely excited or knew some other information, he pounced on Yi Feng without any hesitation after hearing his words. Yi Feng frowned at this sight. Logically speaking, this cave dweller was quite intelligent and rational. He had previously asked these cave dwellers to approach the big guy up there, but they hadn't agreed. Even if you're excited right now, you shouldn't be this excited, right? Oh no, Yi Feng realized. That be asterisk, 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 D. It must have something he wasn't telling me. However, it was too late to stop them at that point. The cave dwellers had already pounced onto the stone bed. Most importantly, this guy attacked without warning. His hand was like a sharp knife, piercing through the chest of the guy on the stone bed. When he pulled his hand out, there was an ice blue heart in his hand. The heart is still beating. Therefore, the thing lying on the stone bed is actually alive. Thinking about this, Yi Feng felt a chill run down his spine. How long had this thing been lying here? How did he survive? Ha 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 ha, it's mine. The caveman laughed wildly, then stuffed the still beating heart into his mouth. Chapter 194. What? This is beastly. Yi Feng was dumbfounded. What is this guy playing with? He was reluctant when I asked him to get down earlier, but now he's so impatient. Although Yi Feng knew that eating the heart of this creature would be very beneficial, even if he knew that, he couldn't eat it raw. At the very least, you can cook it thoroughly before eating it. Yi Feng knew that the people in the notebooks were all animals. But he didn't expect that the cave dwellers living beneath the notebooks were just as monstrous. Is this something that is inherited based on geographical region? Ha ha. Ha ha. Good. Great. Power. This is what power feels like. The caveman had gone completely mad. An energy storm formed around his body, and the wind was so strong that Feng had to squint. As the cave dweller laughed maniacally, his body underwent changes. It didn't turn into the lying alien. Rather, its limbs became thicker and stronger. It's like being blown up like a balloon. Should we interrupt him? Feng hesitated for a moment. Then Feng glanced at her profession and gave up the idea. Feng is now an S-class professional, the Netherworld Bone King, wielding the power of the Netherworld. What's there to be afraid of? Feng really wanted to see what would happen after this person finished evolving. The waiting has begun. Well, it didn't take too long, about 2 minutes, before the wind surrounding the cave dwellers disappeared. The physical changes of the cave dwellers also ceased. Whoever you are, I want to say thank you. Thank you for bringing me here, and thank you for not bothering me just now. To express my gratitude, I can answer 3 questions for you, and then I'll kill you. The cave dweller is now behaving extremely manically, showing none of his previous humility. It was as if he had forgotten the humiliation he had just felt. You know what? This little notebook is starting to look more and more like it. Isn't this what a little notebook is all about? When you're strong, it fawns over you, but when you're weaker than it, it retaliates even more fiercely, revealing the evil deep within its heart. Okay, Feng agreed. They're willing to answer your questions for free, so what's there to hesitate about? As for who killed whom afterward, we'll see. You can ask now. What benefit did you gain from eating that heart? I got a second job, and out of thin air, I gained the attributes that come with it, a full 80 levels of attributes. Now you should know how strong I am, right? I have surpassed the king level. It seems the caveman isn't trying to answer Feng's questions. He just wants to show off in front of Feng. What's your second job? What kind of alien is he? Do all aliens look like this? Feng asked several questions. However, the cave dwellers are currently in a frenzy and probably won't care about Feng's little scheme. A-level profession, guardian, that was his original profession. As for whether all aliens look like this, how would I know? The caveman was actually quite honest and told Feng the truth. A-level profession? Feng frowned slightly. This alien is just an A-level profession, which doesn't seem that impressive, does it? How do you know that eating his heart will grant you a second job? Is there some record of this in your dungeon? Netherworld flames enveloped Feng's entire body. You know what? You really have to admit, this guy's speed has really increased a lot, almost doubled. How can it be so cold? The caveman slashed at Feng again before retreating in terror. If you don't get touched by the nether flame, you won't feel too cold, but if you want to attack Feng, you will definitely have to endure the attack of the nether flame. I have one last question. Feng naturally knew how many attributes a normal awakened one could gain at level 80. Fine, I'll send you to your death. It doesn't seem like you've gained attributes that are over level 80, does it? The attribute value jumped directly from 1 million to around 3 million. All I wanted was to uncover Feng's secrets. Of course, do you think I'd tell you the whole truth? Do you really think our ancestors never saw these aliens? If we really hadn't, how would we know so much? You're just too naive, haha. Are there even more advanced aliens than this one? Surely there's an underground space like this beneath each of your caves. This guy isn't easy to talk to. He's only after Feng's secret. Not counting other resources obtained normally, an A-level profession at level 80 or so can only get 2 or 300,000 attribute points. Thank you so much. You're so kind, and you're even willing to be my sparring partner. I almost can't bear to kill you. Otherwise, tell me some of your secrets, and I'll spare your life if you do. The cave dwellers are rampant. See, these cave dwellers aren't all that kind-hearted. All right, I've answered all your questions. Now, you should die. The caveman didn't know what was going on, but he really cooperated with Feng. When Feng said to stop, he really stopped moving. All right, I can grant your request. The caveman once again demonstrated his generosity. Okay, here are 2 more questions. He thought that since his attributes had improved so much, his cold resistance should have improved a lot as well. Ha ha, I didn't tell you. The career development of aliens is different from ours. If my strength hadn't increased so much, how could I have been so confident in killing you? This is still because the caveman cannot fully control the power he currently possesses. If the caveman can perfectly utilize his own strength, his speed will increase by another level. That's all. Now, let your performance begin. The next moment, the caveman suddenly rushed towards Yifeng. Wait a minute. Yifeng raised his hand, making a stop gesture. Yifeng shook his head, then beckoned to the cave dweller with his finger, which was somewhat disrespectful. This caveman is now showing more than just a few 100,000 attribute points. His strength seems to have doubled, but he didn't expect that the brief contact would cause him some frostbite. Of course, according to records, the strongest aliens have SSS-level professions. However, I am already lucky to have found such an alien. I will not ask for a stronger profession. As for whether there is an underground space under our cave, I do not know. They certainly had the right to be arrogant. Yifeng could only passively defend himself against their attacks. Is there anything else you'd like to ask? Yifeng activated the power of the netherworld. So that's how it is. You want to know? Then let me show you. Chapter 195. Is it cold? No. You've almost finished chopping, right? It's my turn, isn't it? Yifeng's smile faded, and he became serious. You. // Bone shattering. Jinzi is still the same as before, not the netherworld bone king, and is not of great use, so Yifeng has to take on the task himself. However, Yifeng felt that he had done enough. At this stage, how strong the attributes are is not that important anymore. True strength is the ability you possess. Yifeng doesn't have many skills, far fewer than the average profession, but the abilities Yifeng possesses are all extremely powerful. Combo slash and bone shatter are more like rule-based skills, while netherworld power is even a bit overpowered. What's wrong with having 3 million attributes? They'll freeze you whenever they want. However, the power of the netherworld seems to conflict with the continuous slashes. There were no netherworld flames on the phantom that Yifeng rushed out. Yifeng's attributes have also improved a lot, and his attack angles are much more tricky when he performs combos. Although the cave dweller's speed and reaction abilities had improved, they still managed to block the attack in a rather disorganized manner. When Yifeng's body returned to its original form, the caveman thought of rushing up and killing Yifeng with one strike. There is always a gap between skills, and Yifeng needs at least half a second to use the combo attack continuously. But who said Yifeng had to use consecutive slashes? The moment Yifeng's body returned to normal, he unleashed a slash. The slash can then perfectly merge with the nether flame. Yifeng's previous slash was just a crescent-shaped blade of energy. But now, this blade energy is burning with ghostly flames. The caveman's original plan was to withstand Yifeng's slash. After all, he had seen Yifeng's slash before, and he was already prepared to defend himself when Yifeng raised his hand to make a slashing motion. He was confident he could easily defeat them with a single strike. But when the slash, burning with ghostly flames, was unleashed, the cave dwellers were dumbfounded. Moreover, there was no time to dodge. They could only take the hit. However, after the caveman gritted his teeth and withstood the blow, he was even more dumbfounded. The nether flames seemed to be contagious, somehow climbing from the blade energy of the attack onto his body. He was frostbitten just from touching the nether flame, and now his body is completely enveloped in the nether flame. What kind of effect is this? Oh, a scream rang out. Who would have thought that being burned by flames could actually freeze? It's not frostbite, it's just frozen. For example, the more vulnerable parts of the body, such as the toes, fingers, ears, and nose, are frozen before the rest of the body, turning completely into ice. Although the caveman still has the ability to move, his mobility has been reduced to only 1%, and it's only a matter of time before he's frozen. If there's no mutual resistance within this body, isn't this just a case of dimensional reduction attack? Yifeng felt a pang of envy. Clearly, both of these cave dwellers' professions lacked internal energy, so once entangled by the nether flames, they could only wait to be frozen into ice shards. Even if this guy had some kind of supernatural ability to resist, he wouldn't be in such a terrible state. The caveman could still speak, his eyes filled with terror, and he had once again become the timid fellow he had been just moments before. Spare me. The caveman knew his situation, and he begged for mercy, his eyes filled with sorrow. But there's no reason to forgive you now. You've already told me all the questions I wanted to know. Yi Feng spread his hands, indicating that he was powerless to help. I can be your lackey and be loyal to you. Yi Feng grinned and burst out laughing. Don't be ridiculous. You've only just gained a little ability and you're already turning against me. Do you think I'd believe you? You idiot. Yi Feng cursed and then ignored it, turning to look at the alien lying on the stone bed. Although this guy's heart was removed, his bones are still intact. We can't let that caveman take all the benefits while we leave empty-handed, can we? The caveman just said that the highest profession is SSS level, and he is only S level now, so there is still room for advancement. So, ignoring the shouts of the cave dwellers behind him, Yi Feng walked to the stone bed. Not very good-looking, Yi Feng commented, while picking up the knife held by the alien. Yi Feng has just taken a liking to this knife. The blue longsword was in hand, and its weight was surprisingly just right. Yi Feng swung it a couple of times and found it very easy to use. Not bad. Yi Feng put the Tang sword back into his storage bracelet. Now, this blue sword is his main weapon. There's bone, not bad. Yi Feng sheathed his knife and looked at the hole in the alien's chest. You can still sense that this alien isn't completely dead yet. These aliens are really resilient. Even without a heart, their bodies are still alive. Without bones, could you still live? I'd really like to chat with you, but it seems like you're not feeling well. What a pity. Yi Feng mumbled a few words, then raised his hand and reached for the hole in the alien's chest. There are bones here, also ice blue in color. Devour. Yi Feng immediately chose to devour the bone upon touching it. Who knows if there's any other explanation for this bone? Yi Feng doesn't want to try it. It devours bones quite quickly. Originally, there weren't many bones in the alien's body. However, after the absorption and fusion, Yi Feng was pleasantly surprised. Does this guy have that much talent? Yi Feng had just checked his attribute panel and knew the state of his talents. No new talents have emerged recently, but the existing talents have all grown significantly. After consuming the bones inside the alien's body, he discovered that all of his talents had been significantly amplified. Agility, strength, and speed all increased by 6%. Although the increase in his attributes wasn't exaggerated, he still received a total increase of 30,000 in one go. As expected, it's a warrior class, and all the talents it has are related to warriors. But is this alien really that powerful? Does it possess 3 different talents? Yi Feng is an anomaly, and he only had one innate talent. All the other talents were acquired through devouring bones. But this alien is different. He possesses 3 talents of his own. He was merely an A-level professional. If A-level professions are this powerful, how strong must S-level and above aliens be? Most importantly, Yi Feng made a horrifying discovery. His nether flame had failed to freeze the alien's body into an ice block. Chapter 196. This. Yi Feng couldn't help but lean closer to examine it. You know what? These aliens are really resistant to the cold. Although Yi Feng's nether flame temperature didn't reach absolute zero, it was still at least around minus 100 degrees Celsius within his own nether flame. At this temperature, normal carbon-based organisms simply couldn't withstand it. Could it be that this thing isn't a carbon-based life form? I wonder if I can put this thing into my storage space. He's dead. He's an inanimate object, so it should be okay, right? Yi Feng was a little unsure, as these kinds of spatial equipment couldn't hold living beings. This alien corpse has great research value. Although there are no bones left, it is still very valuable. It's a shame to just leave it here. Receive. Yi Feng tried to collect the alien's corpse. And you know what? It actually worked. Although it can't freeze the alien's corpse, it's the same as storing it. After Yi Feng collected the alien's corpse, he began to examine the basement. The interior is really small, and there's not much furniture. If it weren't for an alien living there, it would be as ordinary as it gets. Just as Yi Feng was checking things out, he suddenly heard Wang Nen making a noise. Yi Feng. Why is she here? Yi Feng frowned. He then quickly left the basement and returned the way he came. After passing the Beast King egg and traversing the narrow passage, when Yi Feng returned to the location of the laboratory, he saw Wang Nen looking disheveled. Wang Nen was accompanied by Xiao Tang and Watanabe. I don't know what Watanabe is thinking. He hasn't turned against us yet. This really surprised Yi Feng. Why did you come down here? Yi Feng's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Didn't we tell them they couldn't come down? Fortunately, there were no survivors. If there were, of these three, only Watanabe would probably be a decent fighter. The skeleton protecting us suddenly disappeared. We thought something had happened to you. I came to save you. Wang Nan felt a little wronged when she heard Yi Feng's stern tone. Yi Feng was stunned for a moment. Then Yi Feng figured it out. When the gold is corroded, the skeletal figures summoned by the gold should disappear. That's why Wang Nan thought something had happened to her, and that she must have come to collect her body. Judging from Wang Nan's eyes, this conscientious little vixen has clearly been crying. I'm fine. It was just a small accident, but it's all been resolved now. Is there anything going on outside? No. Wang Nan shook her head vigorously, as if trying to wipe away the tears in her eyes. Yi Feng was a bit at a loss in this situation. If he really wanted to go up and coax her, he had plenty of excuses to come up with. But there's a feeling that things might get a little more ambiguous. He still needs to remain chaste for Nangong Shui, so he can't easily lose his virginity here. Okay, that's fine. Let's go. There was no other way but to use the escape technique. Sure enough, upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Wang Nan naturally assumed that there was still some danger here, and that it was a danger that even Yi Feng couldn't handle. So run. Quick, follow me. We've already dug a tunnel. Yes, the entrance has completely collapsed, so we really need to dig it out. Jinzi, who was supposed to be doing hard labor, is now free and doesn't have to work anymore. Watanabe followed behind Yi Feng without saying a word. He had a feeling that something about Yi Feng had changed, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. In fact, Watanabe had already sensed that Yi Feng's strength had increased a lot, but he really couldn't believe it. How long has it been since Yi Feng jumped into this laboratory? Even if their strength improves in such a short time, it can't possibly improve that much, right? The group returned to the ground. Yi Feng took a breath of fresh air and felt that even the air around the notebook was sweet. Yi Feng is now certain that the big guys chasing him are the Beast King. There's nothing you can do. That's just how arrogant the Netherworld Bone King is. Afterwards, Yi Feng left with Wang Nan and Xiao Tang. Xiao Tang looked at Yi Feng with a little fear and hid in Wang Nan's arms. What level of skill does Yi Feng possess now? My lord, wait for me, I'm coming. Watanabe shouted, as if afraid Yi Feng wouldn't hear him. Huh? Go back where? Wang Nan was a little confused. Once the cooldown period is over, summon new gold, and the gold itself can easily take down all the enemies in the dungeon. Yi Feng frowned upon hearing this. So, the three of you are in cahoots, and I'm the outsider? Watanabe stood behind them, his eyes brimming with tears. If you don't want to follow, then get out. Yi Feng's good temper towards Wang Nan doesn't mean he'll be good to Watanabe. Xiao Tang already had a good impression of Yi Feng. After all, Yi Feng had saved her. After hearing Yi Feng say that, Xiao Tang smiled. Hoping that the author will have a change of heart is wishful thinking. Go and kill those beast kings. No problem. You guys wait for me outside this time. I'll arrange for skeletons to protect you. This time, the skeletons definitely won't disappear. Sir, perhaps we should go somewhere else. That place. Okay, whatever you say. Didn't we just run out of the lab? Shall we head back? The Beast King must have hatched from those Beast King eggs. I could find some excuse for posting it once or twice, but now, I don't know if there are aliens or that big guy Yi Feng in other places, but there definitely are at the foot of Mount Fuji. In this blessed land, tell me, isn't the air sweet? Is this what it means to play with your heart? Let's go back. Faced with those who raised their hands, Yi Feng could confidently say that he could handle it all himself without Jinzi's help. This Watanabe is strange, very strange. If there's a Beast King egg, then there must be aliens, right? For the sake of the Japanese Empire, I'll endure it. Watanabe vowed fiercely in his heart, then smiled and followed Yi Feng with a sly grin. If he kills everyone here and digs out all the aliens from under the cave, how much benefit will he get? Even without aliens, Yi Feng would be satisfied with a giant creature whose entire body is covered in poison. After being insulted, Watanabe dared not utter a word. Don't be afraid, shouting. Your brother is scolding him, not you. Yi Feng rubbed Xiaodong's head twice. Wang Nan is actually a very opinionated person, but she met Yi Feng, who is even more opinionated, so Wang Nan had no choice but to follow Yi Feng. Can this really work? Wang Nan was even more dumbfounded. Chapter 197. Don't blame Yi Feng for being so extreme. There was nothing that could be done. The accumulated national and personal grievances made it impossible for Yi Feng to trust anyone from the small group. If it were just an ordinary notebook, perhaps there would be some kind-hearted people among them. But these guys who survived the apocalypse and became God's chosen ones without any regrets, do you expect to find humanity in them? Stop messing around, okay? That is indeed the case. Watanabe's abilities are actually quite strong. He's at least better than Wang Nan. After Yi Feng's skeleton disappeared, Watanabe did indeed have the idea of killing Wang Nan and Xiao Tang. However, Watanabe did not do so because killing Wang Nan and Xiao Tang would not have any value. What good would it do to kill a woman who's a little stronger than an average person, or a kid? Therefore, Watanabe did not make a move. He wanted to keep these two people alive and make Yi Feng lower his guard so that he would have a chance to do more. For example, when Yi Feng was not around, he had already left behind a special mark of divine favor. Soon, those favored by the gods will come looking for the signs. Of course, Watanabe only dared to make small moves in front of Wang Nan. He wouldn't dare to do anything like that around Yi Feng. The return journey was quite smooth. No more monsters are running rampant on Xiaobenzi's island. It would be even more difficult to run into a living person here. So, they didn't encounter any trouble until they returned to the foot of Mount Fuji. You all stay here and wait outside. Hide yourselves, and no matter what happens, you must not go in, understand? Yi Feng stood not far from the underground entrance and spoke sternly to Wang Nan. Okay, I understand. I'll do whatever you say. Wang Nan nodded frantically, like a chick pecking at rice. Having learned from her previous experience, Wang Nan certainly wouldn't act recklessly. Oh right, come inside with me. Me? Watanabe pointed to his nose, his eyes wide open. Actually, Watanabe was a little guilty, fearing that Yi Feng had noticed the mark he had left earlier. What? You're not happy? Yi Feng raised his eyebrows, and there seemed to be a faint flame burning in his pupils. No, I'd love to, of course I'd love to. Watanabe replied righteously. Perfect timing. I'll go find my shoes. Watanabe's situation is rather tragic. He's still barefoot, having run back and forth, and his feet are bleeding. Yi Feng ignored the guy and simply pointed to the hole that had been violently destroyed. What could Watanabe possibly say? This person is definitely using themselves as bait for those giant beasts. Since we've already become bait, what's the point of resisting? Let's just go with the flow. After Watanabe entered the cave, Yi Feng turned back and reminded him again, remember, hide well. Okay, don't worry. Wang Nan nodded to Yi Feng, but didn't say anything to Yi Feng to be careful. Now, in Wang Nan's eyes, Yi Feng is a true war god, the invincible kind. Since Yi Feng chose to come back, he must have his reasons. Wang Nan felt that she just needed to trust Yi Feng and didn't need to think too much about anything else. After receiving a response from Wang Nan, Yi Feng stepped into the cave. Jinzi followed behind Yi Feng. Now, Yi Feng no longer needs gold to pave the way for him. Of course, if new gold is summoned, that's another story. My lord, those giant beasts shouldn't be coming back here, right? Could they have already escaped? Watanabe asked cautiously as he walked through the cave. Why don't we go in and take a look? Yi Feng really hoped that all the Beast Kings would return. After all, devouring the bones of the Beast King can yield considerable benefits. You probably won't gain many attributes, but you should at least get some talents. Watanabe swallowed hard upon hearing this. Are all Huaxiao people this crazy? Judging from his tone, it sounds like this madman is actually hoping those giant beasts are here. Just as he was thinking this, Watanabe suddenly let out a strange cry. You know what? In this still not very spacious cave, Watanabe's sudden howl was actually quite frightening. At this time, the more focused you are, the easier it is to be startled. However, Yi Feng, who was frightened, did not realize that there was any danger, let alone see the Beast King. What's wrong? Sir, I've pricked my foot. Watanabe replied without looking up, afraid that Yi Feng would kill him with a single glance. Yi Feng really did have the idea of chopping this idiot in half. But after thinking about it, I decided against it. Watanabe, the bait, hasn't fulfilled his duty yet, and now he's dead. It's a bit of a waste. Get out of here. If you yell again, I'll kill you. Although I can't physically assault you, I can certainly scare you. Sure enough, Watanabe couldn't help but shudder after hearing Yi Feng's threat. Okay, I got it. Watanabe agreed, then ran as fast as he could. Even when he got Pebble stuck in his toes, he just grimaced and didn't dare to make a sound. Thanks to Watanabe's efforts, they quickly entered the cave. The area hasn't changed much, except that there are now many more footprints left by giant beasts on the ground. My lord, judging from the marks here, those giant beasts really didn't return here. What are you celebrating? Yi Feng's tone was not friendly. Yi Feng felt that a large amount of talent had slipped away from him. Watanabe had no words to express his suffering. What do you think I'm celebrating? Of course I'm grateful to be alive. Without those giant beasts, nothing will come out to eat us. Go and take a look at the pit where the giant beast crawled out. Since the giant beast crawled out of the underground pit, the Beast King's egg is probably underground. As for whether it is true or not, Watanabe will know once he takes a look. Yes, Watanabe felt even worse. Fortunately, he found his lost shoes. Although the shoes were soaked in blood, they were still better than nothing. Putting on his blood-stained shoes, Watanabe followed Yi Feng's instructions and ran straight to the pit where the Beast Kings had charged out. When Watanabe reached the edge of the pit, he couldn't help but glance down. Okay, it's pitch black. I wonder how deep it is. It seems pretty scary. Upon seeing this, Watanabe suddenly took off his shirt and then produced a lighter from somewhere. With a pop sound, a flame appeared. Watanabe's shirt was indeed quite flammable, and the fire was very intense. After he had finished putting on his clothes, Watanabe threw them into the hole. Then Watanabe was dumbfounded. The hole wasn't straight up and down, but rather at an angle. He lost a shirt and still hadn't figured out how deep it was. Why are you making such a fuss? Get out of here. Yi Feng couldn't stand it anymore and stomped Watanabe's foot from behind. Chapter 198. Yi Feng's kick was still a bit heavy. He didn't kill Watanabe with one blow. But Watanabe wasn't having an easy time either. Not only was his buttocks in excruciating pain, but his body also rolled down the slope. It's rolling in the real sense, like a ball rolling and rolling. When he finally managed to make out the scene before him, Watanabe couldn't help but gasp. Yi Feng had already appeared behind Watanabe at this moment. Shut up like a girl and start screaming. At this point, you have to say something like, damn it, you know? Watanabe had no interest in listening to what Yi Feng was saying. His pupils were even dilated, because he saw many things that terrified him. Beast God Egg. The smaller version of the Beast God has already hatched. Looking around, there were at least 30 or 40 Beast Gods that had been consumed, and the Beast God eggs were densely packed together. Don't underestimate these smaller versions of the Beast Gods. They are still Beast Gods after all. If so many little Beast Gods pounced on him all at once, Watanabe doubted that the little bit of flesh on his body wouldn't be enough to gnaw on. Get out of here. Yi Feng was a little annoyed that Watanabe didn't respond. Do you think you're the male lead? Why are you ignoring me? So, Yi Feng reached out and shoved Watanabe aside, and Watanabe's head almost hit a Beast God egg. So many Beast Gods. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. Watanabe was afraid of these Beast Gods, but Yi Feng wasn't. Although they are all small-sized Beast Gods, there are still quite a few of them. How many bones must they have? However, Yi Feng's attention was not entirely focused on these little Beast Gods. He also glanced deeper into the area. Sure enough, just like the previous caves, there was a large rock here that looked like a flying saucer. Roar! At this point, the little Beast Gods had recovered from their initial surprise. Someone has invaded their territory, hasn't that happened? Don't let their small size fool you. They can be quite intimidating when they get angry. Shut up. Can Yi Feng indulge these little Beast Gods? He wasn't afraid of anything big, let alone small ones. With a single slash, the blade's energy swept past, and the heads of the two little Beast Gods were severed. However, the rolling head of the Beast God did not frighten the little Beast Gods. Instead, it excited them. What's going on? Yi Feng asked, somewhat surprised. Logically, these little Beast Gods should feel fear because of the death of their companions. What are they excited about? The next moment, Yi Feng understood why these little Beast Gods were excited. Because they pounced on the two fallen little Beast God corpses, they were devouring the two bodies. Rough. Yi Feng was even more surprised. It wasn't because these little Beast Gods devoured the corpses of their companions, but because of their growth rate. Visibly, the little beast god, having devoured the corpses of its companions, was growing rapidly. No wonder, no wonder so many great beast gods appeared all at once just now. Those guys must have absorbed enough blood energy, which is why they grew into great beast gods in such a short time. These guys are pretty good, aren't they? However, you made the stupidest mistake ever. Who gave you permission to touch my bones? Yifeng's eyes were blazing with fire. It was real fire breathing. Ghostly flames spewed from Yifeng's eyes. Watanabe was completely dumbfounded. He had seen people with fire abilities, but he had never seen anyone with two eyes that could breathe fire. The key question was why the flames they breathed out were so cold. In the blink of an eye, the flames in Yifeng's eyes disappeared, as if they had never existed. Gold, chop it all up. Chop them all to death. Yifeng ordered. Yifeng himself showed no intention of making a move, for no other reason than to block this exit. Cutting down these minor beast gods will provide enough gold on your own. Sure enough, Jinzi charged into the group of little beast gods and hacked away with great gusto. No matter how much the little beast gods howled, it was useless. Their attacks could not harm Jinzi. Yifeng's attributes have increased significantly compared to before, and he has also changed his weapon. Regardless of how much Yifeng's attributes have improved, ensuring his own safety is the most important thing, so Yifeng is not going to play around with these beast gods, hacking and slashing them one by one. Yifeng held his blue longsword and licked his lips. This new weapon is incredibly powerful. The beast gods were quite capable. After all, they were already adults and could sense Yifeng's attack trajectory to some extent. When Yifeng's phantom began to attack, the targeted beast god was already prepared to resist. Why can this person still laugh, even though he clearly senses the return of the great beast god? Unfortunately, it was all for naught. Yifeng's body turned into a phantom. After all, these guys are still young. However, is this resistance effective? This is a weapon used by aliens. It's incredibly sharp. The beast god scales are no match for this blue longsword. At this moment, Watanabe wished his eyes hadn't regained focus. Just like a newborn tiger cub, its teeth are soft. How can it hurt people? One cut, bones broken. Two cuts, death. If they get trapped in this underground cave, they really won't be able to get out. Watanabe was trembling with fear. Good thing you've come. I've been looking for you all. Watanabe didn't want to die? The big guy is back. Stop running around. Go stand over there. Yifeng nudged Watanabe again. Yifeng himself was a little surprised. This is terrifying. Watanabe spun around like a top, turning more than 10 times before staggering and falling to the ground. Therefore, Yifeng must die. However, the little beast god's cries had a certain penetrating power. When Jinzi had cut down almost all of the little beast god, Yifeng suddenly felt the ground tremble. When his eyes regained focus, he saw the great beast god rush in. If he hadn't recovered, he wouldn't have had to witness such a horrific scene. 3 more blows, and he's dead. Even Yifeng's bone-shattering skill was wasted, as it was completely useless. The beast god's bones were severed. The great beast gods didn't care what Yifeng was saying. All they knew was that Yifeng had committed an unforgivable mistake, that he had killed too many of their younger brothers and sisters. The howls of the little beast god were not only to scare the opponents, but also to call out to their older brothers and sisters, the ones who had chased Yifeng before. The great beast gods roared and rushed towards Yifeng, with 2 of them even using their special abilities. Yifeng grinned, revealing his white teeth. His smile had a slightly sinister quality. With a single combo attack, Yifeng killed 2 beast gods. The second beast god was struck directly on the neck, its head severed. After all, this was the first time this long sword had been used. Sir, let's run. Watanabe forced through his fear and offered his suggestion. Chapter 199. Upon witnessing Yifeng's fighting prowess once again, Watanabe was completely dumbfounded. He sat on the ground and kept moving backward, trying to get away from Yifeng. That's way too violent. However, the beast gods seemed to lack intelligence. They didn't care how many of their companions had died. They only wanted to tear Yifeng apart. Unfortunately, I lacked the ability. Yifeng's killing speed was too fast. 1 slash killed 2 people, and after several slashes, the corpses were lying all over the ground. It's too fragile. Yifeng muttered. Gold, cut down all those eggs. The corpses on the ground were turning into blood. This blood will nourish the beast god eggs here, and after they hatch, a new batch of beast gods will emerge. Actually, raising these beast gods isn't impossible, but it's too time-consuming, and the large beast gods can't provide Feng with much in terms of attributes, let alone the small beast gods. Jinzi began to act, cutting off some beast god eggs, which was naturally no difficulty for him. Feng himself went to the side of the great beast god's corpse. These beast god bones are quite good. Devour. The bones inside the beast god's body turned into bone fluid. Each great beast god's bones can currently only provide Feng with about 1,000 attribute points. As for talent, not every beast god possesses talent. Only half of these great beast gods have talent. While there were many lesser beast gods, they provided Feng with fewer attributes than the greater beast gods, and none of them had any talents. My mental strength has increased somewhat, so it's not a bad gain. Just after Feng finished devouring the little beast god's bones, he suddenly heard a sound coming from outside the cave. There's also a beast god. Feng checked. The number of the beast gods lying on the ground matched the number of those who had chased him before. Could it be that another great beast god was born during this period? So? Watanabe. Me, rough. Feng exclaimed. He was still fantasizing about the appearance of a beast god, but unexpectedly, he heard human voices. Moreover, it's obvious that the other party is a small-time smuggler. Feng only understood the name Watanabe. He didn't understand a single word of what the other person said. Watanabe's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He didn't expect his people to arrive at this time. This is just too ridiculous. Can you tell me what's going on? Feng ignored the people shouting outside the cave and looked at Watanabe. Watanabe was trembling all over. His mind was racing. He needed to come up with a perfect excuse, one that Feng would believe. Answer me now. Feng held the blue long sword to Watanabe's neck. Watanabe could already feel the cold touch of the blue long sword, which gave him goosebumps. Sir, I. Explain. My lord, I'm telling you, they are chosen by the gods. I don't know how they found this place. Perhaps there's something on me that can pinpoint their location. Watanabe couldn't think of a good excuse, so he could only brush it off by saying he didn't know. Don't know? Heh. Feng sneered. Can a simple "I don't know" really explain it? Let them in. Feng wasn't in a hurry to kill Watanabe. Because Watanabe is still useful, at least he can serve as a translator. Well, Watanabe opened his mouth, and in his haste, he started shouting, spitting saliva all the way out. Feng originally thought that the people outside would come in after hearing Watanabe's words. But unexpectedly, the people outside started to retreat. Feng quickly realized, after a moment's thought, that it was Watanabe who was behind this. Jinzi, go and bring them all back to me. Wanna bleed? Watanabe didn't feel any pain at first, but after 6 or 7 seconds, he felt the pain and the weakness caused by the loss of blood. You've got some nerve, daring to play me for a fool. Feng wasn't in such a good mood this time. Feng remained silent, coldly watching Watanabe, waiting for him to say what he was going to say next. Watanabe's pupils dilate. My lord, I really didn't. Watanabe spoke while weeping bitterly, and he seemed to believe it himself. Aren't you going to tell the truth? Feng prepared to continue cutting, because the blue long sword in Feng's hand was burning with ghostly flames. He saw what Feng did to him. In the final stages of his life, all he wanted to do was curse Feng with the most vicious words. That's more like it. Feng nodded in satisfaction. When the ghostly flames sliced through Watanabe's wounds, all of Watanabe's wounds froze. My lord, please, I'll talk. Watanabe knew how ruthless Feng was. He knew that if he didn't say anything, he would definitely become a victim of Feng's blade. The gold transformed into a golden lightning bolt and vanished instantly. You can call me ugly, you can call me a pervert, but you can't insult my intelligence. What you're saying is worse than just calling me an idiot. Even if the people outside don't speak Huaxia, it's okay. We still have Wang Nan. If Wang Nan knows how to write a notebook, he can act as a translator. After saying that, Feng slashed again, and Watanabe's remaining arm fell to the ground. I left a mark for them. That's how they found this place. I didn't mean to harm the adults. I just wanted them to come and collect the supplies here. Even if we don't get any answers in the end, It's okay, there are still people outside. Having lost both arms, he was doomed. Don't even think about it. Before Watanabe could continue cursing, Yifeng precisely sliced off Watanabe's chin and tongue with a long knife, and served it with a free freeze. As soon as Yifeng finished speaking, Watanabe's arm fell to the ground. Watanabe was truly furious. After all that acting, he had gained nothing. Now, all was quiet, and Watanabe was left with only the right to kill with his eyes. Moreover, Watanabe couldn't even bleed to death if he wanted to. You're a demon. You killed me. If you're so capable, then kill me. Watanabe shouted frantically. You idiot. You idiot. You huxia. Watanabe completely reverted to his true colors, cursing angrily with a ferocious expression. Although Watanabe couldn't move, he could still turn his head. Go to hell. Yifeng found it utterly disgusting. However, Yifeng didn't give Watanabe that chance at all. With another slash, Watanabe's 2 legs disappeared as well. Unfortunately, it was no use. We've actually had a very miserable and painful life, sir. You have people of the same kind, so you should be able to understand what I'm doing, right? I just want my people to have a better life. Look, this is the notebook he remembers. This isn't just Yifeng's stereotype. Only a notebook like this truly captures the essence of a notebook. Chapter 200. Unfortunately, a look can't kill. It only exposes Watanabe's incompetence. Jinzi acted swiftly, not keeping Yifeng waiting for too long. Jinzi returned in about 5 or 6 minutes. He had somehow gotten a rope, and a bunch of notebooks were being dragged along behind him. Where did you learn this art of bondage from? Yifeng exclaimed in amazement. Yifeng didn't use his will to control Jinzi's behavior. He relied entirely on Jinzi's instincts. So, this bondage art has absolutely nothing to do with Yifeng. Look at the way they're tied up, the way the positions are so strange, it's all so varied. The dragging along the way left these people half dead. Some even had all their teeth knocked out. There was no way around it. His posture was the strangest. Not only were his hands and feet tied together, but he was also in the position with his head on the ground, his body bent into a circle. He was in a truly miserable state. Do any of you speak Huaxia? Yifeng asked after examining the miserable state of these people. Upon hearing this, someone started cursing and swearing. Yifeng could still understand what those words meant. Some people hesitated, but remained silent. Don't you understand? It's all right. Yifeng was very magnanimous. Then, Yifeng collected all the people's spatial backpacks and took out the special potion that the 3rd prince of the underground cave had prepared for him, and gave each of them a little bit. This is a potion that can restrict professional abilities. It works quite well. After drinking a little, it can completely restrict a person's professional abilities, ensuring that they go from being a professional to an ordinary person. Of course, this is time-limited. A few small doses will probably last for about 3 days. That's enough. What did you give me to drink? Finally, someone couldn't help but speak up. If Yifeng doesn't harm them, these people who can understand Huaxia language, and even speak Huaxia language, won't say a word. But what's going on now? They went from being powerful to being ordinary people. Who can accept that? Oh, you can speak Huaxia language. Not bad, not bad. Yifeng smiled, clearly quite satisfied. Who are you? What do you want? You. Shut up, you piece of trash. Yifeng suddenly stopped smiling and stepped on the man's ankle. Snap! The sound of bones breaking was heard. Then came the screams of the person being trampled. You have no sense of being a prisoner, Yifeng said coldly, unmoved by the man's screams. On the contrary, the force on Yifeng's feet continued to increase. Hearing their companion's screams, the remaining little notebooks all quieted down. Little notebooks have this kind of bullying the weak and cowardly the strong personality. As long as your toughness exceeds their tolerance, they will immediately become as obedient as a little kitten and let you do whatever you want. Gradually, the wailing little notebook stopped because he realized that howling would only make Yifeng more vicious and would not bring him any sympathy. Looking at the little notebook, which was struggling to hold back its pain and was covered in sweat, Yifeng finally nodded in satisfaction. To tame these little devils, you'll need to use some methods. Remember your current status. You are my slaves, my dogs, understand? My lord, I understand. Little notebook, whose ankle was stepped on, was the most cooperative. There was no way around it. After all, he had been hurt. Only pain can teach a person a lesson. Speak. Where did you come from? And what is your purpose? Now that the other party had complied, it was time to ask some serious questions. My lord, we are the chosen ones of the gods. I came from the largest gathering place of the chosen ones of the gods, 100 kilometers away. Our original destination was not here. We were supposed to go to a cave at the request of a cave royal family. We don't know what we are going to do yet. On the way, we saw the marks that only those favored by the gods could leave behind, so we followed the marks. This little guy speaks quite fluently. He answered exactly as Feng requested. If Zio Benzi has a meticulous personality, it's probably because he was forced into it. The mark you left? Feng turned his head and looked at Watanabe. Watanabe was still staring at Feng with a fierce look. Although Watanabe's mouth was sealed, the whimpering sounds from his mouth never stopped. Right now, he was clearly cursing Feng with the most vicious words. However, Feng wouldn't care. My lord, if there are no other divinely favored individuals around you, then it must be the mark left by him. The little notebook was filled with hatred, not at Feng, but at Watanabe. If they hadn't seen the marks left by Watanabe, how could they have followed him here? Without the mark, they wouldn't have met Feng and wouldn't be in their current predicament. We'll just ask you if Watanabe is the culprit, and that's it. How many people are in your chosen one stronghold? My lord, our stronghold is the largest, with 30,000 to 40,000 people, including more than 10,000 prisoners from Huaxia. Oh, Feng's eyes lit up. Isn't this the place that Scarred Guy was talking about? However, knowing this, Feng had no intention of rescuing the person. No matter how strong Feng is, he is ultimately just one person. Even if he tries his best to save people, how many can he actually save? Those favored by the gods are all perverts. Once they know Feng's identity, they will definitely use Huaxiao people as hostages to threaten Feng. Who knows how many people will die then, because Feng won't let hostages hold him back. Therefore, it's actually better for Feng not to rescue them. At least these prisoners are still useful, and the chosen ones won't easily kill them. As for whether they will be humiliated, don't even think about it. Do you think prisoners captured by the smugglers will have a good ending? What's the situation with the underground cave you're going to? Feng asked again. Sir, we only know where the entrance to the underground cave is, but we really don't know what mission we are supposed to do. Okay, you're quite useful. You'll be their leader for now. Jinzi, tie them up to the side, and tie them up tightly. Feng gave the order. During Operation Gold, the bound notebook dared not resist and had no ability to resist. Feng wasn't worried about them escaping at all. There was only one entrance, and Wang Nan was outside. The skeletons accompanying Wang Nan were quite strong. They could easily kill these guys. So, after Jinzi tied up all the notebooks, Feng headed straight for the UFO-shaped boulder he had been longing for. This time, Jinzi didn't take the lead. Feng unleashed 4 slashes every 5 seconds, naturally creating a passage.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.